are getting, I want to say, the best of the tier 2 teams entering the event, and you can
Mm.
see the quality coming through. And like you said, this is how teams grow entering into these events. This is how they get the matchup experience. And this is, Team Next Level looking really, really good, coming up against some beasts in their own right. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all of these teams that have entered the event, whether they got knocked out early or not, how they kick on going through the rest of the CTT for the year.
I mean, it's one of those things where if you just compare right now, we're in what, second season, series 4. If we go all
Mhm.
the way back to season 1, series 1, a lot of these teams were there already, right? League has been around for a long time. Passion Your Way entered, I think, series 3. We've seen Yellow Submarine before. We've seen Zero Tenacity. And the level has increased such that it used to be very clear and obvious the moment you start the tournament. I knew which 3 teams were going to be in the pole positions.
Yeah.
Now, those guys can no longer coast to victory because some of the new upstarts who were, let's say, 4 Pirates, were attaining decent results for a while, but not really, lighting the world afire. Now they're contenders as well, right? You don't get easy wins against them anymore. And this is good for everybody. Good for the teams that are involved in the tournament. Like you say, they get to, sharpen their skills, practice, actually get real tournament experience. But also good for even some of the big teams, like the OG that's here this time, like we've seen Miles that's here, been here before. The fact that they can no longer just get easy wins is good for them as players and as people, so that they keep grinding, they keep getting better, so that by the time they get to a big tournament, they actually have a viable chance to compete. Maybe they knock out some other big team. That team realizes that they need to go back into the lab and cook up some more. I've been a very firm believer for a long time that the way you improve the health of a scene overall is not with tier 1 tournaments, it's not with bajillion dollar prize pools, it's with these little small instances of Dota that we get to see.
that it's so impressive to see. There's a reason that, what, like you say, that these tournaments are so important. Getting that grassroots feel for the players to have an arena to build that competitive experience, and push it in their own right. So yeah, definitely team next level, one amazing example of you enter, you build yourself up, and let's see how far you can really go with it.
Now here they are in the grand final, potentially up against the TI contender, of course, and they're coming in from the upper bracket. It's not them that had to make the lower bracket run. It was OG that had to catch up to them. So I'm hyped, man. I'm extremely excited for this particular matchup. I also think this is probably going to be bombastic. I expect a lot of fights. These guys are nobody in this lobby right now. Maybe Shad is the one that enjoys just sitting back and farming, but everybody else wants to fight, so it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. There's a little bit of aggression on both sides, like you're saying. I think that's what OG stepped up against for Pirates. In that first game, I saw they got a draft. The game was over by I think the 15-minute mark. It took another 15 minutes to kind of close it out. But the way they were playing, I think, what was the final kill score on that? Because it was just a masterclass of playing that early game draft. You're really putting it towards. Let me just see what the actual first game was, because it was something like 47 kills to 8 after 29 minutes. Right, and that was just OG going the go. We hit the ground running. We do not stop, and like I say, it just worked out for them so well. So we'll see OG if they can match that tempo here again today.
Something very intriguing for me right now as we get into the draft. Next level, Dire Side first pick, OG, Radiant second pick. I'm perplexed somewhat that Next Level decided to ban the Pugna themselves, given that they had the first pick overall. So what do they actually want? Are they going to go for their Tusk, their Dark Willow, their Dazzle? All right, it's going to be their Dazzle. They're really good with this. Them and Passion UA, I think, are the best Dazzle teams in the tournament because they deploy it in so many roles. We've seen them play it in support. We've seen them play it from the offlane position. We've seen them play it mid. So you just never know in advance what the Dazzle is going to do. And of course, they made sure to ban the Axe before the pick to protect anybody from being shallow graved. So I already like this opener from Dazzle. And OG, I won't lie. Listen, OG, I watched them play yesterday, right? And they picked Pango a couple of games. And at first, I wasn't convinced. We were looking at the draft meeting, they'd like, what's this Pango really going to do? And then you look back at 30 minutes, we have to put our hands up and be like, yo, Mixer, bro, you're playing Dota right now. All right, man, we get it.
Yeah, and one of the strengths here, that Mixer is such a good off-lane Pango. I know that's a position that the hero can play, but not a lot of teams are going to utilize this. So you can keep that one flexed out between the mid lane. I'm not sure if Stormstormer likes the hero, but I know he can play it. So like I say, that is available for both sides. But the Silencer ban coming through, as well as that Puck. Yeah, like I say, the Axe and the Pugna. On the other side, the Naga Siren being taken away, the Marcy, Shadow Fiend here, as well as that Dawnbreaker. That Dawnbreakers have been absolutely amazing every time I've seen it. And yeah, there's no surprise here that it's being banned out first, because that first, the global potential this hero has when the ultimate starts to come up, it's just absolutely bonkers. And yeah, teams just don't want to play around it, so they just immediately ban it out.
Speaking of bans, a very crucial ban coming in from Team Next Level here. They need to ban out the Silencer when you're playing against Leelus. I mean, he's really good at the hero, but Dazzle is really tough to play into the Silencer, given that you don't have a natural way to get rid of the global. You don't like to itemize into any of those things anyway. So you need to make sure that the Grave goes off, and you need to make sure that all of this poison stacks up. So not surprising to see them ban out the Abaddon. The other Dispel heroes that are in the game, you get Ench, you get Oracle. Oracle's not really that great, and Ench can also be somewhat situational, so I don't think we're going to see her, especially against Dazzle. But I do like these bans a lot from Team Next Level.
Yeah, and we'll see what else they want to be taking away here, if there's anything that combos here with the Dazzle that they really don't want to be playing up against. That's going to be the Terrorblade. Okay, so big, high-impact hero. Yeah, a lot of illusions, a lot of lane pressure here. Something that I have seen OG look at, looking towards the Lesh mid, they're playing a lot of, you were saying about Lelis, that Jakiro coming out. Other teams maybe shying away from that a little bit more, but he really does like that hero, and great on the tower push potential. So is there anything specific you're looking at here for OG? Is there anything like the mid Dragonite coming out? I know that's something that Stormstormer likes to play as well. Is there anything that you want to see them draft up to have that high impact coming into the mid game?
I think DK is always very good for them, given how Stormstormer plays it. I like the fact that the heroes that I've seen him look really good at, right? You mentioned them, DK, Leshrac. The thing they have in common is that at some point they become a secondary threat. They're like a big damage dealing core throughout the course of the game. So I imagine that he's going to do something like that, whether it be those two heroes, maybe it be like some Queen of Pain. I think hopefully they'll reserve it for, like, I don't know, actually, they probably want carry for 24. So I think it just depends on what Team Next Level go for first. And the thing with Team Next Level is they have such a wide hero pool that you can never really be sure. I mean, Durays does prefer playing his spirits, and I think he would love to be able to play Ember. And I don't think Ember's too bad here already, like having some backup from the Dazzle, a way to get in. No, they're going to pick the Queen of Pain instead. But it's a similar profile of hero. A hero that just goes in and makes things happen.
Yeah, and we're going to be able to see how he's going to be able to perform around that one. Like I say, that high just jump in the damage that gets offered here as well. For Dulrazio, we'll see how he wants to try and itemize, how he tries to play around this one, and like it is a 10-0 matchup coming through for the Huskar up against the Ember Spirit. So, OG, what have they got up their sleeves here to shift this around?
We just need really big punch. Ironically enough, a hero like the Ursa that they just banned out themselves could have been very useful, but the last thing you want is to leave Ursa in the pool, and they pick Ursa into your Phoenix and into your Ember Spirit Pango combination. So either you need some kind of hero with even more heal reduction to shut down the Huskar, or you just need like enough damage to destroy him. Oh, man, Terrorblade would have been fairly solid. Unfortunately, that's already been banned out. Let's see. What do I really want to see from OG here? I think what's tough is that because they're 24, it's not like they're gonna have the easy pick of the litter.
Yeah, yeah. They ban out the lifesteal themselves again, another good egg hitter. Though you do have the Bat Rider with the Lasso, so that kind of evens out a little bit. But yeah, looking at it, Troll is still there, Monkey King's still there as well. Bloodseeker, not really that popular. Faceless Void, not really a hero anymore. These heroes that play quite nice into the Huskar. It's a rough ask to see what they want to pick up here in this final carry position.
So Bristleback still in the game as well. That could be a potential option. And then you try to get the damage scaling from the Ember and the Pango. Drow could still be there as well, but could be complicated with the Queen of Pain already being in the game. So I'm not so sure how safe you feel picking Drow Ranger.
Could you Slark this?
You could kind of Slark this. They don't actually have that much ground targeted damage. They have Sonic Wave, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. And I know Shadow, he doesn't mind the hero. Again, it's down to his hero pool as well. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting what the final OG pick's going to be.
How about, hear me out, Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker, right? Because they would like also to have a silence against the Queen of Pain regardless of where she's playing on the map. Also, with this Disruptor being picked up, looks like it's going to be core Dazzle as well. So they actually might shift it and have the Dazzle being the off lane, Queen of Pain go carry, and then Huskar's the one that goes mid. That kind of makes the most sense to me. And now with this Raptor being in tow, you could still play Bloodseeker, I think. Like, one of these heroes that buys a very early BKB, willing to run on target, has a ground targeted silence as well, against all of these heroes after the snowball kind of tries to hit. And you just have, like, a way to ruin Huskar's life. But there will be a range hero. It's not going to be the Drow Ranger. It's going to be the Sniper instead. So they're banking on having a situation where the Sniper doesn't really get caught out early and there's enough chaos happening in front of him that he can just dish out that long-term damage.
Yeah,
and honestly, Huskar,
they're shifting it around as well. So Stormstorm is on the Sniper, so they're going to put Chet on him. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, this is going to be, I think, a decent matchup. Unless you want to play that musical lane, that we see sometimes where the core spend like the first 3 minutes of the game not last hitting because they're moving from lane to lane to lane to lane to lane. But yeah, this is I think a good switch up for the favor of OG.
Definitely. This is one of the few lanes that Huskar actually can't really play. It's extremely difficult. You can never be in range to the Sniper to actually try to hit him with the fire arrows or the burning spears rather. He doesn't really care about any of your other spells until you get level 6 and actually jump directly on top of him. And the thing is, Huskar is an extremely pacing dependent hero. This is not as long as the lane is going 50-50, I'm okay. They probably anticipated that it was going to be Ember Spirit being mid for Stormstormer. So they were hoping to come in and crush that matchup. Now, all of a sudden, you're the one that's going to be crushed. And it's going to mess up with their timings. Because you look at their draft from Team Next Level, they have your Y, yes, playing on the Queen of Pain. But there's going to be Queen of Pain playing carry. So he's not really going to be in a position to be constantly roaming around the map, trying to find pick-off, skirmishing with the rest of the team. That job was supposed to be consigned to the Huskar. But if Huskar doesn't get off to a good start and you can't do that job, Dazzle's not going to do it for you. Your Y is going to be farming elsewhere. It might be too squishy to meaningfully participate for a little bit of time. So I think that's actually a genius sniper pick for the mid lane.
Yeah, and I know the OG Discord will be hating this anyway. They don't like the sniper pick. They're not a big fan of sniper heroes. But it is what it's needs must. I think if you want to get the win here, you have to maybe dip into those necessary evils and get that sniper pick on board. So yeah, we'll see how this one is going to play out. Looking at the lineup as a whole here, which way are you leaning? Are you going towards OG with this last pick lock in sniper, or do you think this is going to be a bit of a crazy mix-up enough here that Team Next Level might be able to lock this first game in?
I think Team Next Level might have been in the kitchen a second too long. I see the vision. I see the vision, but the fact that it's all reliant on this Huskar having a good time from the mid lane, and now you have a hero whose entire job is to shut that down. I don't know, man. So I think for me, this 24 pick for OG has what sealed the deal for them. And it won't be the first time. Yesterday in their run to even get here, a lot of their last picks were quite excellent. So That's what I'm anticipating happening. So I'm going to be backing OG, the original gangsters, for this game.
Okay, let's see how it goes. Yeah, and maybe we do need to get Team Next Level on Egg Timer, so they can keep an eye on how things are going here. But yeah, looking at it overall, we're not going to see any early smokes coming out. Usually, again, every time we see the smokes now, it is towards a later portion of this nighttime, just to see any rotations for the runes, any rotations for maybe that early just pressure, because we don't see a lot of first bloods coming off these smokes as well. As we do get a quick pause here, Yawai just going to be on the disconnect. Maybe has to change around his guide, because I don't remember the last time we saw a lot of the carry Queen of Pain. So maybe just needs to get that little bit of extra help here for him to be able to pull this one off.
The carry Queen of Pain should actually have a solid time in the lane, though. She's laying against a Pangolier. She has right behind her, it's going to be extremely difficult to reliably kill her, right? She's going to have access to that blink. They're going to have Flacco there with the glimpse if needed. And this is what? You're playing to Pango plus the Batrider. That being said, there is kill threat from Pango Batrider. So this Disruptor needs to be extremely careful in the laning phase, lest he gets caught out and very quickly killed off with no escape routes.
Yeah, I think that's, you know that it could be that you target this one out because the Queen of Pain, you're going to have that immediate exit button with the blink, so going to be able to get to safety. But it does mean that poor little Flacco might be left behind here, and like I say, that lane is pretty scary. You get the good shield crash into the slowdowns coming through as well from the sticky napalms, and there's not a lot. The glimpse is fairly effective, but you can only use that on one hero, early on. So yeah, Flacco. We'll see how he wants to try and play this one out. We are going to have those smokes out now, but it looks like, again, just for a little bit more of a defensive take on the runes. Nobody trying to massively engage. Or saying that, though, there is going to be the 3-hero wraparound coming through from the side of TNL. Do you want to try and get aggressive with this?
You're looking like it. Ember's going to pop the smoke, though. Yeah, he'll be fine.
And they
took the right path.
Yeah.
So he's okay.
They do send the 2 supports down here now as well, so we might see a little bit of an engage coming out early on into this one. Shad, he does have that first point in the Flame Guard now as well. Finance, he's going to be taking a lot of damage here. Shad, can he get himself away from this one? Trying to run himself out, but one more right click, it will be enough to get the kill. And now Mixer, even moving down here. Finance will go down too. Can he clean this one up? Noma's going to try and get himself away, but he's going to be burning down here to the sticky napalms. He will fall. It is going to be a 2-for-1. You lose the Dazzle and the Tusk, but you pick up that first blood on the Ember Spirit here. Okay, you're going to be able to TP to the lane, so it's not a massive loss for the Ember Spirit, but still, giving up that first blood gold, you didn't want to give that away to TNL.
Yeah, you can see the idea of how they were trying to fight that. They were like, okay, just keep spamming all these little instances of damage, have Shad tank up as much as he can with the Flame Guard. But it ended up not working out in the end, unfortunately. Well, I think they still end up on aggregate winning out on the side of OG. They got the rune, they got the 2 kills, and they got the bulk of the experience. This was only being shared between 2 heroes rather than 3. So they're probably happier with how it all broke out in the end.
Yeah, and you can see here in the mid lane as well, look at this one. Dual Race, he wanted to be the bully, but he's getting a little bit bullied here. 6-1 on Stormstormer in terms of last hits. Only 3 last hits to Dual Race, and Dual Race constantly taking this harass out. He's going to try and do what he can to try and put a little bit of pressure, but Stormstormer, even with the little sniper legs here, Sniper has some great positioning coming through, and that's, like you say, only going to get worse as we get through this laning stage.
I'm very surprised, though, that Dual Race opted to go for the Incendiary Fasten instead of the Quarterize.
Yeah.
On this Husker. I feel like in a game like this, you're playing into Batrider, Ember Spirit, Phoenix. You definitely would benefit massively from having a degree of Dispel going for yourself instead of just the raw damage. I'm very surprised by this, honestly.
Yeah, and like you were talking about in the draft here, Lelis going to be able to get himself towards that Spirit Vessel if he wants to. I wonder if he's going to be the later game, like Shiva's builder there as well, because I think that 2 items are going to be super effective up against Dual Race. Once you start to get into those fights, even with the armlet, BKB coming out for Dual Race, if you can time them right, you can really put him under pressure in these fights. So it is going to be interesting to see who from OG takes that responsibility, because you are looking at that position 5 Phoenix. So how much gold is he really going to be able to farm up here to have that impact in the fights? And like I say, the Sunray is still going to be really nice. The Supernova is going to be super effective as well. It's just, who's going to take the responsibility of the items?
I think it'll probably depend on how the initial fights break out. If things are looking dire enough early on, they might just pivot to having Mixer be the one to build up these items. If they really feel that, okay, guys, we can't really afford to allow the Huskar to get that far ahead. Literally, as we speak, Mixer just queued up Urn of Shadows, so he's going to be the one to build the vessel for the entire team.
Okay. So something a little bit different than the diff blade that we're used to seeing here. Flacco going to be taking a lot of harass coming out from Daze again in the top lane. You know, those sticky napalms, they really do start to add up. So you've got to be careful that you don't get too caught out, especially because you have no movement skill here on Flacco. You are relying on the glimpse, relying on that kinetic field, which isn't even skilled up yet. So Daze really looking to try and burn through the regen, get some harass out into Flacco, and make it costly for him just to sit in this lane. In fact, on the bottom lane, we'll see that Lelis, did he get... He's going to be snowballed into now. Can they get the kill onto Lelis? Lelis going to be slowed down, going to be close to the tower here. Shad, though, putting the pressure out onto Norma, so it stops Norma from being able to get in and get into that kill range on Lelis. And Lelis, underneath the tier 1 tower, nobody wants to dive that so early on.
Oh, Mid lane's about to get scary. Durays, now that the sniper is level 4, yeah, the lane is kind of over, buddy. I hope you enjoy your life just camping out in front of the tower, because this is the only place you're going to be finding CS from here on out.
I mean, Stormstormer is taking a lot of harass here, though. I wonder if he gets over to one of the water runes, or if he's just happy to sit on this low health, because he's only level 4 on Dulray, so there's no dive coming out yet. Stormstormer just going to be able to get a little bit of health back here from the water rune. Maybe even gets one more salvo, one more set of tangos flown in. Rotation coming in from Fernanzo. They might be able to make a move in the mid lane onto Stormstormer. Fernanzo, does he want to try and go in onto this one? The snowball is going to be the point blank out. There's going to be shrapnel coming out. Stormstormer, can he try and live through this one? Try to use that Furry Fire to keep himself alive. The Icarus dive comes in now as well. Dulrays, he's going to get low into this one. Daze rotates in as well. Fernandes is going to be taken down here by the Batrider. Dulrays, though, is going to be able to run himself away. The 2 points in the Berserker's blood, and he is getting the teleport. He is out of the nothing that Lelis and Daze could do, even though they were trying to pincer him out. Really nice kill on the sniper in the mid lane.
It's not over yet. Daze is actually going back in. They're drawing in another TP as well in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah. Daze, he's only level 2, though, taking a lot of pressure out from Dulrays. Those burning spears are going to start to stack up there as well. Is it going to be enough to get the kill? He's going to have to use those stick charges as one more tango left, and it looks like the TP back to base is just barely not going to burn out on the Batrider. So very close there. I'm surprised that Dulrays, he got in range to get so much pressure out, but Daze, he found the safe position and was able to get himself safely back to base.
There's knock-on effects, though. Mixer might die because he doesn't have anybody to support him.
Yeah,
he's
look
dead
at
for
this.
sure.
Glimpse comes out, it's going to try and use the shield crash, doesn't connect to anything. And like you say, yeah, Yaoi able to put the pressure on. Really nicely played here by TNL to be able to get the push-pull, use that momentum, and find the kills across the lanes.
That's always one of the drawbacks of when you have to respond in numbers to try and deal with a move. The team that makes the initial move, they get to dictate the terms. So they tell their offlaner, hey man, just play a little bit more carefully. We're going to try and make this dive. And then your supports have to respond by panic. And then all of a sudden you lose 2 waves as the Pango. You get harassed a little bit. And when they confirm that, hey, this Batrider is still not back, just dive him, kill him. So good read on the situation by the side of TNL there.
And while this is going on, I mean, the Ember Spirit is doing okay on his farm, but he's not doing quite as well as the Queen of Pain here. Queen of Pain going to be about 11 last hits ahead. Getting the denies here as well. So yeah, having that lane able to soak the pressure up. And again, that free escape button on the blink really paying off here. Going to go for the Shadow Strike, so no points in the Scream of Pain here as well. So it is a different build coming out. Usually you see the focus coming out on that Scream of Pain, but you see the Pop more bothered about getting the harass off, being able to get the lane sustain here as well. You're really burning through Mix's regen, and this is looking a little bit more comfortable for Yaoi in the lane.
It's looking comfortable for Yaoi, yes, but not for Dulrays. My man has been forced into the jungle as this mid-husker. Absolutely no lane presence anymore. Down bottom, though, action's happening.
Oh, they're going to just get the pressure off into Shad. Shad's going to be in trouble with Daze. Rotates down now, so the Snowball comes out. It's actually going to be onto the Batrider. Shad still taking a lot of damage from this one. Norman's going to get low as well. The rotation comes in from Stormstormer. Stormstormer level 6.
Oh, no.
He has that Assassinate, and Fernandes, the Snowball is down.
Oh, no.
Stormstormer with the double kill, and like you say, because the Huskar relegated to the jungle, it frees up the rotations for the Sniper, because that mid lane, not even under pressure. The Disruptor, what's a Disruptor going to do in a mid lane like this?
The crazy part about it is that these side lanes were actually going extremely well for Team Next Level. It just so happens that Stormstormer is so far ahead right now in the CS net worth experience department that he's able to make those big moves. And like you said, with there being so much space, look what they're doing. They're leaving Daze to occupy the mid lane. Sniper doesn't really need to be there. He can go get the optimal farm in the jungle. Daze can pick up some levels, get closer to the 6, closer to his items, whether it be Force, the Glimmer, the Blink Dagger. So many more options that are available for him. And even Mixer, because they just abandoned the side lane, Mixer's also just jungling. So weirdly enough, they've found maximum efficiency across the map. And they also know that, look at Team Next Level. Their heroes don't really punish you for doing this, right? These are not like, you're not playing into some Nature's Prophet, some Lone Druid, that's going to just take your towers the moment you disappear. You can keep this up for quite a while against this team.
Yeah, and Mixer has that 6 now, so this lane going to get a little bit more comfortable for him, going to be able to get off that Rolling Thunder. In fact, look at this one, Days. They might try and set up bottom lane, though. Shad, they're going to try and go once again here. Shad might be under pressure, but Stormstormer rotates down once again. The Shrapnel comes out, glimpse out onto Stormstormer, but it only drags him, or it actually drags him back into the mid lane, so he's not going to be able to get any more impact from this one. But it does mean that Shad, once again, is going to be fairly safe. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Yawai going to be taking some pressure now as well. The Firefly is out. Blink away now. He's going to try and go for the TP. Flame Break no longer. I mean, he hasn't for a while. Breaks that teleport, so Quap will be able to get back towards that tier 2 tower in the top lane. But again, it frees up lane in the air, like you say, without having that anchor in the mid lane just to keep somebody there, to keep that pressure on. It's now that momentum has turned around between the lanes, and OG are the ones being able to play that push-pull, and TNL are the ones being punished out for it.
I mean, Joe is just not in a position to make these kind of rotations. He needs to finish off his omelet before he can meaningfully participate in any fights, and even then, he's going to finish the omelet, or Stormstormer should already have the full Mjolnir available.
Yeah.
The one bright spot that is that Stormstormer is the actual carry, right? Like, Shadow's going to be building a more utility role for his game. Mixer's obviously going to be going for the early Spirit Vessel. So that means that if you do kill Stormstormer a couple of times, you can very quickly find yourself back into this game. And he is not invincible. This is a sniper. Always going to be very, very squishy. And they're not the ones that are playing with a dazzle, so they have no salvation.
Yeah. At the same time, you know, you look at it, you've got that Sunray coming through, you're going to have the front line of the, the Searing Chains for the lockdown, the Rolling Thunder coming through as well. Speaking of the Rolling Thunder here, Pangolier can be silenced out, so can't get that Rolling Thunder off just yet. Sonic Wave comes in, there's going to be the glimpse back, and Yawai will be able to get the kill into Mixer. I think that was the reveal of the 6 here on Flacco. Icarus dive away, though, so Lelis will live. Yeah, if you can get on top of that sniper, absolutely you can rip him a new one, but OG going to make it the darn hardest thing to do. The supernova through, the lasso coming through here as well. Flacco's is he gonna burn to this one? One more from Daisy. Assassinate comes out, and one way or the other, he is gonna go down. Stormstormer there to pick up the credit for the kill, and like I say, he's playing top net worth here for the sniper. Meanwhile, the Husk are about 1,300 gold behind, and Stormstormer, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with this momentum, because again, it does feel like whenever Stormstormer builds this momentum up, it is a great time for OG. He makes things happen, and they usually go on to have a really comfortable game.
We were discussing this myself and Wingblade yesterday, like the profile of player that he is.
Yeah.
He's not like your Thompsons or whatever, who doesn't really matter what the lane looks like. You know, your Thompsons, your Toronto Tokyos. He's more that old school mid player, you know? Your S4s, your Sumails, dominate the lane, then go ahead, move around and dominate the game. And he's been doing that very well here. I mean, he showed up bottom so many times, and here he is in the top lane, forcing out the tower. And again, Huskar still can do nothing. He's still stuck in the jungle, feeling like, hey guys, I at least need to be level 10 before I think about even sneezing towards the sniper the way the game is unfolding.
Yeah, this is the Dulre's playing that carry role, it feels like, because he wants a PvE for the first 20 minutes of the game. He's like, no, you won't even see me even attempt to join in a team fight until I at least have the BKB on board. And like you say, OG, they know this time, and they know that this is how they want to try and play this on the Huskar. So they are setting up for the punishment. Flame Break comes back with immediate blink away from Yawai. They are going to be able to get the lasso lockdown now onto the Tusk, though. So this is going to be Fernand's at least going down, and another kill for Stormstormer. While this is going on, it is creating space. I know Shad going to be playing more of that utility. In fact, we might see him build up the Shivas. Going to be the Blade Mail first coming out for the Emissary. But still, this is creating space for OG to find the farm around the map, and just creating space for everybody. They are finding some great net worth here. They've got a 1k net worth lead, 3-kill lead 11 minutes into the game. And TNL, it is kind of, on their head that they have to step up and make something happen here early on before OG snatch the map control away.
That move is coming right now. They're going to smoke up Fernandes and Flacco. They're going to link telepathically and see if they can get a kill here bottom. They do have the Static Storm, so if they get the connection onto Shad, he should die.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem like he has any help behind him. I think oh no, he got the game sense. Rob, he knows. He's out. He's not going to die anymore.
Spidey sense is tingling. Yeah, he drops a deeper remnant there as well. Here, the smoke is out for the Tusk still, but I love this Shad. Like I say, it's every carry, I think, learns this lesson either, by force sometimes. The Static Storm is going to be coming out now. Kinetic Field is up. He's going to be hexed out now as well, so the damage it will be enough. Heroes were missing on the map. He thought he could be cheeky and carry on finding that farm. He will be punished out for it.
That's a carry player thing if I've ever seen one. You see that juicy range creep, you're like, bro, just one slide, bro. What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, I'm underneath my tower. How could I possibly die underneath my tower? but he is going to be punished out. There is going to be a smoke rotation coming through for the side of OG now to try and get a counter gank coming out. Smoke's going to break on the high ground. Walrus Punch comes out onto Daze. Daze, he's got that lasso up. Is he going to be able to get it off? He gets it out onto the Tusk now. Rolling Thunder comes through. It looks like the Tusk is going to live a little bit longer, and the Shalgrave comes out onto the Dazzle. Supernova will be hero as well. It looks like they get the kill. Sonic Wave, though, they take down Stormstormer. He gives up a decent chunk of gold. Dual Ray's going to get involved now as well. He will go down to Lelis. Blade Mail gets popped. Yeah, White's going to try and get himself away from this one, but he's got no blink. He's got no mana to blink out now as well. Having to use that one. Can they get on top of him and get this kill? No, he gets the mana for the blink out. And he looks like he might just be away safe. Ember Spirit comes up short on that Remnant. Has a Searing Change, but won't be able to catch up to Yawai, who is back between the tier 1 and the tier 2. Away safe, finally.
The scary part about that fight is it actually started off on really good grounds for Team Next Level. They managed to isolate the sniper and kill him quite early in the fight. They got the pushback on the Rolling Thunder, so it didn't connect onto the Queen of Pain nor the Huskar, thanks to the Sonic Wave. And they also managed to have the Supernova be fairly far away from where the main action of the fight was. And they still got rolled. That's the first time that Huskar showed up to the fight, and it wasn't even close. It cost them almost everything. But the worst part about it is that they did not manage to use that Static Storm. It was still on cooldown from the assassination they had on Shad earlier on. So very good read on OG to know that this is actually the safest time for us to make this gank, despite the fact that the Ember Spirit is still dead. Even 4 versus 5, they held it down long enough for him to come back and still have impact. That fight is very worrying for Team Next Level. The fact that it broke down like that, you killed Sniper, you still got rolled, and that you actually got lucky that your Y escaped at all.
Yeah, and like you say, Team Next Level here, what are the plays going to be? Because it is an unorthodox kind of a lineup. They don't have that late game super carry. It feels like that the Sniper can turn into. I'm not saying the Huskar drops off, but I feel like the Sniper has a lot more impact in the lane. So we'll see if they are going to start to feel the pressure, maybe feel the clock a little bit, and look to start making, I don't want to say wilder, but, you know, more and more engagements happens, whether it becomes an even trade for them or not.
See our boy Flacco here might be in some danger. Will be a Bat Rider right in front of him. And this could be dangerous. I think he's going to die.
Yeah, they get the lockdown here. The Firefly going to be doing a lot of damage into that Flame Break. The Assassinate's one way or the other again. He is going to go down, and it's not going to cost OG too much because, again, you get that Assassinate kill. It only costs you the mana. It doesn't go, it comes off cooldown immediately. And really well played once again for OG. And yeah, Stormstormer, massive impact coming through. 1,000 gold lead over the Queen of Pain in this game now. I think that is the full Mjolnir. It's not too far away from the full Mjolnir coming out now as well. So going to put out even more impact in the fights with these lightning bolts. The farm's going to get a little bit better as well for the Sniper. And then into the Dragonlance, I assume Hurricane Pike. There's going to be a shard somewhere in the future to make it safer for the Sniper to be in these fights. So, yeah, really well played here for the side of OG. And how are they going to try and respond to this on TNL? Because, again, this Huskar still trying to get towards that BKB.
Smoking up right now. I actually think, you mentioned that Hurricane Pike, that might be the most important item. Because the only way he dies is if they jump him and hold him in place. But if you have Hurricane Pike, all of a sudden that doesn't really happen anymore. This gank has to succeed. They have to kill him here.
They see Stormstormer. Stormstormer's going to be making his way to the mid lane, though.
No.
And again, just the game sense coming through for him. He knows his heroes. He knows it might be unsafe and was, the worst place to be. It's separated from your team in your own jungle where they can't get to you. So they're going to change targets now as well. Going to the Batrider. Batrider, though, onto the high ground with the Firefly. TP comes out. No way. Daze. Even through the Walrus Punch, gets himself into a prime position to escape.
That's unfortunate. A lot of time being wasted on that one. And that was, Huskar, again, look how far he's fallen below in the net worth. He's the lowest of all the cores.
Oh, shot. They're going to try and go. The Blade Mail comes out immediately here, but it's still going to be a lot of damage coming through onto the Ember Spirit. Does this buy enough time? No. TP is going to be cancelled. They might just have to give... And I mean, again, you look at this one. How quickly can they really dispatch this tier 1 tower? Because the creep wave is here now. They don't really have a building hitter on the side of TNL.
Yeah, they'll probably let this go to OG. I mean, if I'm playing the game, I'm 16 minutes in, and that's your first tier 1 that you're taking. I'm like, whatever, bro, you got it. It's all good. I don't really mind that they're doing this. I also really like the itemization from UI. He's doing the Shiro build, going the Maelstrom straight into Yasha, trying to make sure that you actually get big right clicks out of the Shiro. Because you're at the point right now where you're realizing that you can't just play this like it's a mid-hero. They need additional right-click damage. Unfortunately, one of the things that Huskar was supposed to do was provide that magic damage. And one of the things Huskar does excellently is get the early Aegis. They actually need to fight this. Huskar cannot function in this game if he also has to play into an enemy Aegis.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to get over here. Can they get over quick enough? It looks like they are going to try and smoke up to get this Roshan fight going. And Chad isn't here either. Is he going to try and TP himself out? So Finance gets spotted out now as well. Daze has that Lasso if he really desperately needs it now
So
as
low.
well. But yeah, one way or the other, this is going to go down. The assassin ain't going to come through as well. Who's it going to be onto? It looks like he's going to be cancelled off a couple of times. The Rolling Thunder comes through now, so they're going to kill into Flacco. Sonic Wave comes out. Mixer, though, he had that shield crash shield on top of him, so he's not going to take too much damage from this or any damage at all. Shallow Grave comes out, but they've already got the kill out onto the Huskar. They are going to be cleaning up left, right, and center. Only UI remains. He's got that blink, excuse me, just a blink up in 1 second. Can he get himself away to safety? But Mixer going to follow up with his own blink dagger. Another shield crash comes out. Yawai underneath the tier 3 tower. Does he go down to this Mixer? He's going to try his best to get this kill. There's going to be the Spirit Vessel on top of him now as well. Yawai, it's going to be close. Is he going to be able to get himself back to the fountain? He has to use a Furry Fire from the courier. He will just live.
Well, yet again, you're the only one being allowed to escape from the fight, but everybody else getting absolutely demolished. And okay, the last couple of fights, maybe you could have seen how they could have won that, but that fight was over before it started. The moment that Shad finds that Searing Chains onto the Huskar, isolating him from the rest of the team, it's done. And then he moves away from the fight. They force out the early Shallow Grave. But look where they were. The supports were on the other side of the ravine. Queen of Pain's on the high ground. Huskar's on the high ground. The supports are in the river. Not really anything that they can do.
Yeah, why? He pops the blame mail. Look at the right clicks from that. The Storm. There's going to be the glimpse coming back here, but the Queen of Pain is straight up dead. And now Flacco, all he does, he puts himself in harm's way. The assassin ain't going to come through as well. It's not enough to get the kill, but Stormstormer will still take him down here. And yeah, even through the blame mail, with this Aegis, no fear from Storm. It's a right click the Queen of Pain down. And this is just going to be another 2 kills on the board for OG. OG at the minute, fully in control of this game.
Another thing about that fight is we saw and we spoke about in the draft how much difficulty they're going to have dealing with the Supernova and how Huskar's the only one that can really hit the egg. The problem is when your Huskar's the one that's dying first, and he's about to die again, Rob.
Yeah, he might be able to get the kill, but there's going to be the Rolling Thunder into the Blink Dagger coming through onto him now. Dual Raze, is he going to survive through this one? Has the backup coming through from the Dazzle? Shallow Grave will be here, so no way to finish Dual Raze off. He will be able to get back safe, but yeah, like you say, he is the lowest net worth of all the cores, and again, he's only just 20 minutes into the game, only just finished his BKB.
That BKB will help tremendously, though.
Yeah.
So having something where he can actually present threat, where the moment he gets sneezed that he immediately dies, that's not going to happen anymore. Well, ideally not. And you're going straight for the Blink Dagger thereafter because he does, again, recognize that the Stormer Sniper is the big problem. So probably part of the difficulty that they're having in this game, right, is you have a off-lane Dazzle, and, normally he's able to facilitate your whole team, but he's not going to be the one unless he's having an incredible game dealing out all the damage. But he might kill Stormstormer here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Stormstormer are going to be hexed up. They're going to be able to get the Walrus Punch off now as well. The Aegis breaks in mid-air. There's going to be the Static Storm coming out now as well. Kinetic Field gets dropped. Sonic Wave out for the Sniper, and the Sniper didn't even try to go towards the BKB, but they're still going to be able to get the kill onto Flacco. Now the Lasso lockdown onto the Queen of Pain. Changes targets. He's going to be able to get all 3. Oh, baby, a triple coming out. Stormstormer fully in control of this game, fully in control of the hero. That is pre-BKB, and that was just a great response for it. Not only from Stormstorm to be able to get the kills, but the full team of OG to be able to make sure he lives through all of that one, setting him up for the success.
They really tried so hard to stop that Supernova coming out. They dropped the Static Storm in between the path of where Sniper was and Phoenix was, so he couldn't dive through it and hit the ultimate. The moment they saw that Yawai sensed an opportunity, he's like, let me try and kill Laylas before the egg comes out. Jumps towards his side, Sonic waves, but as the wave is coming, Laylas gets out of the silence, pops the egg, and the fight's over. Again, if they don't have Huskar already with BKB active on the egg, that thing will pop. There's not really much Team Next Level can do about it. And now we're actually getting to the point where Shad, who earlier on was an easier customer to bring down, soon is going to also have his BKB. And again, they don't have anything but magic damage on the side of Team Next Level. Your Y can eventually get there after you get your Manta, maybe you pick up some Parasma or something down the stretch. But as it stands right now, BKBs literally mean invulnerability.
Yeah, and you can see this is why they're going for them on the 2 big cores on the side of OG. It's going to be the Ag Scepter coming out here for Mixer. If we look at the other side here as well, the net worth of the 2 supports, it is nearly half the supports on the side of OG. Look at this one. Flacco really not having a good time. Finance, he's trying his best. He's trying to get him with the snowballs, those Wolves punches, but more often than not, he's paying with his life, so he's not able to pick up any net worth of his own. And if you look, Team Next Level, again, singing the praises coming into this match, but they are looking just a step behind. And again, OG, you got to give them credit for the draft to make this one happen. But Team Next Level, you know, it's a full best of 5, right? Or hopefully we get a full best of 5 out of this one. You know, we see the best of both teams here in a full 5-game series, and we can see what they're going to draft out, you know, how they're going to try and answer back to this, because I'm not writing them off after 22 minutes, you know, of what could be a 4 or 5 hour stream. You know, this is going to be maybe a wake-up call here for Team Next Level, but we know they've got it in the locker. They just need to pull the right one out.
They're gonna have to survive the smoke gang that's coming towards them. Lilith has a newly picked up Veil, so all of a sudden they have increased magic damage as well on their side. I think you just let this one go, honestly. If you're Team Next Level, you have to sack the tower. You're in no position to fight right now.
Yeah. And OG, really good setup to be, you know, they're going to translate this one from a tier 2. They've already started to put the pressure onto the high ground of the tier 3. Stormstormer, he's going to be able to, you know, he's got that shield rune, so he's not in a super scary place. The BKB up as well. And the Hurricane Pike is going to be the next item on the shopping list. So OG, again, just, they know what they need to do. They've got their objectives right, and they really are making this work for them. Norma's going to be careful here. The Batrider could get in, you know, close that gap, get the lasso off, so Norma immediately starts to step himself away, even through the shrapnel.
The one good thing about it, though, is looking at Fernance, he has a Blink Dagger, and they have really been lacking in their initiation. Prior to this, they've been either initiating by throwing the Queen of Pain into the fray, or Fernance trying with the Snowball. But now there's a safer way to do it and still have an escape route. But crucially, if somebody else gets caught, you now finally have access to the Blink Snowball. Norma has been, it's not his fault, but the shallow grave save has been very unreliable in this game. And it's mostly been down to just how far they've separated him from the rest of the heroes during their fights. There's always at least one person on top of him, hitting him with the disable so they can kill somebody else. So now at least Fernance makes it that if somebody does find themselves in a prickly situation, it's not an immediate death sentence.
Yeah, and like you say, just being able to maybe get a hero that lasts a little bit longer here. Okay, Day's going to be a little bit of trouble. Can he get himself away from this one? The Firefly comes out. He's going to try and juke himself around, but he's not going to be able to. The lockdown, the crowd control coming out from the side of Team Next Level, just on point to get the kill into the Batrider. Now all you need to do is do that onto a Sniper and Ember Spirit too.
You know, they might both have BKBs and stuff, but they're not immortal just yet. You can kill them. Blanco also picked up a Blink Dagger now as well on the Raptor. And we get now the Blink Static Storm. Unfortunately, 2 of the cores have BKB, but the Phoenix does not, the Pango does not. And those 2 heroes have proven to be very problematic in their team fight, so
yeah,
this would be a nice time to reveal it before OG have any idea that it's happening. And that's why they smoke up. Unfortunately for them, they don't really have the best vision all across the map. They have this one very isolated ward up on top. Besides that, they're kind of walking blind right now, so I'm not so sure that this gank will pay off.
Yeah, Mixer going to be on the staircase here as well, so he's going to be immediately able to spot a smoke pop when it breaks. Excuse me, they're going to be the counter smoke coming out here from the side of OG. Are they going to be able to find anyone from this one? Flacco, Smoke, how long is it going to be? He's going to blink himself towards the high ground. They don't have vision here on the side of OG. Going to be going in, running the Sniper in first, as the smoke did break, but again, that BKB is up, so maybe feeling a little bit, yeah, it's going to be the full Hurricane Pike coming in here for Stormstormer now too. And you look at the net worth, Huskar has been able to recover just a little bit. You know, he's got himself up that table, but it's still going to be a bit of a step between him and looking towards now that Sniper. So on a mid lane by mid lane basis, you know, it really has worked for Stormstormer. You know, he's made it work for him, and the rest of OG really has facilitated this. We'll see how the game's going to play out if or when Huskar is going to be able to get towards that Ag Scepter. I think that's going to be another good bump here for the side of TNL's aggression, and we'll see just how they try and play around that one once it's up. He's about halfway towards the goal that he needs to fully finish this one out. So still maybe another 2-3 minutes away here as he gets himself on top of Chad. Chad, though, he's got himself a decent amount of protection coming through from the rest of his team. Now Shallow Grave, like you say, has to go on to Noma now. Noma, he's not going to be able to get himself away. The Assassinate, the Rolling Thunder, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at Noma as that Shallow Grave wears off.
Damn, that was such a great reaction coming in from the rest of OG. Like, they were dangling Shad there, but he didn't even pop his BKB. He was so supremely confident that he wasn't going to die, that he just invited the pressure. Mixer crashes in immediately, and again, the moment that happens, the fight's over. Now Lilith also has access to the Agnum Shard, so if he does have to pop the Supernova, there's even more increased importance in trying to destroy it, lest you kill nobody else. But simultaneously, how do you do it? You lost the support, you lost your Dazzle, you're about to probably lose 2 towers. Man, this is a tough game right now.
Yeah, it is looking fairly... it is the, you know, maybe potential comeback coming in if they can defend the high ground, but OG looking to just try and clean it out. Like you say, they are kind of playing the buddy system here from OG, apart from Shad, who's got the remnants, who can kind of be a global hero if he needs to be. You know, the rest of the team playing around each other, making it work for him. You see that Shad picks up the Kaya Sanch now as well, so that's going to add to the tankiness. He wants to queue his own Shiva's guard up. I think that the Phoenix not too far away from his, so he's going to have that plate mail coming out. Only needs the recipe. I'd say too far, still 2k gold for a support hero, but it feels like the Ember Spirit, if you have these two Shivas out, as long as you're not immediately popping a Remnant into an Icarus dive, and they're popping them on top of each other, it just means that this game gets harder. If they can get the overlap right on this, space them right, this game, again, it still gets fairly hard for the Huskar to try and play around these fights.
Speaking of the Huskar, they might have a beat on top of him. Durace barely gets out. It's nighttime, but they might catch a sliver of vision. They see him, but he should be fine. He's a bit too far back. Unfortunately, that's not going to be true for Fernandes. Yeah, my brother. This is the wrong neighborhood, gang.
Yeah, 3-4 heroes just waiting to melt him down here. Really nice pull up. Where's Storm and TP into? Gotta go towards the bottom lane. Gotta be careful. Again, he's gonna be on his own here. It's gonna take a little bit of time for the rest of his team to catch up. Are they gonna try and contest out onto the shrines? Because you look at this one on the other side, Flacco, he knows that he might not be able to get one, so they have to at least get the other side of the map, because that's not where OG are playing. But luckily enough for TNL, they do get both Wisdom Shrines here. Yawai, gotta be a little bit careful here. Does have that Manta Cell if needed, but Daisy can get the lockdown out with the lasso, which he does. Daisy will get the credit for the kill.
Well, that's more gold as well towards Lilis' Shivas. And to your point about having two of them, I think in this game is actually really good, because normally they've been occupying two different zones of the fight, the Ember and the Phoenix. So they can actually immediately pop. One can be on the Dazzle, the other one can be on the Huskar. Use them, and all of a sudden it's like, well, we have no heal for such a long time. But now without your Y, who doesn't have buyback, there's no reason to fear anything, right? Like, that this Huskar's BKB and everything, but just go take your Roshan, boys. No one's gonna contest you. Your Y can't buy back, and you should be able to kill it long in advance of his respawn. And then when you come back with the Roshan's banner, you force them into an uncomfortable position. We're still far away from having Ags on Fernan, so he can't kick people back into the base. Durace still doesn't really want yet to be involved in the game, but they're gonna try fight this 4 versus 5. I guess they feel that they can't actually deal with another Aegis. That one was already difficult enough. We've got to stop it. And OG, happy to fight them in this area. We saw how successful they were the last time. So, I'm not going to take any unnecessary risks. You have the Ember inside, but you've got some... Oh, actually, here's the jump.
Dive comes in, Huskar, they're going to be able to get themselves on top of Stormstormer. Stormstormer has no buyback now as well, but Dual Ray's going to be melted down. There is going to be Charlotte Grave coming out onto Dual Rays. Dual Rays, can he live through this one? It looks like he might just be able to with the Rolling Thunder. Is this going to be enough damage? It is. Lelis gets the kill out onto Dual Rays, and now Yawai's going to be joining to the end part of this fight. Shad has a remnant to jump himself away to, but looks as when Yawai wants to do as much damage. No, the Sonic Wave able to dodge it off now. Yawai still on the chase. Shad, he's going to try and do what he can with the Searing Chains, trying to get that lockdown out. Dazed now as well. Fernandes low on the backside. Mixer, Yawai dives into him. There's going to be the Blade Mail coming out, so Yawai gets the kill onto Mixer. Charlotte Grave comes out as well. Daze, what's going to be able to do? The snowball is going to be here. The Charlotte Grave lockdown with the Searing Chains. Is it going to be enough? It is. Shad hang around on barely any health, but will still be able to get the kill onto the Queen of Pain. Sniper is up in 30 seconds. Roshan, he's making his walk down the river, and I think this is going to be, again, a lot harder. Second time around, all these ultimates spent, all these spells spent here on the side of TNL. Sniper coming back up. They can absolutely walk straight back into this Roach Pit on the side of OG.
Oh man, that's what we've been clamoring for the entire game. If you can just jump the Sniper, you can kill him. And they committed everything for that one initially. Huskar's entire complement of spells, Queen of Pain, the Disruptor with the Static Storm. And they got the kill extremely quickly, even at this stage of the game. Stormstormer, despite being the net worth leader, despite having the most items, he still cannot necessarily guarantee survival if they can't get him out of there. And speaking of salvation, man, shout out Norma on this Dazzle. Hard carried that fight, honestly. The Graves, the constant hit of the Poison Touch, the lots of heals going out onto these heroes, elongating the fight longer than it had any right to be. Like, if Norma had died sooner in that engagement, everybody else just gets wiped. But there's a reason why they gave him the first pick Dazzle. If with enough time, he's able to create enough chaos in the fight to make it favorable for your team.
There is the buyback on the Disruptor if he wants to try and get involved in this fight again. Everybody else is going to be coming back alive. And Stormstormer shifted items now. He went for the Chrysalis, maybe potentially going for the Daedalus, but it is going to be the Lincoln Sphere because, like you say, that taunt coming out from the Huskar dive out onto the Sniper, more than enough. You can't BKB. You can't Hurricane Pike your way out of that one. It was more than enough to get the kill. They focus their aggression onto the Sniper. Stormstormer realizes this, and he needs that protection coming out, just that instant protection, so he can get that BKB off if he desperately needs. But again, 13 seconds away from that disruptor coming back up. They're going to try and contest this Roshan once again. OG are fighting around it, send these illusions in from the Queen of Pain to see how low it is. Maybe trying to go for a steal here as well. Shad, Daze, both playing around the edges of this Roshan pit. How is this one going to go? Do they want to try and make the dive? Fernandes, he gets himself in. He gets himself just a second too early. He's going to melt to the Sunray, even through the Ghost Scepter coming out here. OG still have the tools to take down Fernandes.
It had to be done, though.
Yeah.
One of those plays that you understand just how far behind you are. Obviously, they don't have access to the gold metrics, but they can see the kills. And you know instinctively when playing Dota where you are generally, so nice attempt. More importantly, created some space, right? While they're busy killing him. We did see Durays has been pushing up top, trying to get closer and closer towards his Satanic. Your Wire's trying to finish off the BKB as well, so it was okay. It would have been very nice if at least it got either the banner or at least the Roshan kill. I don't think he would have gotten the Aegis, but if he got something, it would have been cool. But thankfully, he's low enough level that he's going to respawn quickly. He's not going to be out for this 4d5 defense.
Yeah, he's he would have been juggling items there if he was able to snatch out of the banner or the, because he's fully, I wouldn't say 9 slotted, but all 9 slots are filled up with some sort of item here. So yeah, it would have been a mad scramble to try and get either that banner or the Aegis out here. So Fernandes, it was just looking like he was trying to get an interrupt out. Like he says, try and steal away this Roshan kill, try and get something back in favor of the side of TNL. Stormstormer going to be on that low ground here, putting the right clicks out onto Duelrace. Duelrace are going to be careful because if there's a dive in from Shard or from Daze here, he could get dragged into danger away from the rest of his team. And he is still starting to get low. Yeah, even lower than half HP. He has to get that Shellgrave off. And now look at this one. The lasso comes in. Is he going to live through this one? He's going to try and do his best. He still gets taken down. No buyback. A little bit of a mistake there from Duelrace. Way out of position, it feels like, with no reply to get himself out. And I think this might be just the beginning of the end of this match coming through.
I feel like that's GG. Yeah, like you said, he was just way too far forward. And look at how low commitment it was from the side of OG to actually kill him. By the time he realized, hey, damn, guys, I'm in trouble. All we're doing is right-clicking him. He didn't commit any spells. Only when they realized, wait a second, guys, this might be an easy kill. Then the shrapnel emerges, then the slasso emerges. He dies, no buyback. That's at least 2 sides if they want 2 sides, but they might just want the game. And honestly, I don't see a reason why they don't go for it.
No, you can see the planet safe here to take this mid lane of Rax, but Stormstorm's already taken down 1 tier 4. Fortification comes out here, 37 seconds on the clock for the Huskar. You still have this Aegis on the Sniper as well, so yeah, they're going to be able to continue hitting down onto the tier 4 towers. Stormstormer at a distance. He did go back for the Daedalus. He has this Aegis, so he could buy out for that instead of going for the Lincoln Sphere, which means there's going to be even more damage coming through as well. There's going to be another fortification on the side of TNL. But again, 18 seconds on the Huskar. He doesn't want to use that buyback because he could potentially, with this last stand, make something happen here if he uses that buyback. The Stormstormer hitting onto the Ancient now. How do you get to the Sniper and kill him off twice? This is the question at TNL. Do they have an answer for it? Okay, Stormstormer, BKB gets spotted here. Sonic Wave comes through. It's a lot of damage down to Stormstormer. Sunray's going to be here now as well. Stormstormer just getting the right clicks out. Even with the BKB, you are still going to die if you get the aggression out. Duelrace gets a dive out onto the Sniper. Sniper coming in with that second life, though. He's already used that BKB. What can he do from this one? Get the right clicks out onto Duelrace. It's going to be the Taunt. It doesn't matter. Stormstormer just rips him apart. He was low enough to get the kill anyway. And yeah, this is going to be the game being called here. Game number 1, OG. It was, a great even from the draft, just being able to kind of turn this one around. You'll be able to answer back to that Huskar cheese pick, make it work. And OG looking so in control in game number 1 of this series.
Yeah, man, 24 Sniper into the Huskar. Turns out to actually be pretty solid. I feel like that's one of those games where if you're OG or if you're team next level, you're looking back and asking, was it necessary for us to pick the Huskar when we did, right? Because before that, we had a mid lane matchup. We had Ember going into the Queen of Pain, right? That was presumably going to be the matchup. And you're like, okay, how bad is the circumstances? How bad is the game? That is a requirement for us to really go out of pocket with this Huskar. And you can shift the Queen of Pain around. I know we were talking about in the drop, this hero could have gone in the off lane, but just imagine if they had a hero that could provide the same degree of physical output that we saw Stormstormer do in this game. Yeah. You just need one. You don't need a lot of them, you just need one. And Team Next Level then had to try and pigeonhole your Y into that position. Hey man, listen, try to build up that Manta style, try to do this, but I don't know, man. That Sniper just owned the game. Not very often nowadays in Dota that you get to see a proper 24 pick, we win button. But that's what OG brought us here today.
Yeah, and you can see here 16, 4, and 15 on Stormstormer. On the other side, Duelrace 3, 5, and 4. Yawai 6, 5, and 0. I mean, he did okay in the kills, but you look at Shad, even if he wasn't picking up kills, 5, 3, 24 assists here for the Ember Spirit. role. So yeah, you can see where the priorities lay there. And Team Next Level maybe just outdrafting themselves, tripping themselves up in that draft, and OG had the perfect answer back to it. But that is only the first You go, okay, guys, I've got my radiance, and you go, cool. Well, the other team's got like 3 or 4 items, and they've been pressuring us and killing us off. And what really impact are you gonna bring to the table? And the Abaddon kind of shrugs and goes, I got my radiance. What more do you want? It doesn't work as a hero for me. So I'm surprised the teams are banning out. And yeah, that's just my little rant, going into this one. But maybe OG seen Team Next Level doing things that they don't like with that Abaddon, so taking it away from the draft.
I think if you want to be picking up some Batrider perhaps deeper in the draft, there's still a role for Abaddon. Me personally, I'm not really a fan of the carrier Abaddons. I think carrier Abaddon is one of those heroes that it's not about how the hero plays in lane, it's about the entirety of the team, right?
Yeah.
I think, for example, we started to see the best examples of this carrier Abaddon from teams like Vision, teams like Falcons, and there's a very specific way to play the carrier Abaddon. You can't just it's the same way as like a couple of months ago. You couldn't just pick carry DK. You had to specifically know how to mold the entire team around him. Then the hero could look busted. But if you put it in another context, it could look very weak. So I think that's where Abaddon is right now, that you have to curate a game for him. When there are these games though that we do get where the Abaddon is just straight up unkillable and soaking up so much attention, so much damage is coming out passively through the Radiance that he starts to show his value. But I'm with you that we don't get to see enough of those to fully justify how high up he is in the meta regards right now.
I'm just going through to make sure I'm not telling lies. So far, I've checked. The first round, the upper bracket, first round, the lower bracket. Just going through as well. It's won 1 match in about 6 or 7 matches so far with me just clicking through. So maybe that's just event bias going on. But yeah, there's a little bit going back to the draft that we do see the silencer coming out. So again, you were talking about it in that last draft. Against the Dazzle, but the Pugna is the same thing, right? You stop those Nether Blasts coming through, you stop the life drains coming through, and really then what is the Pugna? He's just a fast little skeleton boy. The right clicks aren't the best here, the range on the hero isn't the best, the animation isn't the best. So I'm not saying that silencer just for the Pugna, but it is a benefit of having a silencer in this draft.
It also means that OG are going to be a little bit more skittish about picking up any spirit heroes in the mid lane, given how much they can suffer against a silencer. They could still do it, but then they'll have to invest more in protecting those heroes in the mid. Yeah. Also, just think silencer is one of these heroes that it sort of changes how you play the game. When global silence is up, if you don't know where the silencer is, you don't have positive vision of what he's doing at the time, it's very, very hard to conduct yourselves in those fights. And you always have to make sure that you find and kill him first if you can. Tiny is definitely one of the heroes that can't do that though. I think one of the reasons why you would probably go Tiny here, I imagine that this is the Stormstormer Tiny, honestly. He played this yesterday, and he went for the full utility route. He built Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, Force. Did he build Force or BKB? But I remember the Blink Yules. And if you get the Yule Scepter in this game, obviously you've got yourself an instant Dispel of the Silence, and then you're happy to keep the fight going thereafter in that fashion. So if that, and yeah, definitely now with Dark Willow coming up, it's absolutely going to be the mid-Tiny.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this one from the OG perspective, like you say, you've got that jump hero, you're going to be able to get on top of the silencer, get maybe the quick kill with the Avatar's combo. Is that what you expect Stormstormer to be doing from the get-go, just rushing that Blink Dagger, Phase Boots, Blink Dagger, and then just immediately looking to hunt heroes down, not looking to maybe put the pressure on the mid lane, just purely, okay, going to try and support the side lanes?
Yep, as soon as you can. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? When you're creating all of that havoc on the map, you're disallowing Team Next Level to pick and choose their fights, because they ideally want to be able to gather up as 5, go, we're going to make a big thing happen, we pop the global, heroes die, we take the next objective. If you're constantly just forcing skirmishes, forcing Silencer to be in that position of thinking, do I have to pop a global to save my carry, otherwise my carry dies, but if I do keep the global, maybe the carry dies and we can take the subsequent fight, a mistake might be made in his reasoning process at that point. Just confuse the game. Silencer games are very straightforward generally, so make the game as off-kilter as humanly possible. It's going to be the Tiny's role, I think, in this game.
This is... let me just check. Yeah, no, it's still 2025. Yeah, this is... I've not time traveled a year back to when Silencer was actually a good hero, right? This is... I'm not imagining things. There's a Sand King on my screen. Is this purely into the Tiny matchup for the mid lane?
That's interesting. It could be. It could be. I actually don't know. I haven't seen Sand King in such a long time. Pango could go mid, Sand King could go mid, but that does make the most sense that you put the Sand King mid, disallow Tiny from being able to do anything in that situation, given that Sand King tends to dominate these melee matchups. I mean, Tiny's a little bit different because it does have access to the tree grab, but you can start that domination process early whilst tree grab is still very low. Also, it gives them what they were kind of missing beforehand, right? They needed initiation, they needed more magic damage to combo up with the silencer so that you have that big global an uninterruptible empty epicenter coming out as well. I do think though that now that they've gone for this Warlock, that Team Next Level are at this moment a little bit ultimate reliant. So when their ultis are down, it does feel difficult for them to fight reliably. That being said, when their ultis are up, oh my god, their team fight is disgusting. Fatal Bonds plus Sand King damage, Fatal Bonds plus Pangolier, Silencer covering them all with the global. Jeez, this is very scary from the side of Team Next Level. For OG, whoever they pick in the off lane, it better be a hero that can buy a Pipe of Insight.
Oh, they're going to go Templar. So, yeah, I was looking that maybe with that Sun King coming out that they shift the Tiny to the carry, look for a different mid laner here. But they are going to go for that Templar Assassin, so a lot of damage coming out early on. You're a very good early game winner. I'm just looking for Team Next Level. Are you then looking at something like the... the Sven coming out. I mean, Team Next Level as well, they do play Luna. That goes well. The Fatal Bonds into the Bouncing Glaives. You have the Sven with the Cleave as well. So that's a lot of right-click damage coming out in these fights. Is that something you see Team Next Level going for, or do you have another carry of them? I mean, they do have their last pick, so they can lock it in after they see the offlane here for OG. But, what do you think they want to lock in last here? Do you have anything up, that you think they have up the sleeve?
That's a very good question. OG have to pick first, though, right, for the offlane?
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't mind Underlord.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind Underlord. Some kind of way to get like the ground targeted damage onto Sand King. The roots can be pretty good here as well, given that the hero doesn't always want to buy early BKB. I think they just need something that's stunned, but they also need beef. And I think if you pick up the Underlord, you also have some global presence as well. If a gank is happening elsewhere on the map, you can try and show up, stop that from taking place. Force the pack onto earlier rolls than he'd like to, so he has to show up with Rolling Thunder instead of showing up, crashing, then he gets rooted and he can't do anything. So I think for me, Underlord would be the one I like the most here.
Okay, we'll see how it's going to go here. The final ban coming out from the side of OG, the ban out the Undying and the Primal Beast on the side of TNL. Looking at those big, that you're talking about, the big tanky offlaners that can kind of just sit in the lane, soak up a lot of damage, and then kind of get on with their day. On the other side, it is going to be that Terrorblade being banned out here for OG. So we'll see what the final ban is going to be. What do you really want to be taking out here? Reserve time wise, they have 17 seconds, so they can use that not only for the ban, but thinking about their next pick as well, because they immediately go into that next pick. They're going to be locking in. They take away the Medusa. Okay, so what is this offlane hero going to be? Are we looking at something like maybe the Mars coming out? Do they want to go for the Centaur that's still here? Your heroes that get on top, they're going to be able to have the counter initiation. Tanky like the Tight Slaughter. Okay. Really don't mind this. It's a lot of minus armor. That's a lot of build up here with the Templar Assassin.
Lots and lots of minus armor. Also, if you're playing Slaughter, there's a non-zero chance that they... No, never mind. They can't stop the lanes. Slaughter as well gives you that corrosive haze vision that you can throw atop the Sand King. That enables you a nice, easy way to move forward. Like you mentioned, you get that massive build-up for the physical damage with Templar Assassin. You get some ways to bring down Roshan as well, some objective take. And okay, Team Next Level, not only did they pick the early Sand King, which was unpicked in this tournament up until this point, Troll Warlord was also unpicked in the tournament up until now. Okay, Troll is a very interesting one because Troll is one of these heroes that he really enjoys playing up against targets that want to just stand their ground, and then Troll just, outright clicks you. He's got the roots to make sure that Templar Assassin, even if she's not taking damage from the initial hits on her refraction, she can't blink out because she's rooted in place. The lane should be quite positive for you against Slaughter. You play him at range instead of playing him in the melee form, and you have Flacco to back you up in the Warlock as well. And then, of course, later in the game, you get the greater combination of Fatal Bonds plus the Troll dealing out that damage. I kind of like it. The one problem I have, though, with the Troll Warlord is Troll is very reliant on the rest of his team. He's not like Templar Assassin, who's going to show up, by herself, kill one of your supports, and move on to the next one. He needs somebody else to set things up, and then he comes in for the big cleanup job afterwards. So I think your Y will still do very well, but yet again, we have a lot of responsibility on both Norma and Dual Rays to facilitate this Troll doing well.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it, like you say, the Yawai maybe wants to come, but looking at the early fights, OG, they've kind of got this early aggression. They want to step it up. They want to go. And if you're looking at it, you're going to have, like you say, maybe the Yule Scepter coming out for the Tiny. You're going to have the Decrepify on the Pugna. You're going to have the Brambles here for the Dark Willow as well. Curse Crown coming out. Obviously, again, it's a 5v5, it's not a 5v1, so there are going to be spells spread around, but it's a case of, before that BKB comes out for the Troll Warlord, how impactful is he going to be? Because once again, OG looking to put you on a clock here with this Templar Assassin pick. So I do like the pick of the Troll Warlord. I think of the fights, it's great. Just being able to get that ultimate off and just sustain all the way through that fight. But how quick a Team Next Level going to step up? Because OG they're, again, looking to hit this ground running, and we'll see if Team Next Level, are they going to keep up, or are they going to stumble here in the second game?
I kind of believe they're going to stumble here because one thing that we didn't even talk about, the biggest struggle the troll is going to have is he does not have an answer for Decrepify. Unless they build an extremely early nullifier on the Pangolier, we're going to see this troll warlord every single fight just not hitting anybody. Either early before BKB, he gets decrept and can't do anything, or later when he does have BKB, his target gets decrept and he can't do anything. So they need this nullifier ASAP from Norma so they can get rid of that, allow your Y to actually have an impact. And also, like you said, he's just so easy to kite generally, and there's a lot of kiting tools here. Getting tossed back, getting just slaughter bashed, getting decrypt, getting hit with terrorize even as well. This is not going to be an easy game for sure for your Y.
Yeah, I think it was a good answer, especially when you see the slaughter coming out. It's got the, like you say, the range between the range of the melee form on it. It's a decent like survival hero. It's got it's going to build up into some good. It's just going to build up the armor naturally anyway. So it is going to be able to kind of sustain against the TA pick, the slaughter combo, and I think that's what they were missing. I think you look at it, the Sand King, it's going to be a lot of health, but is he going to be able to stand up to that once the minus armor starts to come through? So yeah, I do like the troll again. You get the battle trance off, you can stick longer in these fights, but I think OG, again, I just can't see it, past like the 35-40 minute mark. I think OG, they're going to look to take these objectives quick. You've got the Templar Assassin, they've got this Pugner that's going to be able to, if you leave the lane, if you leave a Pugner in the lane, the Pugner's just going to be able to rip through the buildings at what, level 7, level 8? It's a big ask here for the side of Team Next Level. We'll see if they're up to the task.
Well, this time around, we're not going to have a bombastic fight to kick things off. Just going to be a standard, oh, no, wait, hold up.
Yeah, Yawai turns himself around here thinking that he maybe has the man advantage here with Flacco and Fernandez being close. And you already see that Mixer was backing himself away. The Observer Ward is down as well. But the two supporters from the side of OG aren't walking away either. It's going to be an early curse coming out here onto the Dark Willow. Dark Willow still going to be able to get away because that Shadow Realm was picked up level 1.
Well, nothing really happened there, but the big story at the end of the day is that they were able to get a favorable block for themselves up on top for OG and down bottom as well. Mixer arrives to the wave first, so he's going to be uncontested for at least half of it. Unable to find the range creep deny, but he's still going to be able to drag the wave closer towards himself. So in the grand scheme of things, I think OG very happy with how things panned out.
Yeah, and we'll see, again, how these lanes are going to play out. The one I'm interested in, dual raise, like we see on the screen, dual raise up against Stormstormer, because I do think the Sand King, it's an interesting answer here. Like you say, that there is going to be the tree grab coming out here for the Tiny. He's going to be able to get some harass. He's going to have that tree toss, the avalanche coming through as well. But I think dual raise, he knows he can put a stick in the wheel here of Stormstormer's bike. Stop him from really getting the momentum, stop him from pedaling along early on, and maybe with a couple of good rotations from the supports, maybe stop the Stormstormer show from kicking off here again in game number 2.
The only thing is, though, Tiny is one of those heroes that is much harder to shut down than a sniper.
Yeah.
All he really needs is a couple of items to have impact in the game. So even if you demolish him in lane, the more important thing is matching his moves across the map. We'll see if Dual Raise is capable of doing that here. I'm also wondering what his build is going to be on this Sand King. Obviously, not a hero that we see very often nowadays. So, naturally in this game, I would imagine he wants Blink first, but we'll see if that's actually the consideration.
Yeah, that is something that, again, because it's been so long that Sand King not only been in the meta as a whole, but like you say, playing this mid lane, so dual raise, there is going to be a couple of questions asked on him, whether he can get those effective items up here. On the bottom lane, how is it looking? Oh, going to shift over to the top. Already, Shad, you can see in terms of last, it's 7-1 deny there as well. So, again, this should be a fairly comfortable lane. Or, yeah, he shouldn't really be under too much pressure, I think, in this top lane when the refraction charges are coming through. But on the flip side as well, I think Norma should be able to find some good farm, which he's already doing. 11-2 in terms of last hits. And it is going to be maybe up to the supports to make a difference in this top lane.
I don't think any of these cores are and any real threat. Norma always has a way out. We still have refraction on Shad, so the supports will have impact, but everyone's just going to be farming. Just farm away. They might go into Layla's, though. Yeah,
Blood Grenade comes out here. Shad's going to try and get the body blocks off here. They're going to be able to get on top of Pugner. Was that a Curse's Curse? Does that count here? As Fernandez going to get low now as well, but not enough for Shad to finish off that kill. Only level 2, and there is going to be a pretty decent return here coming out because the early earn is out for Norma. Shad had to just back himself away once those refraction charges were down.
That was very smart from them because they waited for Lilis's thing to finish. Like, they knew that there was a nether ward. As soon as the nether ward went down, that's when they went forward, thinking that we had an opportunity right now. So very nicely done by the side of Team Next Level.
And no, I think, yeah, he didn't get the last hit there onto that second ward there as well. Just trying to get cheeky with that one. Avalanche comes out on dual raise. So level 4 on Stormstormer. Is he going to try and get... Because they are playing close, so if that creep wave coming in, there's going to be the Bro Strike out here onto Stormstormer. Stormstormer, a Furley, I can't even say Furley, he's a very tanky boy here. 1.2k health at level 4 underneath his tier 1 tower compared to the 868 of the Sand King. Yeah, he's okay. Stormstormer, he's looking like he's itemizing to kind of shrug off this early aggression from dual raise in the lane.
Yeah. I'm also thinking that as this game extends, I see there's a Spirit Vessel coming for the Spango. Dual raise might go immediately into getting the Shivas, so he can start with the early Veil after the Blink.
Yeah.
Get some increased magic damage for themselves, especially during the global. And speaking of global, Fernance is falling very low top.
Oh, does he go down to this one? He does. Lelis going to be able to get his revenge. Might be in trouble. I mean, you look at this one, though. This is a 247 move. Now, but he does right back into Norma. Didn't think he could get away from that one. And yeah, Pangolier, he's just a little bit faster than the Skelly boy. And it looks like that was... I mean, you still get a kill on the board for Lelis. You relieve a little bit of pressure on Shad in the lane, and you get some gold your way, too. So, trying himself, and will be able to pick up those brown boots here as well for the Pugna.
Gonna come back into the lane. He's chilling, hanging out, doing his thing. I imagine at this point, though, with all of this, they're still quite happy. Norma has been getting quite a few kills. They've even brought a twin gate rotation. Flacco wants to put more pressure out onto Shad, and they're going for him here.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get 3 heroes on top of him. Shad, the TP's coming in from the rest of, well, one of the members of OG here with that Dark Willow. Norma's going to be taking a little bit of pressure, but he does have that Shadow Word for the heals on top, and Daze not there in time. So they knew that, again, OG, they like this early aggression coming through. They've drafted for that one. And you can see that TNL, they are responding to this one early on. The Brambles comes out, though, catches out onto Norma. Norma could get himself away from this one. He's going to take a lot of damage. The Blood Grenade still taking him down. The Shadow Realm, it's not going to be enough to get the kill. Daze will get it in the end. He will fall, though, to the urn. Fernandes, what's he going to try and do here? Shad is going to be right back in. Decrepify comes out with that Nether Blast out onto the Silencer. So Silencer, Fernandes, not going to be able to deny himself to the neutrals. One more right click. Is it going to be enough? Well, it's going to take a little bit of time. The Furry Fire wasting a little bit more time, but Shad eventually he will get that kill out onto Fernandes.
Oh man, the top lane has just been crazy overall. Like a bunch of kills, most of them happening on this side of the map. I think actually all of them happening on this side of the map. So
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
lots of action, lots of madness. In the grand scheme of things, though, OG still come out on top. Yes, they killed Shad earlier on, but he immediately ran it back afterwards. Get some golden experience. Flacco had to leave bottom to try and make this move happen, so that opened up space for Slaughter to get more CS. And we see that Mixer was struggling a little bit when they were both heroes down bottom. Without them, he caught up in the CS department. And crucially, with these supports fighting around top, there's nobody to go mid. And this has not been working out. Stormstorm is yet again dominating dual raise in this mid lane matchup. So would have been nice if these supports were able to make a move towards killing Tiny instead of the one that went top and still resulted in losing lives anyway.
Yeah, and this is, the experiment coming out with the mid lane Sand King here for TNL, not having the immediate impact. He went for the 3 points in the Sandstorm. So every time that Sandstorm came out, here the creeps were getting low, the Avalanche came through from Stormstormer, so he could get those denies, and you can see 16 denies here for the big man in the mid lane, making sure that you really focus that one down, and played to his advantage with that reach from the tree grab.
Stormstorm is just a monster laner, honestly.
Yeah.
What a player. He's just so good at the laning phase of the game. Well, that's also going to mean that he's going to presumably get his Blink Dagger before the Sand King does. Sand King is indeed going straight for the Blink.
Yeah, could be the phase boots here for Stormstormer. And if you're looking... Again, you're looking towards the side lanes, it means you are going to be able to catch up again. You have that Decrepify, nearly got the level 6 onto Shadow as well, so those traps are going to play a factor too. And apart from Norma, you don't... Okay, you have the Boros Strike on the Sand King too, but you don't have the most, momentum on this side of TNL. So if you do get caught out, it is going to be a rough ride and rough going to you once that Tiny gets on top of you.
Stormstormer, while he's chilling, Mixer is just trying to catch up down bottom. And as we mentioned, because it's now 1v1, he has done a really good job catching up in the CS department. Almost right back up there, in fact. Just a marginal amount of CS behind everybody else that he was chasing before.
He might make a move here. It's going to be in the river, and he could go towards. If this fight breaks out, Dual Race is going to be down here, Flacco. But if you get it on top, yeah, Mixer can come in. Avalanche is going to be the toss back right on top of Mixer for that crush. Now gets that right click off the Boris strike. Comes in. Flacco, though, still taking a lot of damage. Do they have the reveal onto Dual Race? Dual Race is level 7, so he's going to be able to get that epicenter off if he really wants to, which he's going to throw out here. Stormstormer trying to get away from this one. Only level 5 onto Lelis, so there's no baby burden of life. Back onto Stormstormer, but he's going to live just barely on the very edge of life here. Yawai's going to rotate in now as well. Dual Race with the Boris strike away to safety, and they get a 2-for-1 trade. Maybe no, they're just going to throw a goodbye Avalanche out to Norma as he tries to leave this lane, but it is going to free it up for Shad in the top lane. And again, OG finding a way to come out on top from that mid engagement.
They get the additional kills, the space, like you mentioned, for Shad to keep farming. They get the experience into Stormstormer and getting Mixer involved as well, given how his game was going earlier on. Now all of a sudden he's still making decent progress towards having his blink.
Yeah.
One of the things I also noted about that fight is just how easy it became. Once the Dark Willow Brambles were dropped down, their positioning in the fight just became so much faster. So until they have the Rolling Thunder ready to go high ground, until they have the Blink Dagger on the Sand King, going to be very careful about how they approach on today's. Thankfully for them, they do have Fernandes on the Silencer. There will come a point where, you know, Dark Willow can't really do anything and presumably dies before she gets off a single spell.
Yeah, is that going to be going forward? Do you think who they need to focus on first? You know, maybe not the Lelis on the Pugna. It's going to be the Dark Willow that gets that jump on once, you know, TNL find the openings.
I think so, because if you don't kill the Dark Willow early, she terrorizes you all and then can set you up for a very bad fight. Like, Lelis is going to be a problem regardless of no matter what, right? You have to, it's a pick your poison situation. If you want a better team fight, you focus the Dark Willow. If you want a better shot of just killing one hero immediately and getting out just for skirmishes, then you focus on Lelis. Just depends on the circumstances.
And okay, that's going to be, is that a 4-stack from Lelis in the Ancient? Yeah, the Triangle, I think that is. It's going to be at least a 4-stack coming through here. And Shad's going to be loving life once he starts to move around, because he sees he's already got that Dragonlance up, going towards the Death Zone now as well for the Templar. And this is the big thing with having both the Slider and that Tiny going towards the Blink Daggers. You don't need to rush this for Shad. Probably does go back for it as the 3rd item, but you're going to be able to go for your impact, your right-click items here, and then still join in with your team. Yawai going to be chased down now as well. The Crush comes out. Do they have the damage? It's going to be the Life Drain coming through. They have the control out. Yawai, it's going to be close. Is he going to go down? Rolling Thunder going to come through here from Norma. They don't get the kill off onto Yawai here. Norma connects out onto the Slaughter. Slaughter inside that Lotus Fountain as well. Going to be bounced around like a pinball with the actual pinball of Norma. So great return kill from TNL. You're changing that fight on its head.
Very nicely done. They were just a little bit shy of the resources necessary. Almost had the damage. If they'd caught him a little bit closer before the tower, they might have been able to pick him up. And now look what they do as well. Team Next Level immediately make a move through the Twin Gate. It will be scouted thanks to the Psionic Trap. But now OG knows that a fight is breaking out here. And look at Stormstormer and Daze. They don't want to just let this go for free. They're like, well, if we're going to be fighting, fine. Fight one of our strongest heroes on the map and let's see how you deal with it.
Yeah, you see here, Shield Crash comes up for Norman's going to try and get himself away with a Swashbuckle too, but it means like the wraparound comes through, like you say, it is going to leave him vulnerable here. He goes down, there's going to be a global stance coming out, but Fernandes still going to be right-click down here. The Burrow Strike does come through though from Dual Rays. Can they get the return call to Stormstorm? He will fall. Flacco gets the credit for this one. Refraction back up here for Shad. Shad going to try and do what he can. There's going to be the Life Drain coming through from Lelis. They take another kill on the board, and a neutral deny for Daze. They take a tier 1 tower too. That is going to be... They lost Stormstormer, but again, OG, look at the difference in gold from that one. 333 for the side of TNL, 1,296 going in the favor of OG.
They came with their numbers. They get the tower. Daze gets denied, so they technically only lose Stormstormer. And Shad walks away with like 500 gold in that exchange.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, Mixer wasn't involved, was on the other side, so that meant that UI is also just continually farming away. His Battle Fury is arriving as we speak on the Troll Warlord. So he's going to keep accelerating in farm, but these kind of small skirmishes, what can generally push this TA over the edge? We'll see what happens when she gets a Desolator. I would like to see them pursue another fight. Maybe this time they'll have the damage to bring down UI if they do bring the TA or the Tiny.
Yeah, and I would like to see Shad, you know, like I say, he's going to be able to get that Deso up. He's already got the Dragonlance. Maybe he goes back for the Hurricane Pike, but he doesn't need to prioritize. In fact, they're going to make a move onto Yawai. Yawai can get himself away from this one. The Brambles, they're going to be able to get the lockdown here as well with the Bedlam Daze. He gets a kill on the board onto Yawai, and like you say, that is the worst. Well, I mean, there's never a good time to die, but losing it as you get your Battle Fury up, it is just going to... It's just rubbing salt in the wounds.
It's like, you know, when you buy Midas and then you die as the courier finishes delivery, and you're like, are you freaking kidding me, bro? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, let me finish a camp. They didn't even let him finish his camps before they ganked him. It's like, bro, come on. Relax, guys. Well,
That's
they
just
also get
bad
the tower
manners.
for that too. Exactly. And now Shad is stealing those same camps as well. Come on, bro.
OG, you know, I thought you were the good guys of Dota here, but yeah, no, it is going to be, that's the Desolator finish up from TA now. Is also Shad going to be able to pick that one up. It is going to be, I'm interested to see what the next item is going to be. Whether it's going to be that Blink, could it be the BKB or the Hurricane Pike coming off the Templar Assassin? But I think this is where Shad, he's going to be able to dip in and out of the farm with the rest of his team because of those Blink daggers being up on 2 of his cores. This is going to be high impact Dota for the side of OG. And yeah, TNL, are they just going to have to play a little bit of keep away here? Dulrace is going to be channeling with that AD rune. He has to back himself away. The Blink comes in into the avalanche. Doesn't connect onto anyone, but they're going to be able to get the kill. Silencer will fall. That's going to be the global down for the next 25 seconds. And again, Dulrace, he still has this AD rune. Ooh, what are we looking at here? Yaoi going to be chased down. Yeah, he pops that battle trance now. So, like I said, the grab fight comes out. It stops the right clicks. It stops that lifesteal, and all the life's going to be drained away. No one gets a kill into mix from the top lane here, but Yaoi will fall. How's he going to go back in the mid lane now? It's all the epicenter. It is still going Storm. Stormer gets low, gets killed off Norma. He gets the double kill credit, and a tier 1 tower should go the way of TNL. So that was a good counter engage coming through from the side of TNL.
A little bit unfortunate from the side of OG. The fight's not over.
No, they want to go into this one now as well. There's going to be the rock being dropped here as well, but can he get himself away? Norma will fall from this one. The Burrow Strike away to safety for dual raise. The chase from OG. Do they want to go even further onto this one? The Craftify into that life drain. The Bedlam comes out to Flacco. Flacco, no way. He gets himself away. One more. Anything. No, the Burrow Strike. It keeps him alive. The overextension from Daze just could not finish what was on his plate.
I told you, brother, we're going to have a bombastic game on this one. This is a fighting game. This one. There we go. They do manage to take the tier 1 tower, so more objectives going for OG in the end, but not as clean as a gold exchange. They actually almost got out clean with the Tiny and the Slaughter. They were trying to all go top to punish onto Yawai. Unfortunately for them, turned out that Dual Raze had perfect vision. Got a very nice Burrow Strike, canceled the TPs, set them up for the future kills. So it turned into a map trade. And they even got a lot of damage on the tier 1 before it went down, so once they claim that, it makes it relatively even. Although we can probably say that at the end of the day, the big winner is the only guy that didn't die throughout all of this. Norma, for once, comes out on top.
Yeah, he got a little bit. They're going to get another jump here. Flacco will fall. And you were talking about it in the draft here. This is the prime time for OG to find those ganks because they know the big ultimates are down. You know, they know they've got a window where they can send a 2-3 man hit squad and find at least one pickoff without a massive rebuttal come through from the side of TNL. And I would like to see maybe, if they can get 1 or 2, maybe we're looking at Roshan time as well for the side of OG.
They'd probably like to find like a bigger fight, because one problem I have with them taking Rosh is, good God, if you don't take it very quickly, and the team fight spells do come back online, and they know exactly where you are, dealing with Pango, Sand King, Warlock in a Roshan pit does feel very dangerous. So I imagine what they're probably going to end up doing right now is just trying to keep control and maintain the Roshan area overall, because they don't want to give it away to Troll, because Troll can't solo Rosh with very minimal items. So I think both squads understands the importance of this Roshan, and both squads have very good chances to take it, because even on the other side, a Terrorize plus Tiny Spells plus Slaughter within the small area of the Roshan pit can also be decisive. Going to be one of those games, I think, where no one's going to take Rosh until they get a team wipe.
Yeah, we'll see here. They might be grouping up again for Yawai. He's going to be seen on the map. They've got the Blink Dagger on the Tiny. Tiny, though, not a lot of mana left. Pops that Soul Ring, but just to push this wave back. And this is where, yeah, it might fall down just a little bit for the side of OG, because Stormer, you're not the biggest mana pool in the world. He is fairly mana hungry, and you're looking for ways to get him into that fight. So like this, they just let Yawai off the hook. I'm sure they're letting him off with a warning here as Stormer just continues to farm out. Going to go for the 4-staff here on the Tiny. Not that Yule staff that you were talking about in the draft.
They got the Yules instead on the Dark Willow, so she's going to be able to get herself out of the global silence, perhaps evade some of the rolls from the Pangolier, and hopefully set up some kills onto this Troll Warlord.
Yeah.
Speaking of Troll, he needs BKB very badly, like super badly. Like we've seen in these last couple of fights that my man just cannot maintain any presence without that item.
Yeah. He's got the BKB being queued up here as well, so we'll see, what the actual order is going to be. I assume it's going to be... Is that going to be the Blade of Alacrity coming in for him? It is, so maybe looking to prioritize that Ag Scepter first.
Okay. I mean, you do get the self-dispel, but there are hard disables on the other side that you can't dispel yourself out of. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, what we will see here is Yaoi maybe acting as a little bit of bait. This could be the nether wall going down now as well. Global Stance will come out. Lelis, he was the only one forward. Like I said, that Yule Scepter comes out here as the battle trance get cast here. Lelis still got it low. He gets killed off. His teammates not close enough behind to try and contest. So it was a bit of bait being dangled from both sides here, and it does pay off slightly better for the side of TNL. But it did, again, it cost them a rock. It cost them the Global Stance. It cost them the battle trance. So we'll see here if OG, with these big spells being down, do they want to try and go for another engagement? Yaoi is going to show on this lane.
Family-less, that's the most worth death I've ever had in my entire life. 4 ultimates, and Yaoi is actually alone. Look what the rest of the team is. He might die here.
Yeah, cannot get himself away from this one, and this might be the opening here. Lelis is going to be coming back to life. Fernand's, Norma, Dual Rays all going to be smoked up. They're going to look towards getting wards down here in the wave, but this might at least be the setup for OG. If they can take another fight from this one, if they can get a good kill, might be able to set up for some objectives around the map, maybe set up for that Roshan too. But Shad going to be in trouble. The refraction is going to be down. He's going to be on half mana now as well. He gets that refraction and the blink off Dual Rays. He can't get up to the high ground. The TP away from the Templar Assassin. He's just barely away. And then the Burrow Strike comes out afterwards. But escape artist, my name is Shad.
He's going from bad to worse here, Rob. First, you think, okay, we got a partner. It's not the greatest. Let's smoke and try and get something else. Oh, wait, we left our troll behind. He dies. We smoke again. We pop a second smoke with our 4 heroes because we need to find something. We find maybe the most worthwhile target in the game. He actually messes up. He had the vision from the Psionic Trap after the smoke burst, and he could have blinked immediately, but he messed up, refracted first, got himself caught by the Arcane Curse, blinks very late, but the Burrow Strike, the first one misses, the last one comes out a moment too late. Man, this is those moments in the game of Dota. That's not, you don't just think, oh, well, we missed, everything was worse, whatever, it is what it is, keep playing. These moments weigh on your mind. You're like, is Gaben himself really against us, guys? Like, can we even still really play this game? What's going on right now?
Yeah, there does come into the question, is that greater force, like you said, Gaben getting involved just to try and stunt us from winning this one? We might see, okay, what we're actually going to see is Daze being thrown down the river here. He's just being babysat here. Roshan, Daze? Daze?
Oh.
Okay. I don't know what was going on there.
Oh.
All it means, though, OG gonna set up. They're gonna try and trade this Tormentor. We'll see how quickly they can do this if they want to try and go for this fight, because they've already lost Stormstormer. They're gonna give away a Tormentor for free. I genuinely don't know what Daze was doing in the river there.
Yeah, these things happen, you know. The muscle memory is still not fully there of when the Roshan is moving through the river. And now they're going to try and trade for that Tormi into Roche. They're inside with the Desolator, full Hurricane Pike for Shad. And of course, Mixer shows up. And they know something is happening on the side of Team Next Level. They have smoke up on 2 supports going for a Shrine of Wisdom, but nobody's in the area to really stop the Roche. So looks like it will go the way of OG here.
Yeah, and do you think even with the Aegis being on the side of OG, a Team Next Level, because usually when the Aegis goes down, you see the defending team or the Aegisless team kind of pull away into their own side of the map, could play this defensively, but do you think Team Next Level, do they have the power to look for ganks and rotation still, even with this Aegis being up?
I don't think so, because of the nature of their lineup, right? They don't kill people through just easy skirmishes. It always costs them ultimates. For example, that kill that they found on Tiny Bottom required Dual Razor's ultimate to come out and the rolling. So as part of their problem is that if it was the other way around, let's say they were playing into, if OG was the one that had given up the Aegis, but the ultimates were down, I would say absolutely, go try and make something happen. But with your draft, I think you kind of just have to let OG do what they do, and you try to farm in the areas that they leave behind.
Okay, well, what they are going to be doing here is taking down a tier 2 tower. Shad picks this one up. He's going to be going towards that BKB. He went for the Hurricane Pike first here. Blink Dagger did come out there after that too. So he's got that item priority down. It's going to be that BKB coming up next. Actually, the Blink comes in. Oh, Dual Race. He was just away. Quick fingers there on the Sand King. Or maybe, again, that Spidey sense, that Sand King sense starting to tingle because he got that quick blink out right before Shad got on top of him. And it looks like on the other side of the map, we might see an engagement coming through. Smoke breaks on Flacco. This is going to be the Avalanche. Immediately jumps in. Yeah, Stormstorm. The Global Stance comes out. The Rock will be dropped. Rolling Thunder coming through now as well. The Force Staff away. Stormstorm. He's going to be away to safety. And again, baiting out 2 or 3 big spells from the side of TNL.
What a player. Honestly, I thought he was actually certifiably insane. I was about to call him the Insane Asylum and say, guys, go commit Daniel. I don't know what's happening here, but like you said, he baits out these spells, and now he goes back in to kill Flacco.
Gonna be able to get on top of him now as well. Flacco not gonna be able to get himself away. The Bedlam, it pays off here. Dark Willow gets another kill on the board. 5-4 and 3 on Days here, having a fantastic time. You see Tiny, he did go back for that Yule Scepter. Yeah, 4-star first into the Yule Scepter. BKB is going to be the next one on the board. On the other side of the map here, Mixer, they're looking for Norma. They are hunting down whoever they can find, maybe setting up for a tier 2 tower here. The 4-star actually onto Finance. No global for him, no life for him. He has been taken care of. And you can see the TNL, they're slowly being forced back and back. The area they can farm safely is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Stormstormer with that little hop up. Can he find dual race? He's going to be the burst strike. It's going to be into that epicenter now. The Yule Scepter going to keep him alive a little bit longer now as well. The Graphite comes out onto Sun King takes a whole lot of damage. Just get the kill out onto Stormstormer first before he goes down. Mixer going to look for the crush and the kill. They take down a 1-for-1, maybe a 1-for-2 trade here because Flacco TV's into this one. He's going to kill off now too.
I mean, this is exactly what I was talking about a few minutes ago, right? For them on the side of TNL to kill anybody, ultimates are required. What ultimates were committed there? Like barely nothing. Just dive, kill, easy, walk away. And also the carry to carry matchup. Troll Warlord cannot by himself kill Pugna right now. He cannot by himself kill Dark Willow right now. But TA has no problems doing that towards the Warlock or the Silencer without anybody being involved. And the big problem I'm also having with all of this is the fact that, you know, the way Stormstorm was playing? In the previous game, he was the be-all, end-all of everything that they were doing. Yeah. Now he can afford to make these, let's call it what it is, reckless plays. It doesn't really affect OG in the end. They still win those fights. They still trade 3-for-1. They still force an ultimate out of dual raise, and they're still going to get a tier 2 tower.
And you know what he's also got? He's got himself an AD rune on the Tiny here. 2.3k health. Yeah, like you're saying, he can be that... I don't want to call it a sacrificial lamb because he's not. It's not like he's not having impact, but yeah, like you say, he's getting that scouting rollout. Yo, he's having that high impact initiation. Norma going to try and get away from this one. The Rolling Thunder does come out here. Norma going to be caught inside the Lotus Fountain, though. It doesn't quite have that turning circle to get away from this one, so it might cost him here. Trying to go for that TP, anything to cancel this one off. He's going to be the damage coming through, but he will complete on the TP. Just barely gets out alive though.
That was hilarious. If Norma died there, he'd be like, alright guys, seriously, I don't want to play Dota anymore. Get me out of this game.
Yeah, at the same time, you know, I know he keeps getting nerfed, but give the Pango, yo, enough turning speed to get around. You do the ring around the rosy inside that Lotus Fountain.
No? How about no?
Certified hater snur on the Pango, man. I take it, yo, you're just not a fan, you don't like it, yo, you're not even going anywhere near him.
I think it's just perfectly balanced for where it should be. I just think it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Your Y's not fine though.
No, there's going to be the avalanche coming through once again here. Look at this one. Shad doesn't even care about the troll. He's going to go even deeper onto Finance, and Finance is going to disappear. Magic tricks coming out left, right, and center. And now Flacco going to be in trouble as well. He's going to drop that rock, try and keep himself alive, but Lelis will be able to get the kill. Yule Scepter comes out onto Stormstormer. Stormstormer is going to be alone from this one. The BKB as well is down for Yawai in the next second or so. He has that battle trance if he wants to use it. The rifle is coming through from Daze as well, where the Bramble's going to walk himself into that Bramble maze. It looks like with the Cursed Crown, can they get the kill? He's going to be unstanced here on the Troll Warlord again. Has that battle trance. There's going to be the Bedlam coming through though. Yawai, he pops the battle trance to Yule Scepter. It was a great bait mate coming out here from Daze. He's going to try and waste as much time on that battle trance as possible. You know, the backlines, Epicenter going to come through here. TP away, going to be cancelled out by the Rolling Thunder. So they get a turnaround. Really well played from TNL, holding the times on the items and the spells to have the most impact in this fight. They do lose a couple of heroes. You know, they lose the Silencer, they lose the Warlock, but they turn around, big impact, taking down 4 of the 5 on the side of OG.
Well, it seems that OG was tired of Stormstormer being the only one to give up the advantage. They all wanted to have a chance. My turn to feed a little bit because they dove way too deep. I mean, the fight, they were already posturing like they wanted to leave after Stormstormer died. And they were going back and forth. You know, UI's BKB was going. But then they decided, nah, guys, we could probably take this one. But they kind of messed up because they wanted to stagger their approach so that they didn't commit everything all at once onto UI. If they did everything all at once, perhaps they still get the kill. I'm not sure if they get out, but they probably bring him down. But the staggered approach made more than enough opportunities for TNL to slowly but surely corral around them, bring them all down, and get a huge amount of net worth in the process. Thankfully, though, at least for OG, they find a random kill on the map onto Fernance, but that fight was not worth it. The game is actually now even again just because of that one overextension.
Yeah, and we'll see, you know, if TNL are going to be able to build off the back of that here as well. Like you say, being able to get that confidence back. You're going to have that Satanic up soon for the Troll Warlord, which you're going to make him extra survivable. If they don't skill it right, you know, fire coming out from Mixer here, but yeah, you're going to have, again, the Global Silencer is up. You see the Silencer isn't quite, well, he's dead at the minute, but there is the Ghost Scepter up for the Silencer, so he's going to survive a little bit longer as long as he doesn't get jumped on by the Pugna. You're going to have the Control Sanking now with that Ag Scepter going to go back, like you were talking about in the mid lane for that Shiva's hero as well. So TNL, is this where the ship starts to turn around just a little bit in their favor?
Oh, as long as they can keep doing stuff like that, where they layer all their spells correctly and they actually find favorable chances for their fights, definitely this game can start to look a lot better. UI as well is itemizing, I think, in the right way, going for, obviously, the Satanic first, just to make sure that he's not over-reliant on just Battle Trance. He has other ways to sustain himself through the fight. So UI can still be a massive threat. Of course, the big hero on the map is still always going to be the Templar Assassin, but she's still going for the MKB first, so we're not going to be getting the data list for a while. None of those big 100 to 0 crits just yet. So the next 5-6 minutes, this window of opportunity is there for TNL.
Yeah, and I do think, we talked about OG putting TNL on a clock, but there does come a point where the Templar Assassin does drop off, and you've not itemized for that kind of backup carry on Stormstorm. Like you say, it's going to be the BKB next, but he went for the Yule Scepter. He went for the Blink into the Force Staff. He's not gone for, like, the Ag Scepter. He's not gone for that Daedalus build. He's not gone for the pure aggression, Tiny. So there does start to become a question. Oh, the dive coming onto the Silencer. Once again, the Silencer's going to try and go for the TP away from this one. No, it was actually, excuse me, the TP away from Daze, jumps in, pops the Bedlam, and then thinks, you know what, I can get this kill, I can get the TP away, do both things at the same time. Just barely survives through on the Silencer there. It got close. But yeah, again, OG, are they kind of on a clock themselves? Do they kind of get to like the 40-minute mark? Is that kind of where they need to at least have a lane of racks, maybe 2 lanes of racks, and still be able to keep themselves in this game?
Normally, I would say that there is some question as to how they're going to proceed in the game, but thankfully they do have Slaughter. So Slaughter is going to make it that the way that Slaughter functions with these heroes like, TA, Terrorblade, whatever. Oh, hold that thought. Big fight.
Global Sounds. Oh, that was a bash as well through the BKB. So the Sand King, the Sand King going to have to rely on that Global Sounds BKB to get himself out. The Burrow Strike, it doesn't connect on to Mixer. Yaoi is here on the backlines. Flacco, Norma going to be caught out. Stormstormer pops his BKB. Do they really want to try and fight around this one? They might be able to make a move. They take down Flacco now. Yule Scepter out onto Norma, and it's going to be the instant crush coming through from Mixer. The toss going to be here now as well. The life drain. That's a good couple of kills. And OG maybe hearing me talk about this one, but they do get the return kill onto Daze. So a 2-for-1 coming out. And Stormstormers are immediately left this area now as well. Maybe trying to scout out. Hastrun is here. But scouting around the Roche area. Roche is back up. Is this going to be another opening for the side of OG?
We'll see. They also have a Tormentor that they're pinging out right now that they want to try and claim. Unfortunately, the last Tormentor was not claimed exactly at 20. It was slightly afterwards, so it's not immediately there, but it arrives just as they spawn. Should be able to take it. And the point I wanted to make is that having Mixer in the game on the Slaughter, eventually, yes, when everybody gets 6 slotted, Mixer gives you like an extra like half an item of damage for your team. So you will at the very least plateau at some point, but still have some way to get over that wall. And I do think that Stormstormer at some point, his main impact in the game is just going to be, once the BKBs are down, make it impossible for these guys to move. And going for, is this an Octarine that he wants next? And I wholeheartedly agree with this. That's the way that he needs to be approaching this game.
Okay, well, we might see another fight breaking out here. The Global Sound's still down for another 30 seconds. Roshan, it's going to be the Roshan Raw. And Yaoi, was that because of the tree toss? I think it might have been. But Yaoi, he's going to be inside that Roche pit. He's looking to try and slow this Roshan down. Can they get involved here? The smoke coming out from both sides. Yaoi is just going to be in his pit. They may be able to... No, Avalanche comes in. There's going to be the toss back now as well into the Troll Wall. The Troll Wall, do they have enough control? Rolling Thunder is going to be on the mark. No, they've got the control out to Mixer. Mixer takes a lot of damage. The Echo, it's going to be more than enough to get the kill out. And now they go even further. They take down Lelis. Really well played here by, the epicenter having that massive impact. And it's going to be 2 heroes dead. OG, are they ready to give this one up, though?
They have to. There's no way. Stormstormer, a little bit of a mistake there. Tossing out the Troll. The problem is, right, if you found him first, right, with guaranteed hard disable, with the silences and everything, that would be one thing. But it took a little bit of time as he's getting out the pit. He got off the Dispel, got off the BKB, and now Stormstormer's in trouble again. Yeah,
he's got his BKB into the TP out, though. No bashes around to cancel that TP out. It's wasting a little bit of time here. Roshan down to about the last third of his health, but it is taking time to get this kill. So 20 seconds on the respawn. And again, big spells are down here. Is this the reset that OG... Okay, not quite the reset that they were looking for. The Terrorize comes out now as well. It's going to force the Troll away from this Roshan pit. The right clicks, the Ghost Scepter, going to keep the Silencer alive. There's going to be jumping here from the Sand King right on top of Shadow. What can they do with this one, though? There's going to be great avalanche coming out here into that toss in, and still they want to go. They want to try and fight around this Roche pit, but again, there is going to be the Bramble Maze down here. Roshan, the buyback comes through from Daze. Stormstorm is looking for the force staff into the Roche pit now as well. Can they get the lockdown again onto the Troll Warlord? The Troll Warlord gets nobody gets a battle trance. The last sliver of health. Stormstormer, he steals away this Aegis now as well as the kill. They get something from this OG. They're going to get a kill onto Yawai now. They've got this Aegis going to be respawning now onto that Tiny. Can they go for more here? It will be a dieback onto Daze if he gets caught out and killed off like this one, but the life being baby birded back into him from that Pugna, and they keep Daze. They get the kill onto Flacco. Can they go into Norma? No, Norma going to be able to get the TP back to base, but it's going to be 3 heroes dead, and all the big ultimates down on the side of TNL. OG, I'm not calling it a fluke. They played that one so well to be able to keep the troll from finishing off that Roshan, wasting his time, buying time for the respawns, and OG get themselves back into it, get that Aegis on the board, and now maybe even a lane of racks from this too.
Nah, gang, the game actually is against them. The one Rolling Thunder, it hit onto the Dark Willow, pushed her back into the river, into the LOS of the life drain. That keeps her alive, makes it impossible for Pango to keep the fight going. And also, man, I will say that the way they were kiting your wire, my goodness. Daze is my MVP of that fight. His buyback on the Dark Willow, yes, of course, Stormstorm was the hero because he went in first. He created the chaos on the second go. The first one, he was a bit of a villain, but the second go, he was a hero. But man, Daze just made sure that fight, no one was going anywhere. You basically have to pick your poison. Are you going to try to finish this Roshan, or are you going to try to win the fight? You cannot have both. Shout out to him. Really good terrorize as well towards the end of that fight. Now, your wide still 10 seconds in the grave. There's a banner. They've taken bottom lane of racks. Here they are about to secure the second lane. There's not really anything that they can do about this for TNL.
No, look at this one. Norma's going to try and get the dive in. Shiva's guard comes out as well. It does actually proc onto Shad. Shad pops his BKB. The right clicks out onto Norma. Norma going to have to go for that Rolling Thunder in the other direction now, taking so much damage from Shad. And it is going to force OG away, so they don't completely finish off, but it's going to be the range racks in the mid lane now as well. The TP away, but there's going to be a really nice kill coming out on from Yawai. Just being able to get it through that Shadow Realm, take down Daze. And Daze going to be down for a decent amount of time now with that buyback in the last fight. While that was going on, the Sand King was putting pressure in the top lane, trying to force out pressure onto this tier 2. But you've lost a lane and a half of racks. TNL, like you're saying, this game, it really does feel like everything in the kitchen sink is being thrown against them.
They need some refreshers ASAP. Whenever they have all their ultimates up, they seem so strong. Like we saw that initial Roshan fight, just how dominant they seem, but when these spells go away, all of a sudden, some of the cracks start to show. I think especially Flacco, in particular, needs to find one ASAP. Because he's been the one that's also been breaking the initiations. We sometimes see that how scared they are on OG to approach when they don't have information on where Flacco is at. He's still so far behind right now. 1,600 gold. So a lot of farming time. He just buys out on the Ghost Scepter. The problem with the Ghost Scepter, and these Ghost Scepters, I will say, have been putting in a lot of work. Protecting these heroes as they've been going up into dangerous positions, allowing them to get out. But now Mixer has a full nullifier available. So this doesn't provide the guaranteed get out of jail free card that it did before.
Yeah. And with the Yule Scepters coming out with the 4 staffs on the Pugna here as well as the Tiny, even if you get the Ghost Scepters off, you're being 4 staffed towards the life drain and Nether Blast in Pugna as well. So it's not they aren't the be all end all answer of this one. So yeah, like it is a game of rock paper scissors, and it feels like OG at the minute they're coming along with the right answers, and TNL they're trying to work towards making it even out a little bit. But they're not quite there just yet. 8k behind, though, at 36 minutes in. This is, it's not a massive... One good team fight can even that one out for the side of TNL. So it's not,
poor Norma. Poor Norma.
Oh.
Poor Norma.
What was he doing there?
He was literally about to swashbuckle out. The wave was already dead, but then Daze dived him. Duels combo, nothing you can do.
Oh, no, and they get the kill out into the silencer there as well, because Mixer, he just gets a dive in, gets cheeky with it, and gets the kills, gets the crushes, gets the bashes, and yeah, is this going to be OG setting up for that final tier 2 tower? It looks like they've got the opening for at least the next 30 seconds.
Should be fairly straightforward for them to claim this. There's no Roshan for them to go into right now, but they can keep the pressure going onto the map. Tier 2 is going to fall. The scary thing about this is because of how quickly these heroes can move around the map. All 3 of their cores have blink daggers. 4 heroes have blink. It's only the Pugna that doesn't have it. You can't even think of, let me just roam outside the map, find a little bit of farm. If they have any wards there, they will find you very quickly and kill you.
Yeah, the swift blink, even more impact coming out here for Shad. What are we looking at? Like I say, the Nullify here into the AC for the Slardar. You see the Stormstormer, he's got that BKB up. What's being flown in for him now? It is going to be that Octarine that you were talking about. So, again, finding more timings on the items here for the side of OG. And it is, again, 12k net worth to the side of OG. This is looking real easy. I don't know. I don't want to say easy, but they have found their openings. They've made them work. You know, OG, they've grafted for this one. You know, they've against a good TNL side in the second game that have made the fights happen for them too when those ultimates are out. OG have found their openings, found those windows, and they have taken this lead here in this game.
So you see now that there's an AC that's about to arrive on Mixer. About 5 minutes ago, I said TNL probably have a 5-minute window where their fights look very solid. Yeah, the window is just shut now that the AC is in tow. Because one of the ways that they were able to win the earlier fights is that they'd leverage all of their big spells, and they could guarantee that, okay, we get Troll in, the hero that's underneath the global, who's being caught with all these spells, we can right-click him down before they get off BKB, before a life drain comes out, we can kill them. Yeah. Now that's not really true anymore. And Yawai went for the Abyssal Blade as his next item, and you do definitely need a Bash, which he had before. The Abyssal is quite nice, but where's the big, outlandish damage? I mean, look at Shad. Doesn't look bothered at all. It's like, whatever, dude. Come on, dog.
BKB TP out, you know, no issues there. And it does mean that BKB is going to be down here, but he's going to be able to find a jump onto Yawai. Yawai could get himself away from this one again. There's going to be the instant Nullify coming through now. He's not used a Battle Trance, he's not used that Satanic. BKB is still up, so he's going to pop that one, at least one of them. The BKB coming through here, You'll Scepter out for the Tiny, so he's going to be able to keep himself alive without having to pop his own BKB. But that has baited out the BKB of Yawai, so both carries on fairly even playing field now between those two BKBs.
Yeah, but you also had to pop BKB in that situation. They don't have greatest vision of him. Fernand's just die somewhere. My goodness.
1-11 and 11 on the silence here. Shad might go down though. It's a big throw from the side of TNL. Throwing everything at this the Templar Assassin to be able to get this kill. Yawai gonna be chased down once again. There's gonna be a Crapify coming out here for the Pugna. Pugna gonna get himself away from this one. The Boar Strike, it will connect. So again, TNL, they are gonna be able to find a couple global stance, and the buyback being committed for this as well. To get that kill, Lelis takes down Flacco first. And they do take down Lelis. That's okay, but it is going to cost them, again, a buyback on the stance or a global stance, as well as a rock being dropped, the Chaotic Offering coming out from the Warlock. And while that's going on, they're going to be losing that mid lane. It is being pushed in, and look at this one, Mixer. Another jump out onto the silencer. Yeah, dead for 70 seconds here. Yawai going to try and go for the chase down. Mixer just goes for that. Is he going to be... He's got no BKB, TP, just the BKB. So they might have to troll through the nets, through the Abyssal Blade out now as well. Yeah, Mixer... Was it worth it?
Since it's dead for 90 seconds, probably not. Probably not worth it. I don't think there's any... There might be a Roshan coming soon as well to try and claim that. Yeah. I think even before getting that kill onto Fernandes, I think it would have been an okay situation for OG. They committed for like 3 heroes to kill Shad. Fine, fair enough. He was all alone. And then you end up making a trade with other supports. I think they would have been like, okay, they had to buy back to make sure that they get the kill on Pugna. That should have been fine for them, but a little bit of overcommitment from Mixer. And honestly, throughout the game, I do think that OG are not playing as cleanly as they were in game 1.
Yeah. I think TNL have forced some great errors as well. So that, they've been looking to, whenever they've got the ultimate, so they're forcing these fights out, maybe putting OG a little bit off balance. And it is a great reply. Roshan is going to be up now as well. You have 35 seconds until that Slardar's back up this time. And they get the Aegis, this third attempt here. Third time is a charm here potentially for TNL. They have a window, but they're not checking the pit just yet. Maybe scared about where OG are playing, because OG all off the map at the minute.
Yeah. All off map, just farming. Well, I will say the window has reopened somewhat because of the way that OG has been playing. What it's allowed them to do on the side of the Radiant is obviously we died back on Fernandes. That was, really tough. But we did manage to finish off the full refresher on our Sand King. And we see Flacco, 2,000 gold in the inventory. Not going to be too far away. Well, it's still far, but can start actually making meaningful progress towards having that item himself.
Yeah.
They're going to really struggle dealing with the double rock, honestly. Like, one rock has been problematic enough. 2 of them is tough, but look at Stormstormer.
Well, they're going to try and make a move here. Can they get on top of him now as well? It's going to be a lot of damage coming out to Stormstormer. He's pretty much dead. He has to pop the BKB. The force stuff going to be kept alive just barely. And again, the life being brought back here from Lelis. Oh, Norma. Can he get himself away? That Rolling Thunder, the Global Silence comes out now as well. Norma going to try and do his best, but Mix it immediately gets on top of him now as well. The Rock's going to be dropped here. It's going to be the buyback from Norma. How does he get involved in this fight? He's going to be able to get himself over to the shrine, over to the outpost, excuse me. And now Mix's BKB's going. It's going to be bashed up once again. Buyback's coming through left, right, and center. If they've got him, you got to use him here. The Sand King will go down. The right clicks out onto the troll of the troll. Gonna get the battle trance off. It looks like it might be Shad going down. Another force staff as well as Lilith. Gonna try and keep him alive as long as possible here. And Shad, can he right click through? He can. Yahweh will fall. And it's gonna be again the Templar Assassin being kept alive a little bit longer and a little bit longer and a little bit longer. But this is an all-in from the side of TNL. They have used all of their buybacks. If they lose this one, it is good night TNL.
Yo, Layla's God. The fight's not over though. You still gotta talk, brother.
They're going to go. The Curse Crown comes out here onto the Silencer. Silencer's going to be Curse Crown up now. They get the damage out. They get the kill out onto Fernandes. Flacco's going to be gone now as well. It's going to be Yahweh and Yahweh alone, and he cannot pull this one off. 1 versus 5. They might be beaten and bruised here after this life swipe, but OG, they get the GG.
Leela's God, bro. That last fight, the little skeleton who could, this Pugner, keeping Stormstormer alive, keeping Mixer alive, keeping Shad alive, keeping Days alive even before the buyback had to come out. Man, Leela's played maybe one of the best end-of-game fights that I've seen in a very long time. Multiple uses of the very good D-Crabs, his uses of the Glimmer Capes, his ability to just keep drawing these heroes in and out. The D-Crabs going onto your Y, the next one going onto Mixer so he can't die and then get the follow-up stun. This close to Shad dying. If Shad dies, before the first life of the troll goes down, game is completely different. But Lilis is like, guys, I think I've got a date plan tonight, so I've got some things to do. Please, let's wrap this up quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the football's just kicked off, you know, and I know Lelis is a big Everton fan as well, so he wants to be able to watch that one in his downtime. So, yeah, that is going to be it for the second game. OG, they are 1 game away from taking this best of 5 in a clean sweep. TNL, they've looked a little bit better in the second game. Can they step up again in the third game, bring it back to a 2-1? We'll find out after this break. there were some good bright spots. They were looking okay in the ganks, the rotations, make some good plays around the Roche pit as well. But OG, they just came along and they kind of snuffed all that out when they wanted to, when they felt like it. They were in control of the fights, in control of the game. And we'll see if they're going to be in control of the full series here as well. Is it going to be that 3-0 clean sweep, or TNL? Do you think they can pull it back, Snur? Do you think they've got their ideas up the sleeve? Because if they've got any secrets, now is the time to pull it out, right?
I think the problem for them that they're experiencing at the moment is execution is not the issue, right? They've been playing very high level Dota. A lot of their team fights, as we saw in the previous game, were perfectly orchestrated. The problem they've been running into is draft issues. Game 1, the draft issue was that we need this Huskar to open up the map for us, or we need someone mid to open up the map. We had Huskar, it got demolished. All of a sudden, the map is very constrained. Game 2, our problem is, okay, no problem, no worries. We just need to be able to reliably fight these guys. But then we have a draft that is all in on the team fight. They have a draft that's all in on skirmish. They out skirmish us, we lose. What can you do? So going into this third game, it's ideas, man. Like, I know they have some weird pocket picks that they have up their sleeves, but this actually might be the time to go back to absolute basics. Make this game as simple as humanly possible, because that's how OG also won game 2. They made the game chaotic. Team Next Level couldn't really catch up. So if this third game is not as chaotic, if it's much more structured, much more clear paths of opportunity for Team Next Level, I think that's the way forward for them in this draft.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to go in terms of the draft here. We see the Pugna being banned out once again. So TNL say, yeah, once is enough. We don't want to see that one again. It does leave, unless they ban it out or draft it here for TNL, it leaves that Naga Siren in the pool. And again, a hero that I know that OG do like. So TNL going to be aware about this one. They've been banning it out the previous 2 matches. Are they going to ban it out? Maybe even pick it in the third? Is that what they're trying to consider here? What else has been left in? The Queen of Pain still there. Templar Assassin, they ban out the Axe.
Dazzle.
They go in for the Naga themselves.
Oh, they pick the Naga. Okay, so they picked the Naga. They don't want to give it away. Like you said, there's no Pugna, there's no Marcy. So what's left for OG? They could pick up the Dark Willow themselves. They can go back for the Silencer. They can also pick up the Doom. We've seen the Doom be banned out both games by Team Next Level. Generally speaking, OG play the Doom. They put it in the hands of Shad in the safe lane. So we already know what our carry hero is going to be here. And I will say Shad has been playing very well today. And the thing for me that tells me that a carry player is good is can they play different looks of carry. Game 1, you had to play Ember Spirit, basically a facilitating type of carry, right? Very stable in the lane, just trying to open up the game later on. Imagine like how Fia would play carry when he was on EG back in the day. Game 2, he plays a real carry, right? There's no damage coming from anybody else. Mixer's just there to amplify him. Stormstormer's just there for control. Shad has to be the one to play carry, and he did it very well. So when he's playing Doom right now, it's sort of like in between these 2 styles. So I'm excited to see how he's able to make this work, especially since, as much as I hate Doom carry, the way you feel about a Baron carry, I feel that way about Doom carry. But Shad has made it work, so what can we say?
Yeah, and this is going to be... let's see how this is going to work here, because there is heroes that this is going to deny that TNL like to pick up now. This is going to be a massive pickup for the side of OG. The way, like you say, they're going to be able to open this up. And if you really want to have the impact here, it's going to close off some heroes. So TNL might have to go back to the drawing boards even for this first pick. So yeah, looking at it, the Sans gets banned out, the Warlock get banned out, which might have actually been quite nice up against the Doom themselves, but they want to ban it out. They don't want to give it away because OG have that next pick. They have it on the board. They could get a big, powerful lock in here. What do you want to pair with this Doom? If it's going to be the Doom carry, is there anything they ban out the Medusa? Yeah, again, really nice answer to the Doom in terms of a carry role. But if you're looking at this in terms of the what you want to pair in this lane here with Shadow, if it's going to be the carry Doom, what's on your plate? What's on your mind here for OG?
I think for now you maybe even leave the Doom lane. I would like to see Dark Willow, just so you have long range terrorize. So you're gonna have this Naga coming in with Song of the Siren, right? The range of the Song of the Siren is less than the total cost range of the terrorize from Dark Willow. So you can impact the fight from long range, you can drop down some bramble mazes to try and change things up. If not that, then maybe we go for something that has some degree of sustain. Warlock is gone, Pugna's obviously gone, maybe some Ench. I'm gonna get Snapfire.
Okay.
I've seen this hero a couple of times over the last couple of days, and I've not been very impressed, if I'm honest, by the way that the Snapfire has been playing. So I'm immediately skeptical, but if this is going to be the Doom Snapfire lane, I imagine that the combination is going to be we fire Snap Cookie you. When you have you fire Snap Cookie, get on the target, Infernal Blade, Scorched Earth, Little Shredder to minus all their armor. And then by that point, the person has to either run or risk being killed off in that situation.
Yeah.
I can see it in the lane. Like the lane prowess, if it is Doom Snapfire, that does feel pretty strong. Throughout the game, though, I'm a lot more skeptical about how the impact of the Snapfire will be felt, at least right now.
Okay, yeah, we'll see like how they want to draft around it. The Nagasarum coming out onto the TNL side, so that is going to be, again, locking in as that. Usually the position 5, I have seen it every so often players as one, as we see the Willow and the Magnus coming out here, so that is going to be some good control. If they can get maybe a Song out into the RP, you know, we set up for the Terrorize here as well. That is good, but this was kind of the issue that TNL had in the last game, right? They set up for the big wombo combos and the ultimates, and once those ultimates were down, it's kind of like, how do you try and fight around this? So, TNL, I don't want to say it's a mistake. You know, they do have an idea up the sleeve how they want to execute this game, but yeah, are they going to be able to draft around a hero that can have impact when these ultimates are down?
On the bright side, now they have Dark Willow, so the cooldowns are a little bit lower than they had in the previous game. So now, I imagine the plan now is that Dark Willow is going to be the centerpiece of the damage they need. Either you set up with Song into Bramble's Terrorize, or you set up into RP into Bramble Bedlam. Either way, she's going to be the centerpiece of how they approach their fights. I'm okay with that, so that you can use one or the other at any given time. And remember, Dark Willow doesn't have cooldown. She says doesn't have shared cooldown between those two spells, so you could reasonably still have the fights play out that way. I'm still with you that I want more damage that's not fully reliant on my ultimates. So whenever we do get to our mid heroes, I want to see like some Ember Spirit, some Storm Spirit. I don't want to see like Queen of Pain or whatever, a hero that still needs me to cast my ultimate to be successful. Heroes that can just get in and out and they don't really care too much. It can still work. I think it can still work down the stretch, especially if they also get like a carry who benefits highly from getting the power from the Magnus.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, the Terrorblade is still, you know, again, one of the biggest, the strongest heroes, and just that carry position at the minute. And in terms of Dota, is still available. If you want to go back for something like the Monkey King, you know, they could build it into something that is going to help farm, like you say, with the Empower coming through from that Magnus. You know, they have on the rare sites, maybe we've seen a couple of Phantom Lancers coming out as well. I think TNL, you know, they've liked that Phantom Lancer in in CCT4, you know, in the past few matches, so that could be something they try and get into this draft as well. As OG, they do go back for the Tiny. Now, after Stormstormer playing it in the mid lane in the last game, is that locked in for him, or do you think we might see that one as the 4 coming out here for OG?
I think it's almost guaranteed locked in. Like, I think for me personally, the way I see Tiny right now is that Tiny used to be in contention with like, so there's heroes that play the offlane physical heroes, right? Clockwork, Tusks that can play support, and they have a very particular playstyle. Sometimes you'll see Earthshakers into that mix as well. Tiny used to be part of that category of heroes, but I just think he's so much less impactful with minimal items, right? This is a hero that you give him items, even if it's just utility items, he can make a lot happen for you in his game, similar to what Stormstormer did in game 2. So I think definitely put him mid. We've also just seen that Stormstormer has been laning against anything and taking it all down, making it happen. So, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Worst case scenario, they pick Huskar, and then you just pick another mid hero, shift the Tiny to the off lane, put Tiny safe lane. Even against Invoker, like Stormstormer is in Europe right now, the Invoker guy, right? Miracle is retired, so Stormstormer is the only one that's left that's a pure specialist on this hero. So I'm sure he's gonna see this matchup and be like, you know, Invoker's not even that strong in the laning phase, boys. I've got Tiny, who is strong in the lane. In fact, there was a portion of time where people were picking Tiny into the Invoker. So, guys, I'm good. I got this.
Yeah, and with the build that he likes to go for Stormstormer, that issue of the Tiny losing all of his mana to the EMP coming out here from the Invoker, that's going to be dealt with, because you're going to have, you're probably going to have mana boots on your supports, you're going to have that Soul Ring for yourself as well. You are going to be able to mitigate that loss of mana, even not only in the lane, but in the fights as well. So yeah, we'll see how Stormstormer, what ideas he's got taken around to try and deal with this Invoker in the lane. And like you say, he knows the hero inside and out, so if there's one player you want coming up against this Invoker for the side of OG, it is going to be Stormstormer. We'll see what they want to try and do, but I do believe, I want to see maybe another initiation hero. OG, they had the Slardar in the last game. I'd like to see something maybe like the Beastmaster, like the Night Stalker coming out here for the side of OG in that off lane. If this is going to be that Doom safe lane, you know, just have that impact and have that control in the fights.
Night Stalker's a good shout, actually. Invoker does not enjoy playing against that hero. That is a good shout. That's a good shout. Could certainly see it emerging here. And your other shout of the Beastmaster has already been banned away by Team Next Level themselves.
There it is.
So it turns out, Rob, that you kind of do this for a living. Seems like you know what you're doing.
Yeah, every so often, you know, I kind of like the brain does tick over the cogs. You know, as Rusty said, they do clank along, and I do get to, you know, a couple of good thoughts out.
I think right now, though, one thing that Team Next Level has done with the Invoker is that this is a hero that wants to be more participatory in the map. There's a lot of ways that he can set people up. There's two ways that they could approach this, right? You either go for the full control Invoker, or you try to play for the big damage from the Exort. You have, of course, Naga Siren, Dark Willow, Magnus to help you set up some of these big spells. The Sunstrikes earlier, the Cataclysms later.
Yeah.
Or if they want to go for more of the EMP, Deafening Blast, Cold Snap route, they can still do that, especially because eventually they'll have Empower from the Magnus, Alacrity out of the Invoker. You put both of those onto your carry, which is now going to be the Nature's Prophet. And I was actually very worried about their damage issues until I saw the Prophet. Now, if you facilitate him well enough and you buff him up in the fights, he can turn this into a 4 protect 1 game. Because if you look at OG, outside of the Tiny, they don't necessarily have the best reach in the game. So if the Nature's Prophet is able to find a good position, not get isolated in the fight, he can just sit there right-clicking. He's going to do some damage in this game. This man is going to hurt.
Yeah, he really is, and it is going to be up to OG to try and deal with this one. Like you say, the split push coming out as well. Just the absolute utility you have in this Nature's Prophet, being able to have that global presence, put the pressure around the map. I wonder if you go for something like, you talked about it in the last draft. They're going to go for the Timber. I was going to say the Underlord, but they're going to have that Timber. They're going to have the jump ability. They're going to be able to get through those sprouts as well. The Timber Saw, big tanky boy, can take a lot of pressure, can get on top, and just pump out the damage as well. So I really don't mind this one, and it is going to be TNL potentially the last gasp here in the series, so hopefully they're going to make it a good one here. And I do think if all the lineups that I've seen today, I think, yeah, this is the one that impresses me most. So we'll see how they are going to be able to execute this one in the game 3 up against OG.
I do think as well what they need to do with UI cannot play this as a standard carry. He's not allowed to just sit in lane farming away. No, he needs to be playing Mickey Nature's Prophet. As soon as it's available, the teleport, you need to be showing up in lanes. 6 minutes. At 6 minutes, I want to see him on Stormstormer picks up Blink Dagger. They need to be 2 to 3 towers up at that moment. That's the bare minimum for this game. Because part of the problem with this Timber, this is honestly a perfect Timber game, because if they don't get a very good start from Team Next Level and we get into the mid game where the game is relatively even, if you look at the damage output that Team Next Level does, it takes some time to ramp up, right? There's no, we stun you once and you definitely die in the duration of the stun. There's still a lot of spells that we have to cast, a lot of things have to go right for us. We have to get the right target, find the right hero in the mix-up, and Timbersaw is one of the heroes that can just break up that kind of cohesive connection that you require. And because they don't have that big burst damage, he's going to have a lot of time to move in and out of the fights. And you might say, well, it might not be that deep, but if he's doing that, who's addressing the Doom? Who is helping you deal with the damage coming from the Snapfire Morty's Kisses? Who's able to control Disruptor? Who's ready to try and lay in a glimpse, throw in a Static Storm or whatever? Honestly, I don't even think the Tiny even matters all that much in this game. I think the supports and the Timbersaw, they need to address those heroes. If they can win. But if we get to 15 minutes, the game is even, no towers have been taken, I feel like we're looking at a 3-0 gang.
Okay, well, let's see how it's going to break down as we get ready to get ourselves into the third, potentially final game of this best of 5 here between OG and TNL. And TNL, again, they've got, I think, a great team fight. You're talking about it, the target priority. They are going to be able to get the resets out once that song starts to come through from Flacco there as well. I think that's going to be one of the most important parts. Being able to maybe get that early shard for the Naga Siren there as well, to get the health and the mana increase back off that song, and just be able to play around these fights. Like I say, pick the targets, get themselves into a good position, and then kind of look for that reset. On the other side, like you say, OG, they're 2 games up. They've got the confidence. They've got the pressure. They've got the ability to close this one out. And OG, they've been running rings in, the team fights. Once you start to get into that 5v5 pressure from OG, they've just been running rings around TNL all day, it feels like. They've been kind of out mind gaming them around the Roshan pit, it feels like. So TNL, if they've got any chance of, they need to step it up once more to a higher level to be able to pull this one out the bag. And we're going to get the reconnect in, so hopefully not too far away. We are just, quickly paused out. So Yoi going to be able to get that reconnect, hopefully not too far away from seeing the reconnection from the Magnus now as well from Noma, and then get ourselves underway for this game. And TNL, they need to pull this one out of the bag. This is it. There's no more second chances. They need to be stepping up into this final game potentially.
I also have large concerns about UI on this Nature's Prophet, because if you look at the nature of their draft, remember at the very end I was saying, before I saw Nature's Prophet, I had major damage issues and concerns about how they kill heroes.
Yeah.
Now, yes, Nature's Prophet is what gives you that last piece of damage. Wrath of Nature, the right clicks once you get in power and Alacrity. Unfortunately, that also means that he is the #1 Doom target. You simply Doom him, the fight is over. Like, what do they do if you absolutely just Doom him and take him out of the game? So that does put a increased amount of pressure onto Team Next Level to both make sure that they fully facilitate the Nature's Prophet whilst also protecting him. I could easily envision scenarios where Flacco is just straight up willing to let anybody else on the team die, provided he saves the song to give salvation towards the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, and just quickly in the chat there as well, you can see that, maybe a little bit of confidence coming through from the TNL side. Yawai reconnects and immediately just says 3-2 easy, and whether that's confidence or maybe a little bit of, what are we going to call it? How can we say this politely?
Well,
he's lost his damn mind.
What he could be saying, he might have just mistyped, and instead of saying 3-2 easy, he meant 3-2-2 easy,
Okay, we are going to see those smokes coming out a little bit later on again, and you see that OG are grouping up. They want this pressure out into that top row, and they want potentially to get a gank, but again, on the other side, Shad breaks that smoke, I do believe. The ward goes down in the Radiant jungle, but Fanan's not going to be able to spot this one. I think this time they are going to let this one go. So yeah, both teams looking for it, and it is going to be 3 bounty runes going the way of TNL, but Stormstorm taking some pressure in the river. Can they go for any more into this one? Yeah, because Yawai now, there's going to be this Catalyst coming out to try and slow him down. The Blood Grenade comes through now as well as the Thunderstrike. He has his help of the team behind him. Another Blood Grenade. And Lelis with that casual just Kobe gets the kill out onto Yawai. Yawai could not get himself away.
That is... To make matters worse, right? I think it always sucks to die at first. Yes, you did get the Blood Grenades. You did get the bounties. It sucks to die. But honestly, one of the heroes you do not want to give a good start to is Disruptor. This hero, with farming experience, is actually a monster and a beast. The only thing that keeps him balanced is how hard it is for him to gain that farming experience. But if he's starting the game with that first blood, already encroaching upon having level 2, this could be problematic. And given how Lelis has played, honestly, in my mind, this is my MVP of the day. I think he's been, absurdly good. One of the ways that, it's like watching Moises Caicedo play for Chelsea, man. He's too good.
Oh, okay. We're bringing it back to the football. Yeah, just rub it in a little bit more here as we see Fernand's going to take a little bit of pressure out in the lane here. The Thunderstrike coming down there as well. So Fernand has to move himself back towards that tier 1 tower as Lelis, like you say, he's going to even be able to get the pull off, try and freeze this wave out where it is, stop Noma from being able to pull it right back in his favor. Just be able to try and equalize. Or even, is this going to be no, it's not going to be a stack. The time is not right onto it. So yeah, he's going to try and get the pullback, try and equalize this lane up. But yeah, like you're saying here, once you start to get some snowball ability on the Disruptor, not only in the lane, but being able to make the move into the mid lane, especially against the Invoker. The Invoker gets tossed back, he gets glimpsed back, trying to run himself away. Lelis, he's looked really good today, and he can put the pressure out, not into this lane, maybe take the Twin Gate to the top lane as well. You're speaking about the top lane, Flacco, Yawai, both under pressure once again, but the cookie is going to be off the mark here. Doesn't connect onto Yawai, and Yawai is going to live just that little bit longer in the lane.
And I was mentioning in the draft how scary it could be having the Doom with the Fire Snap Cookie, but they decided to put this Snapfire in the off lane. So Fire Snap Cookie plus Timber Soul is even scarier, honestly. Your Y needs to be extremely careful. Honestly, he might even consider barely using Sprout as an ability when you're having to deal with a Timber Soul like this.
Yeah, you just got to space it out here. Do what you can to keep yourself alive. And OG, like we've said, again, saying in the draft, if you give a good aggressive lane over to Mixer, he is going to be able to make it work here. Dave's taking a little bit of pressure from Flacco, but Flacco has to back himself away because those spells are both up here for the Snapfire. Like I said, if you get caught out, it only takes a second or so for Mixer to close that gap and get another kill. So the Nagasiren, fully aware of that, doesn't want to put himself under pressure.
We did have a quick glimpse at mid just now, where we saw that Stormstormer is indeed yet again beating out Duel-Raze. Mid diff, what can you do? It's also a hero diff, Invoker versus Tiny. Tiny will always win that matchup. On the bright side, because the Invoker did go for the Exort build, he will be available to supply some Sunstrike damage. So in the event that they can find the stuns, he can make that happen. But look top, Flacco's in trouble.
Flacco, he walks himself in, tried to dodge off the cookie, but he does walk himself in there to the Scatter Blast coming out from Daze. And as he's going to try and play around this one, he does have the Deluge coming out here. So Mixer going to be taking a lot of damage right back. Sunstrike with the Timber Saw. He's already got the Timber Chain past that one. Yeah, so that one isn't going to be off the mark. There was no net here. Nagasiren only level 2. Doesn't have the point in the end snare just yet, so wasn't able to get the lockdown to maybe potentially set up for that Sunstrike like you were talking about just then.
Honestly, the only reason Flacco is alive is because he's playing Nagasiren, 330 base movement speed. Almost any other hero in that position doesn't have enough movement speed to dodge the Fire Snap Cookie, ends up dead for sure, but fine for now. On the other side, Shad, I mean, you're playing Doom into what am I talking about? Dark Willow, Magnus. There's no way. There's literally nothing they can do. You just farm, You hope that they don't get enough space to come closer so they don't get any farm, but Lilith will try and take care of that. But honestly, this is like the freest lane in the world for Doombringer.
Yeah, yeah, and he's going for the devil's bargain here as well. So we might see the setup coming through from that Hand of Midas, which he has got queued up into, then setting up for further items. Maybe get. What are you looking at, Carry Doom? Because I would like to see the Blink Dagger, but you are going to have that tiny toss here. You're going to have the Timber Saw. So for me, the Doom might not prioritize that Blink.
Yeah, I don't think you buy Blink here. I think you go Midas, you buy Rads, get AC. You get AC, BKB, or you get BKB first, AC,
Yeah.
and then you decide on if you want a big item like the Overwhelming Blink, or if you just want to keep tanking up by getting like a Shivas or something.
Yeah,
Lilith in trouble.
Turns himself around here. Fernandes was able to get the kill, but if he walked back, he would have walked himself into the Sunstrike. So yeah, it was rock and a hard place there for Lelis. He will be taken down, kill on the board by the side of TNL. So trying to get off the mark, and we'll be able to. So going to be able to give a little bit to this Invoker. But the Invoker, the dual raise, you were talking about it in the mid lane, is being punished out. Look at that farm difference, the health difference. It's just the difference coming out between the two mid laners. Oh, Sunstrike again. Chad. Oh, really well
Chad is
played.
dead, but so is Dual Raze. Dual Raze is going to die for sure in the mid lane.
Does he pay for this one? Yeah, there is going to be the trick out coming out now as well. Kinetic Field, the rotation coming through from Lelis to try and get the kill. Like you say, yeah, Dulray is going to be made to pay for that one. Lelis gives his life to get that kill, forces a rotation, but Mixer now gets a kill onto Flacco in the top lane. Can he get any more from this one? Mixer's going to get really down low. Has to go with that Timber Chain away to safety. Yeah, being chased down by a creep wave. Naga Siren illusions as well as no treants just yet for Yawai, but yeah, trying to stack it up onto Mixer, so Mixer away safe.
It's so unfortunate because just before the Invoker died, he found his first Sunstrike kill of the game, and I was thinking that it's very sad that he hasn't been able to get them, given how much help he needs, and there's not really anybody who wants to make big throated rotations. Then he finds himself getting killed, but then they get some counter kills. Sort of equalizes things in the grand scheme, but the fact that Stormstormer is still on top in both net worth and CS is a bit problematic for them.
Yeah, and we'll see Stormstormer. Can he get up to the front? You were talking about it. The TP comes in here, trying to get the aggression out. There's going to be the cookie away from the Sunstrike here. Stormstormer, and again, 300 health to play around with. He's trying to get himself away from this one. Flacco, does he have the net? Still no. The Deluge, though, will be enough to get the kill out onto Stormstormer. It does waste some heavy time, though, on the side of TNL. You're creating space for Mixer, taking the pressure off the Shad on the bottom lane here as well. But the same breath, it gives Dual Race something back in this mid lane, too.
You know, I said I want your eye to be TPing into the enemy safe lane at 6 minutes. Take the mid TP. It's okay. It's okay. But that's still what I want to be seeing largely out of him. He needs to be as involved in this game as humanly possible.
Yeah, and you can see that it is having an effect here. He's still getting the top last hits. He's still finding the farm. Dorace actually denies the Invis rune there in the mid, but Day's looking for the stacks in the jungle. Going to set up either for the Tiny or the Timber Saw to take, depending on who really needs that net worth more. Flacco, how's he looking on the Naga Siren? That 1 point in the end snare now, so we'll be able to set up with that reel in there as well for the Sunstrikes. Yawai, Daisy's going to go for the wrap here. Does he try and go onto the Yawai Mixer as well? There's going to be the Disruptive Clause as well. So Lelis, yeah, they connect on the cookie. There's going to be the point blank. The end snare comes out. Yawai going to be slow to a crawl here, but they don't want to dive underneath that tier 1 tower. Glimpse comes out. Lelis, though, do they have enough to play around this one? Flacco going to be in trouble with the Kinetic Field. It looks like he might just know the illusions, and Flacco just barely keeps himself alive.
That gank was just slightly too late. If that gank had come 20 seconds later, Lelis would have had access to boots, and then he catches up to Yawai, able to glimpse him back into position. Unfortunately, it came just slightly too soon, trying to exploit their positioning opportunity. And one of the things I always say is about how Dota 2 is a game of margins, and this one was favorable towards Team Next Level in this situation.
Yeah. Daze, does he get the full stacks onto both of these? I think the Ancients might just... Yeah, just inside the box there, so it wasn't enough to get the stack off. He does stack the other side of the camp, though, so that is going to be, again, if Mixer wants to come into this one, he's going to have that level 6 now, so the Chakram comes out onto Flacco. It's going to be the Whirling Chakram there as well, coming out, the Twisted Chakram as well onto Flacco, but Flacco gets the net with the Ensnare. The cookie was that Timber Chain. Can he try and close the gap? There's going to be the Chakram coming through, so he can try to slow this one out. He gets the kill to Flacco's courier again, just to add insult to injury. And now 4 heroes grouping up. Yawai, does he go for the TP away? Because the Doom is here. Shad throws the ultimate out. There's going to be the Chakram coming through. The damage out. This Nature's Prophet. No way he lives through this one. Not at all here. And Shad, do they give the kill over to him? They do. So Shad getting one on the board now too. And this could even put pressure onto that tier 1 tower top. Even if Lelis, even if Shad go back towards the bottom lane, this creep wave can be cleared up. So Mixer can step up to the tower with a creep wave of his own just to take a little bit of damage to that tier 1.
I think we're seeing what I was talking about in the draft about their damage issues, right? For example, on the other side, the reason why UI has not really been able to make that kind of move onto Shad, like, think about the commitment. We'll see now, actually. You'll see very soon what the problem is.
RP comes out. Sunstrike's going to be here now as well. Shad the Cookie again. Not going to be able to save his life. Norma going to be taking a little bit of damage now as well. Stormstormer TP's in. The Glimpse is going to be down here. Can they get the kill? Terrorize comes out. Going to keep Stormstormer from going forward onto this one. Norma's going to be low. And again, Yawai, he wants to get involved in these fights underneath the tier 1 tower. Stormstormer try to run himself away. The Sprout comes out once again. Chakram's going to be here from Mixer. Mixer going to try and get involved. They get the kill onto Stormstormer. Mixer takes down Finance. So again, trading heroes, but this time TNL going to be the ones that come off better in the trade.
So that was a much better trade for the side of Team Next Level. But consider the investment that they had to bring, right? So the move that we saw top, they first easily killed off one of the supports. They dive Nature's Prophet. They find him quite quickly. Down bottom, they had to commit RP, Sunstrike, Wrath of Nature, Dark Willow, full hit with the Terrorize, Bedlam, as well as some deluge hits from Flaco. That's what it took to kill off the Doombringer. And of course, Stormstormer showed up with not optimal HP, ended up losing his own life. But that's going to be the concern, that yet again they're in this position where they can't need their ultimates to find any successful kills on core heroes.
Yeah, that was a little bit ambitious, I think, coming through for the Dark Willow, throwing the Bedlam out here up against Shad on the Doom. Doom's going to have that ultimate back up in the next 32 seconds as well. How far away is he from that Hand of Midas? I mean, looking at net worth-wise, the Nature's Prophet is a little bit ahead. 2 kills, 3 assists to his name here for Yawai. He is making this farm work. Mid lane now as well.
Nice.
Lelis could be in trouble. They're going to drop the Meteor on him now as well. Lelis, is he going to go? He is extinct. Dual Race gets this kill. And again, I said it in the second game, and I know we're only 10 minutes in, but it seems like TNL, they are stepping up the quality bit by bit, game by game here, and they're showing it here. You know, 2 kills ahead. They've got this net worth advantage. Again, only 11 minutes into the game, so the game nowhere near over just yet, but there is, you know, a distinct jump up from quality again, it feels like, for TNL.
Yep. I do want to see your Wireport bottom right now because they have killed off and moved away any of the heroes in this side of the map. So if your Wire was here with the Siege Wagon, they could guarantee a tower, but here comes Shad with the boys. This has taken too long, so they're going to dissuade them from doing this. Not going to be possible any longer. The window is closed, but Jawai is still farming. He's safe in the jungle, doing his thing. Dual Raids is now caught up in net worth. He's top of the net worth charts, been involved in a number of kills, and building straight into that Aghanim Scepter for himself. Wants to make sure that we have that Cataclysm going after the Song RP combination.
Yeah, oh, he might go down here, though. Look at this one. The multi-kiss is going to rain down. It's not quite enough to get the kill. Dual Race, it will. The final hit, just enough to get the kill. Cost Stormstormer his life, though. Yawai getting another one on the board. And you were talking about it here. The aggression from the Nature's Prophet might just be the difference here between these two teams.
Yep. He needs to keep doing this. At any given point in time, if it's possible for him to show up and find a kill, he must do it. And we didn't really talk about it, but they have that dual presence in the global perspective. Having the Wrath of Nature in tandem with the Sunstrike means that there's always an opportunity for them to rain damage out of unexpected places from the side of TNL. Top lane, speaking of unexpected damage, Mixer's in some trouble.
Yeah, the Ensnare comes out here. Could be able to get the grab. Does he turn this one around here? Fernandes? No, there's going to be the Timber Chain away. A Mixer TP comes in from Yawai, but Yawai's just a little bit behind here. Lelis, he might give his life for this one. Still not level 6, so he doesn't have that Static Storm to come out, and it will cost him his life. And again, setting up the rotations early on before OG really have their timings up for these fights. It is going pretty good for here on the side of Tina on Norma. Just able, because the arm was in the earth for Shad to throw the Doom out into Norma, and Norma, he gets his little dive away here. Shad wants to carry on chasing, though. Does he want to carry on going into this one with the Scorched Earth? The Doom will be here into the Cookie. This should be the death of the Magnus. Magnus, he's still fairly fast onto this one, so he's going to be able to run a little bit longer here, yeah, and that is only a level 1 Doom here too, so they might just give this one up. Does he? He does. The Doom wears off, and Norma, okay, that was a lot less close than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, Shad doesn't have his Radiance just yet, so before you have that, you actually don't really have damage on Doom at this stage of the game, so can't really accomplish anything. And Norma has Blink and RP back online, and they also have Cataclysm being built up, so as soon as the Cataclysm is available, they might just try to jump on top of the Doom. Maybe they even have enough damage with the Sunstrike. I mean, got only almost max points into Exort, so definitely we see this Invoker focusing on the damage output for himself.
And how are we looking at overall here now? Net worth Okay, so the Invoker, yeah, like you say, he's going to be able to get towards that Ags fairly quickly now. He's already about halfway there. Nature's Prophet going to be the top of the net worth in the bottom lane now as well. Daze going to be chased down. You have 2-3 heroes around. Skewer comes through, and they get the kill out onto Daze. Immediately going through the Twin Gate there as well from Flacco to get towards that top part of the map. Has that song if he could set up for something, but again, it looks like OG playing a little bit more defensively now. You know, they're not over-aggressing in the lane, not stepping the boundaries when there are heroes missing on the map for TNL.
This Nature's Prophet has been playing. This has basically been exactly what they needed. They needed a hero that's going to enable them to be aggressive, even if not even just be aggressive, but make the game chaotic, make strange things happen. Because now it's them that are dictating the tempo. You can see that OG don't really know exactly where to go, who to respond to. They're gonna try and reveal the Blink Dagger now, smoking up with Stormstormer, but it's only Flacco that's here. I don't think he cares if he dies in order to reveal a Blink pickup from the Tiny.
No, that'd be good information here. They're going to be able to get the tier 1 tower off the back of this one, or maybe the tier 1 tower. Anyway, yeah, Blink revealed, Avatars comes in, even dropping the static storm for this one to make sure there's no song. And that's going to be, yeah, Flacco goes down, he loses his courier again, which is probably the worst part of that. And then he's going to lose a tier 1 tower too, but it did buy the information. In fact, they might be able to get the kill onto Daze now. So look at Daze, they know there's 3 heroes in the top lane. They're not going to be able to respond in time. Skewer back as well. Bedlam comes out and Daze will fall.
Beautiful. This is so good from the side of TNL. They're reading the moves across the map, responding appropriately. And the best thing as well is that they're not putting themselves in a position where the next move that they're making is predictable, right? Your Y's been TPing all over the show. Oh, bottom lane, is Shad gonna die here?
He is, it looks like. Yeah, they set up for him, and again, no response from OG. That global presence coming through from the Nature's Prophet, either by the TP or the Wrath of Nature, really is starting to pay off now for TNL.
Yep. Damage from surprising angles, not being wholly reliant on having to bring everybody physically there. You can just hit up an RP. As long as there's an RP and Bedlam nearby, you generally are going to have the damage for these kills. And Stormstormer, you know, the more he started the lane fantastically, now he's falling quite far behind in the net worth department. Very nice deny from Daze, though. That was super sick.
Yeah, just to kind of claw something back away from the side of TNL. Kinetic Field goes down. They're looking to scout out here. Blink once again. Stormstormer. Can he try and get on top? He's not actually going to try and go for it now as well. Shield Rune in the bottle for Stormstormer. Now he gets the Blink in. Does he get the kill out into the Naga Siren? Finds a real one now as well. And again, Flacco, if he desperately needs it, glimpse comes through into the Scatterblast. Little shredder there as well. But now Daze might have overextended. He's going to be caught out. There is going to be, well, Sunstrike walks himself into it. Not even needed because Flacco gets the kill first anyway.
Team Next Level are showing that next level right now, playing extremely well across the map. And I think they've also made sure that Shad, I mean, to be fair, Shad can't really do anything. Right now, they're playing 4 versus 5 because they know for a fact that Shad is going to be hidden in the jungle until he picks up a Radiance. Yeah. He did come for that early opportunistic kill top lane, but that had more to do with the Twin Gate rotation than them really being able to utilize the Doom fully. So while the iron is hot, while you have this numerical advantage, before the Timber Sword becomes unkillable, before the Storm Spirit or Stormstormer has additional mobility items, this is the time to strike. We see it reflected on the map right now, 8 and 14. The best part about this is that your Y has been involved in 9 of these kills as the Nature's Prophet, and involved in another one too.
Shad caught underneath the vision there. They might know that there's ward now. They're going to be able to get the return kill onto Norma. Can they go for any more? There's going to be multi-kisses, but again, they're off target here. Fernand trying to move himself away. The glimpse, though, back out into that Kinetic Field Static Storm combo. Trying to go for the TP. Do they have the damage to get the kill first? They do. It was a good idea by Fernand. I mean, he doesn't really lose anything by using that TP anyway. Okay, the cooldown, but, you know, whatever. And they do get another kill on the board here. So a 2-for-1. They do lose Shad. And again, like you say, it delays that Radiance timing by just another few minutes, or probably about a minute or so after that death.
The Radiance timing is delayed. We also got to have more involvement from Invoker in some kills. So he's going to continue to scale as well. Even though they ended up losing 2 in the long run, don't really think it's that big of a deal given the heroes they lost. They lost Magnus, who had his RP down, given that he just killed off the Doom. They lose a support who drew out the Static Storm, drew out a rotation from the Timber Sword, and wasted a lot of time. I think Team Next Level is still perfectly happy with this, especially with how much your Y has been farming. My man is most of the way towards the BKB, just 1,000 gold out right now to pick this item up.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic time. And I mean, when you think of farm heroes, you know, you think of the Doom with that Devour going towards the Hand of Midas as well. and it's really not paid off for him. He has been put under pressure. I think for the first time in the series here, Shad, he's having an uncomfortable game in the lane towards that mid part of the map, and now he does sell the Hand of Midas with that Devil's Bargain coming out, so he is going to have the Radiance up now. So, okay, not as long as I thought. It's still going to be delayed a little bit. You know, usually you want to be picking up that Radiance 15, 16 minutes at most, so a little bit behind the curve here for Shad, but still, that item is on board. So you're going to be able to go back for the Hand of Midas again with that Devil's Bargain.
They're going to smoke up right now. One of the things I've seen that they're struggling with on the side of OG relative to TNL, TNL have a solid 3 heroes, Invoker, Naga, and the Nature's Prophet, that can gain you free vision on the map, and OG have a solid 0. So they're having a difficult time knowing where to go. Even when we see with the smoke right now, you can see like they don't have aggressive wards, so they're like, okay guys, let's guess where they're at, but they draw the circle right now, but it feels like a little bit too late. By now, TNL will be set up to try and counter this, as we see with the positioning of the Magnus on the high ground.
Yeah, well, let's see how the smoke is going to go. It does break in now, so there's going to be the dive in. The Avalanche comes out. There's going to be the toss as well. Song comes through, though, and they don't get the kill out onto that Dark Willow. So do they want to try and reset? Do they want to try and go for a little bit more here? Like I say, there is going to be the Static Storm coming out, though, so that's going to be the blink in from the Magnus. It cancels off the RP, though. Not going to be able to get that one away. Has to go back for the reset. Might still be able to get the kill onto Daze. Backlands as well. Lelis going to be taken down by Yawai. Yawai comes in with that completed BKB. Sprout comes out, gets the trap onto Stormstorm, and Mixer trying to run himself away from this one now as well. And again, it's the layers of the counter engagement coming through here for this side of TNL. Norma gets the RP out into Stormstormer. They take down Shad too. There's going to be the Cataclysm and Force Staff out. It keeps Stormstormer alive. Can they get anything from this one? They do take down Norma, but that is just a consolation because it cost them 2 buybacks to get it, and they lose Shad too.
Yawai's dying though.
Oh! Overextension here maybe now as well. The multi-kiss is coming up point blank as well. Fernand's going to try and do what he can to get the kill onto Daze to send him into that dieback, but okay. Over commitment coming through from the side of TNL. They stuck around just a little bit too long.
That was, before the end of that fight, that was such a decisive win for TNL. They were able to get the quick kill onto Shad. They were able to force these supports to die very quickly, get Stormstormer and Nixer far away from the fight, but they decided to keep chasing. You saw Yawai. Despite his BKB being down, he didn't have an ultimate. He still felt so strong. He's like, let me try and bring these guys down. Unfortunately, the overchase, he gets chain disabled by Daze and them. Mixer comes in. And Mixer right now is the team. This is OG at the moment. He's the one that's doing absolutely everything. If he's not involved in these frays, they just don't feel like they have damage. You know, Shad came in. He died without even casting a single spell. Just got caught by his lonesome next to the Roshan pit. Gets demolished. But Mixer was able to put in that pressure. And now we are seeing that with him having SNK blinked, angling towards a BKB, for the next portion of this game, maybe like 10 minutes, it's going to be TNL having to focus onto him if they want to win these team fights. And we'll see it happen over the course of this fight for the Tommy.
Yeah, look at Daze. Daze has to get himself away from this. So he's taking too much damage from the Tormentor. Now the dive comes in. Yawai's got that BKB going once again. The Sunstrike comes out to Stormstormer. Stormstormer will go down. Mixer going to be on the retreat here. Can he get himself away? Looks like he might just be able to. While that is going on, though, they're going to turn themselves back around here. Do TNL want to take away this Tormentor? They've got the timing, got the opening from it. And they are going to be able to steal it away from OG. Perfect timing to get the counter take on this one. They don't lose anyone. Fernand's going to be the one to pick up that shard. Really nice, you know, the Cursed Crown. It's a really nice pick of the. But again, if it would have been for Flacco the 2, that would have been just as good, I think, for the shard to go to the other support as well.
Yo, you were asking earlier about the Blink Dagger on Doom. He needs it now, actually. I think he needs it. He's really struggling. Or rather, they're really struggling with the fact that every fight that happens, TNL can so quickly bring the full complement of heroes. Whereas for this Doombringer, you know, even with the Scorched Earth, he's fairly slow. And indeed he has. He does have the BKB queued up, but ahead of the queue, he does put in the Blink Dagger. Realizing that, okay, we are playing a 5 versus 4 game. I need to be involved as well. But at the very least, my only job, if I'm Shad, my only job is to doom Yawai. That's it. Nothing else. If I can find Yawai and doom him, our fight will be in a much better place.
Yeah. And we'll see. He's not going to be too far away. In fact, you know, if he sells that Hand of Midas again, if he's had enough, you know, charges to kind of even that out, he could get that Blink Dagger up. Not too far away from that now. About 500 gold. I think he might just farm it through. He's got the Devours. He's going to have that Hand of Midas coming up, you know, on the charges. Going to be able to get it quick with the Radiance Burn, with that Scorched Earth coming through as well. So that looks like I was going to try and play this one. But again, fight is starting to break out now. Fernand's, Flacco, Norma, they're going to look for the engagement out. Mixer Gonna be able to get the timber chain. Okay, they know there's some danger happening here. Do they want to get involved with Shad? Stormstormer tries to get into this one now as well, but he's not going to be able to catch up. Caught in the bramble maze and the timber chain. It doesn't connect for Mixer. So just a couple of fall shots here. Do they get the damage out here to get the kill out onto him? They do. Fernandes will fall. Tried to get cheeky with a TP inside those trees, but they have the burst damage on the side of OG. That is one thing they aren't lacking here for their side.
They finally get these catches. Glimpse, they need a blink dagger onto Lelis as well, and he does have it queued up. They need a longer reach. Unfortunately, the days of supports buying Aetherlens are long gone, it seems. Actually, when is the last time you even saw that item in the game?
Oh, that was a good, no. I have seen a disruptor go for one. It's not common. It's like a 1 in 10 thing. But yeah, like you say, it's very genuinely not an item heroes pick up.
Yeah, I think what probably happened is that there's too many neutral items that provide cost range. So then when you ask yourself, okay, do I want to spend 2,000 gold buying cost range, or do I just want to buy Blink and then get a neutral item with cost range? It's a very easy decision.
Yeah. And we'll see here, they might try and go for a counter engage onto Noma. Noma is going to be showing, has Flacco behind him. And it looks like Stormstormer was making a move over, but there is this ward down that's going to spot Stormstormer out here. So Flacco, the furthest one forward. If you want to go, they're going to be able to go for the RP. There's good one coming out now as well. Stormstormer, though, he's going to be able to get himself far enough away. He does. He protects himself from the damage. Song for the reset and no BKBs to cancel it off here. So Flacco just protecting his teammate, getting himself out to safety. Flacco, though, he has no TP to speak of, so he will be the sacrificial lamb. Going to be taken down. Yawai TPs himself in. He's got the back of a dual race now as well. Stormstormer caught out in that tornado, but Yawai, does you actually want to fight into this one? Again, the Yule Scepter going to keep the tiny alive for a little bit longer. Mixer going to be taking a lot of damage from that right click now too, so Mixer has to find himself away only as far as the cliff. The timber chain down to the low ground. While this is going on, the Doom is finding the farm on the other side of the map. The Blink Dagger is up, working towards that BKB now. Oh, the TP. Yawai, can they get the kill onto Mixer? Finally now, the Force Staff comes forward. Mixer going to be taking that right-click damage. So that Stone Connecting Field comes out. Shad is going to be here. You were talking about it. He gets that Doom off and will be able to get the kill. Dual Raise takes down Daze, but not worth the trade of Yawai falling there too. Oh, Glimpse.
Back. They might not be done. Okay, no, they're done.
Yeah.
But you just see the difference that's made when... So part of the problem they had coming into that fight is, yes, they force out the early RP. Magnus TP's out under the auspices of the song. But most of that fight was unfolding 5 versus 4. Only when the Doom showed up did it seem like, oh, okay, this guy can actually have some impact. And the most important thing, though, once the Doom is dropped on Nature's Prophet, you just see the precipitous drop-off, his inability to affect the fight thereafter.
Dual Race, he has to use that BKB now. Can he get himself away from this one? It looks like he's going to go for the BKB. No, excuse me, BKB TP. Nothing to cancel that one off. And they will be able to keep Stormstormer alive a little bit longer there. It was a good idea. And he had that Rip Cordio to pull if he was in danger, which he did. Flacco gets caught out. Kinetic Field. Is there going to be any follow-up from this one? Stormstormer going to try and close that gap. Fernandes gets the kill onto Shad, though. Can they go for this? There's no song. The Ensnurp comes out. Tree toss forward. And Flacco, yeah, Mixer cleans up that kill. And now they're terrorized out. Cataclysm. They walk themselves out of that Cataclysm, though. Norma's going to get low. Even the neutral's going to get involved in this one. Fernandes, Yule Scepter out onto the Timbersaw. Timbersaw, can he get himself close that gap? Yeah, with the Chakram coming through now as well. Slows down the Dark Willow. Dark Willow with barely any health left. The jump in from Mixer claims that kill. Going to be another 2 for 2 on the board, but you did lose Shad that time.
Yeah, you lost Shad. Honestly, they were a little bit unfortunate. There was a bit of anti-synergy between the Cataclysm and the Terrorize. The Terrorize had not come right there and there. Cataclysm might have actually killed off Stormstormer as well, but in the grand scheme of things, you still found Shad first and foremost, forced a very fun fight onto him, and prevented him from picking up his BKB. He wasn't that far away from having the item, so now you stall out his progression, stall out his farm. And the problem is, if you don't have BKB, your Timbersaw did not buy a Pipe of Insight. Remember, that's the one request I had. I need a Pipe buyer. And what's ended up happening is that nobody can really deal with this magic damage if they're isolated from the team.
Yeah, and we might see, no, it's going to be the Shivas coming out here for Mixer, so not even going to go towards the Pipe after picking up that Blink Dagger, after picking up the Karen Sanch here now too, so Mixer going to leave that one on the sidelines. I wonder if we see going to be the Blink Dagger Usurper set up for the Snapfire, Force Staff coming out here for the Disruptor, so yeah, nobody looking towards that Pipe, but the BKBs are starting to come out now for the side of OG, at least the one for Doom, and then we're going to see the one queued up here for, speaking of Stormstormer, in trouble. He'll still going to keep him alive a little bit longer. Can he keep himself going from this one? He can't, and Yawai gets another kill on the board.
They do not have an answer right now for this Nature's Prophet. No. And remember, friend, this is before Alacrity. He barely has Empower. At least they get a kill on Fernandes, but it cost Morty's Kisses.
Yeah, we'll see here. Normal gets the RP off. There's going to be the Cataclysm coming out now as well. The damage comes out onto Mixer. Mixer, though, does he want to try and put this one onto Flacco? There's going to be the Scorched Earth coming through now as well, but Flacco, does he try and set up for this song? Maybe put Shad in an awkward position. The damage to the Cookie to get Shad out. It will be enough for the retreat here, so they trade off again. At least one support for a couple of big spells, but yeah, Stormstormer going down there was not in OG's plans.
He comes across UI, but he's already expended the Doom on the Invoker, so no real threat that he can apply towards UI here. And Shad, yes, this has always been one of my core problems with carry Doom, is that if the game is not going amazingly for you, yes, you have all of this net worth, but what are you really doing? If Doom is down and they don't have to fear that spell, they can literally just ignore him in the fight, and it won't really make that much of a difference.
Yeah, and that was going to be my question, because he has that Manta style queued up, but I would have thought you wanted to go for either an Ag Scepter or a Refresher, you know, so you have that effect of either the AoE or the double Doom coming out. Maybe even go for a Harpoon to close the gap so you can stop being kited. But yeah, the Manta style, I'm scratching my head a little bit over it as Yaoi gets another kill, takes down Lelis, and it feels like OG, after having two incredibly well-played games here, they're just taking a bit of a mental break.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I really like the option of going. I don't want him to go all in on the Dooms, but I would love Harpoon a lot.
Yeah.
Make him tanky, make like a Harpoon AC. I think that kind of build could be pretty solid here. Just allow him to be able to maintain presence in front of the fight, actually get in the face of this Nature's Prophet. Now they're just straight up rushing, feeling quite confident that OG will not stop. But OG are coming. They smoked up on some heroes, but it might be too late.
Yeah, you're going to have the Naga Siren here, so the Aegis goes away of Yaoi. Song comes out from the Naga Siren. Multi-kisses are going to be dropped here. Can they get the damage out to get the kill out? No, the TP will complete now, and the TP as well for the Naga Siren just on the very end of that song. No way to cancel it out. Really well played from TNL. And yeah, they are showing that next level in this game and taking control of this one so far.
Almost have a dataless now for this Nature's Prophet. Jawai is just playing an absolute beast mode, but he's being hunted at the moment. They're coming towards him with UI and with the Daze and Mixer. Oh my goodness, beautiful Yule Scepter from Fernance. Will buy a little bit of time, still dies, but priority is on saving UI's life, and he succeeded in doing so just with his positioning. Good stuff.
Yeah, even with the Aegis, you don't want to give that one straight away. Dual Race comes in with a Tornado. The Ice Wall comes out as well. Mixer, though, the Yule Scepter out onto the Invoker. Oh, but Stormstormer didn't stick around for the toss back. Out onto Dual Race. So now, Sprout, 4-staff out here for Stormstormer. He's going to be the 4-staff forward here for Yaoi. Yaoi, does he want to try and go for the chase down? He has the Aegis, so he says, why not? Even into a 5 versus 4 in the mid lane here. Flacco isn't close. He doesn't have the song for another 67 seconds anyway. So the Nagasar are not going to be too impactful on that fight. They just let it go, and OG back themselves away too.
This is a time now where I'm disagreeing with Stormstormer's itemization. Normally it's been fine for them, but in this game, man, they are going to need a supplemental source of damage. Mixer so far is doing it all, but Shad is just straight up not contributing at the moment, so they need somebody else to pick up the slack.
And what can you really do here? Because like you say, he's gone down that utility path, and BKB coming out next. Do you go back for like the Axe and the Shard, or do you want the physical damage, or...
Unfortunately, with Dota, sometimes I remember one of the greatest. Well, I'll tell you about it just now. Norma RP.
Oh. Yeah, they're going to be able to get the damage to Cookie, though. It keeps him from the Cataclysm. They're going to have the skewer back, 4-staff around. He's being bounced around like a pinball here. Yule Scepter comes out for Stormstormer. It's going to be the Tornado now as well. The Tornado should get the kill out onto Crumble in the Storm, man. Yeah, Stormstormer will fall. BKB out for Shadow. Shad's going to have to use that to run away. 4-staff comes out from UI. Yaoi's going to be low on health, but he has that Aegis to throw if he needs it. The Glimpse comes back as well. Underneath the Tier 1 tower, Aegis will pop. But you are two core heroes down on the side of OG. Mixer now pops up BKB. What else can he get from this one? Curse Crown comes out into Mixer. Mixer, though, he has that BKB. Going to try and get himself away with the Timber Chain Song for the reset. Who else can they go for here? They're going to set up for Mixer once again. And Mixer, that BKB is down here. Yeah, you say Yaoi, he wants to fight, he wants to kill, but the Timber Chain away to safety, back behind the barrier. And OG, they lose 2 more cores, but it's not going to be a full team wipe.
Just being outpaced right now. This is what you get out of Nature's Prophet, man. He played this perfectly, UI. Aggressively all across the map, involved in 20 kills, gang. 20 of them. What a legend, what a lad. And the thing I was going to say earlier is that the greatest piece of advice I've ever learned in Dota, I believe this came from PPD, where it's like, it's better to make a mistake together than the correct decision alone.
Yeah.
So this is one of those things where the team is like, this is what we need. You say, cool, these are the items we're buying. I can decide to deviate maybe, but we as a team have decided this is how we're going to play. We're going to stick to it. Even if it doesn't work, at least they're doing it cohesively. But Man, they're just too far behind right now. Joraze also picks up the Aghanim Shard, so he obviously gets the additional Force Spirit from the Sunstrike. That's even more pressure that they have to deal with. And again, it's literally only Mixer that does anything in these fights.
Yeah, yeah. It does feel like that Doom really hasn't paid off here. 1, 7, and 4 from Shad on the Doom. And yeah, like you say, it really, really hasn't paid off. So we'll see how he tries to shift it around. He is still going towards that Manta style now. He needs another about 1,000 gold, 1,100 gold to complete that one off. But again, what does the Manta style do for him offensively in this fight to try and stack up and help his teammates out?
I guess the only thing that he can really get out of the Manta is, does dispel Curse Crown. That's something.
Yeah, true, true. But yeah, it feels like again, all 3 games so far feel like they have come down to the draft. And OG, they've had the answer in the draft, 2 out of the 3 times. But this time around, TNL having a really fantastic time with the heroes that they've picked up and making them work. And yeah, OG just can't keep up the pace here. 10k net worth behind. 7 kills at 34 minutes. I'm not saying the game's over, but like you say, where is the damage really going to come from here? Stormstorm are going to be forced out to pop another early BKB. Doom on the back lines. Can he get the kill out this time? Because again, look at this one. Even Yawai with that Doom on top of him, he just turns around with the right clicks and pumps out so much damage onto Shad. And Shad has to run himself away from this one. Nature's Prophet not going to be killed off by that one. Maybe with the glimpse coming in now as well. The song, though, the Doom isn't going to be enough damage. The jump comes in. He didn't have the BKB anymore. The TP out and the song save his life. And the RP into the Cataclysm. This is going to be a cleanup for the side of TNL. Yawai just TPs himself right back into this one. They take down 3 out of the 5 heroes on the side of OG. Really well played for the side of TNL.
I think this is GG. Look,
yeah.
What's crazy about this, you were mentioning now how they've all been draft wins, right? But in game 1, the draft win was almost exclusively down to the sniper pick. In this game, it's almost exclusively down to the Nature's Prophet, who's putting in an absurd amount of work. Stormstormer?
Oh, Korto and Heal Scepter. So let's wait for it. Wait for it. Stormstormer is dead.
Yeah, this game is over. They just have no answers. Shad does no damage. Stormstormer doesn't survive long enough to do anything with his spells, and there's too many BKBs on the enemy lineup. Mixer, because of said BKBs and just how absurdly tanky everybody is, you can't guarantee that he can get in there and actually kill people. And these supports as well. This Naga Siren has proven to be massively influential. We're seeing why it's been banned out so often. We're seeing why they opted to rather get this instead of their Pugna.
Yeah.
And it's making a huge difference for Team Next Level. First lane of Rax claimed at 36 minutes. And it does seem like the side of OG are staring down the barrel of their first loss here.
And yeah, no, you said it yourself here, the Naga Siren coming out. I mean, Yawai called it. Very beginning of the match after we reconnected here. 3-2 easy coming out from Yawai, and so far this match is looking fairly easy for Team Next Level. And if they keep increasing the pace, keep increasing the quality of the play every single match, how are they going to be playing by match 5 if this goes the distance?
I will say, if they lose OG, I will experience extreme vindication about my hatred of Doom Carry. So
yeah, fair enough.
Something.
And that's what counts. That's the main thing. That's our win, right?
Exactly.
When you know a hero you think's bad is bad, you get to you get to be a little bit smug. But yeah.
On bottom, they're gonna try and mount at least one final defense. If they end up in a situation where this tower gets pushed in completely, I don't even know what they do. But I also didn't even know who they killed here. If it's not a support, all of these heroes have BKBs, and it's not the old days where Doom would just completely gimp you. And we're still a very, 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 very far away from level 25 for Shad.
Yeah, and we see that he is, like I say, he is trying his best with the jump-ins with the Dooms, but Yawai has that net worth, has the experience lead over him, has a lot of net worth, nearly doubling it up, in fact, here, Yawai to that Doom. And again, when you think of a Doom, I always think in position 3, in position 1, going to be one of the highest net worth heroes in the game, but really is struggling at the minute. So let's see. Tornado, not going to connect to anyone here. They back themselves away on the side of OG.
I think struggle is a euphemism when he's 13k behind his counterpart on the enemy team. It's a little bit more than struggle. That's like saying the great Bitcoin crash of 2020 was just a blip on the economic radar. Man, I lost so much money. That was tough.
It came back eventually, so maybe like that.
After I sold, because I thought it was done.
Well, that's
Like
on
I
you for
said.
having paper hands.
I should have had the diamond hands, but I learned too late about the meta. On a real point, though, I do think there is a possible way back into this game, right? It does not involve the level 25 of Doom, even though that's going to be deeply impactful. I think the big key is going to go back to Lelis. You know, the man who started things off with a good first blood, made it look like they were going to start things off in a strong fashion for OG. If he had Aghanim Scepter, that would be so different for what the game could look like. But
Yeah.
he's still so far away from having that. Only has 1,300 gold, has a Blink Dagger queued up for himself right now. So we're looking at like 20, 30 minutes before we even sniff the Ags.
Would you rather him skip over this Blink Dagger then? Would you prefer him to go straight in for the Ag Scepter?
Yeah, I think the problem with the Blink Dagger, I can understand why he didn't buy it to begin with. There's too many sources of like random damage. You know, you can hit by a random Wrath of Nature, suddenly you can't blink in. What
Yeah.
if a random shockwave connects onto you, whatever? A hit from a Forge Spirit. So honestly, I think you could probably get away with skipping the blink, but simultaneously, if he's ever in vision close enough that he needs the Force off, he just dies immediately. There's so many ways for these heroes to lock him down. It's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't, where you ideally want both blink and Force off, but the Ags is more important. But if you don't have blink plus Force off, you just die before you even get to the Ags. So a hard decision matrix to be made right now by Lelis.
Okay, on the other side, Mixer does have the Shiva's Guard out, has that Scythe of Vice out now as well. Going to jump himself into a couple of heroes. Can they get the kill out into the Dark Willow? They will be able to. Multi-Kiss is going to rain down. Norman's going to pop that BKB. Nothing to interrupt the BKB TP out here for them. They don't have the damage, and the Doom was just a little bit too far away. So that is going to be the escape. You know, it's, again, just showing signs of life, like we were saying for OG. But if they can make this work, oh, Yawai's going to TP in and might be able to get the kill. Look at the damage! He takes Yawai, Yawai gets a kill out onto him in like 2 hits, and Lelis just nothing he can do. Doom comes out into Yawai. Yawai's gone too far. He was the overextended. No, he's going to be hexed out. Can't get that TP away. And this is going to be the death here. Yawai.
Nope, I'm up.
No. Oh, is this a free Roche? This is... The RP is here. Cookie comes forward now. That's speaking about the RP. There it is. Going to be the BKBs up from both of these heroes, but it's going to be the physical damage. Never mind. TNL, just with the bait of baits here, they say, yeah, oh no, yeah, Yawai's out of position. What are we going to be able to do? But they get another 2 kills on the board. And like you say, what do they really do here? Because it looks like they want to carry on coming forwards. The Invoker, the Magnus might be enough just to come through. Maybe try and potentially end this game. Going to be the buyback coming through from Shad. It looks like we're hitting Butch and Sundance time here for this match. On the side of OG now, Shad. Trying to make a move onto Norma. Norma, EMP comes out now as well. The song, and there's no BKB for the Doom. Sunstrike, is it going to be in time here? Do they want to try and make a move onto Doom? They're going to try and reset onto this one. Terrorize is going to be here. The Mantis Cell gets popped out now as well, and Norma's still going to be alive to that.
GG.
That is going to be the dieback. That is going to be the GG, I'm pretty damn sure, for OG here in game number 3.
Yeah, I don't see a way back. You just died back with your Doom. Your greatest damage dealer Mixer also got popped there. That big RP from Norma. We were talking earlier, once they picked up the Aghanim Scepter on the Invoker, how crazy the wombo combo could look like. The wild thing about how this game has been unfolding is that, broadly speaking, Rob, they haven't needed that wombo combo. They've just been outplaying them straight up with your wise positioning, strong positioning from Flaco, the spell casting out of Durays. But now when they do get it, you sort of get that reminder. You're like, oh, snap, there is still big wombo combo that we have to worry about.
Yeah, and you look at this here that, Nature's Path is going to be up in the next 5 seconds. The multi-kisses are going to rain down here, but you have another creep wave coming in as well. Those tier 4 towers taking a lot of pressure. One is already down, so they're going to be able to go for a little bit more now. The Wrath of Nature coming through, and Yawai TPs himself in. Has that Swift Blink, has the BKB, has the Daedalus sub, has that Satanic. And I think they might just have the game. Jump comes in. There's going to be the pullback now as well onto Norman. Norman gets tossed back here by the Tiny. BKB comes out. There's going to be the Yule Scepter out now as well for the Tiny. Stormstormer trying to move himself away. But Yawai, even through his health pool, that is just going to be crit after crit after crit. The damage, the buyback coming through. The Ancient is exposed. And this is going to be, again, last chance saloon coming out from side of OG. What can they do for this one now? The Hex comes out to Norman. The Glimpse going to be there now as well. Can they get the kill? Norman's going to get low. He tries to throw out the RP. Cataclysm will be used. There's going to be the Snapfire getting low, taking a lot of damage from this one. Kinetic Field starting Storm combo is down. Mixer taking the right clicks out from Yawai. Yawai, the BKB is on cooldown. Can they get the kill out onto Yawai? Yawai's going to get low into this, but not quite dead just yet. And again, the Satanic comes out. Yawai's got the lifesteal, might be able to get the die back out to Stormstormer. Stormstormer caught in, yep, lockdown now as well. They have it. They have enough. And it looks like, Alelis, as good as he's been doing, I don't see him hitting the 1v4 here. Well, maybe the 2v4 now, because the Doom is back alive.
Yeah. In that fight, the Hurricane Pie coming out of your Y actually saved his life, because otherwise he would have been caught in by the Avalanche, and that would have definitely killed him. But he stays alive. Game is over. I mean, look, he's trying his best. You see his Shadow is doing his best, just trying to leverage his net worth, but no, it's over.
Yeah.
GG, well played.
Gonna be able to pop this Ancient. Just waiting for the song to end as the Fish Lady sings the end of this game in. But it shows that Team Next Level, there's a reason they've made it to this grand finals, that they aren't just some pushover team. They definitely have the quality in the team to take the game to OG. That's exactly what they've done here in game number 3.
I'll be honest, boss. That's one of those painful losses. That's one of those painful losses, because that's one of those losses you look back on, right? And you look at the enemy carry. Your Y ends the game 16, 5, and 13. 52,000 hero damage and 11,000 building damage done by this guy. And of course, because he has the saplings, 1,000 heal, just for fun, just for hanging out.
Yeah.
And then my hero, my carry, the guy who started the game really well on Doom, if I'm on OG, he ends the game 3-11-4, deals 18k damage, for the least of all the cores in the game, does 7, not 7,000, not 700, 7 building damage throughout the entire game. And more importantly, this is always one of the main issues that I have with carry Doom, and that's why it's similar to a Baron that we spoke about previous game, that in certain lineups it can work. Because in certain lineups, you don't need the Doom, right? You'll often see, let's say Satanic, for example, when he plays on Parry Vision. He'll finish the game barely having cost the Doom, but it'll have massive impact in this game. In this fight game, whenever Shad didn't cost Doom, what is the point of the hero? Literally did nothing. Was just there looking around and is like, well, now what do I do about this? The only time that we ever saw anything cool come out of him, he managed to dodge Cataclysm with the Manta dodge. That was kind of cool. That was nice. But besides that, Shad just had 0 impact, Storm also had 0 impact with the way that they were able to play around him. It was all on Mixer, but unfortunately, when you have a game where your supports are Disruptor as well as Snapfire, I remember being skeptical in the draft about a Snapfire, and this draft did not convince me or talk me out of that degree of skepticism going forward in this meta.
Yeah, well, that is going to be signs of life being shown by Team Next Level. Like you say here, they had just some great picks coming through. The team synergy coming through there as well. The combos, you talked about it in the game. Maybe that Naga Siren, there's a reason this Naga Siren is banned out every single game. So maybe not going to be seeing that in the next one. And OG, we'll see if this is going to take the wind out of their sails, or if they have the confidence to say, okay, we stumbled, but we can get up and go a little bit further as we get ready for game number 4. But first, we do have a break, so we'll see you right after this. in that last game, yeah, fully in control, like all the way through. And again, so it does feel like it's coming down to the drafts. Teams just executing, like I say, even if it's just a pocket pick from the sniper, they are finding that 1-2 heroes that are making it work. So in this next lineup, the Naga Siren's already gone. That is one of the big heroes, I think, from the last game that made TNL work. What are you looking at here for TNL to try and have that instant impact once again? Because the Shadow Fiend's still there, the Queen of Pain's still there. We see the who else? We're going to see the Pugna still there. No, Pugna got banned out by Team Next Level. They took it out because OG have the first pick. But yeah, still some big heroes left to pick up.
Honestly, I could see a Dazzle coming out. Oh, no, never mind. OG immediately banned the Dazzle as they go in for the Shadow Fiend pick for themselves. So for Team Next Level, one of the heroes that we've often seen being played into the Shadow Fiend, we could see the Queen of Pain emerging for themselves right now. I wouldn't be too surprised. Look at Terrorblade. Well, this hero's been banned second or third phase throughout the entire series, so makes sense that they were like, well, since we have it available first phase, we need a hero. If there's going to be SF carry, which hero will be able to step up and be able to deal with him in a straight-up carry-to-carry matchup? Terrorblade, one of the best in the business. Shadow Fiend doesn't really enjoy playing into illusions all that much, and he definitely does not enjoy playing into high physical damage, high armor, and crucially Sunder, which nullifies the magical output that he brings to the table.
Yeah. So we'll see just how they kind of get around this one. And if you're looking at this one, so both players, both carries here for the side of OG and TNL, potential carries being revealed. So how are you looking then? In terms of the offlane, are you just straight into your offlane picks now because you see these heroes on the board, or do you play it a little bit more methodically, or are you going to be bringing in supports? Do you want to be looking at where you kind of get the other lanes in before you trying to lock down that offlane?
I think so. I think, like, for example, Team Next Level will obviously go for the support pick first. OG, I think, should go for double support when they have their opportunity, so they have some information as to how to curate their lane on the other side. For example, I would definitely like to see them picking up the Warlock to go with the Shadow Fiend, make sure that his lane is secure by giving him the heals in the lane, make sure that there's Fatal Bonds for later, so he can get off some big Requiems, make sure that the damage output is as sky high as humanly possible. And also, when you play against Terrorblade, you definitely need ways to be able to deal with illusions. Fatal Bonds can do that. And on the other side, honestly, since they pick first, I wouldn't be too upset if they were the ones that picked up the Warlock. That way they have some counter initiation in the event that Storm Spirit or the Shadow Fiend just jumps in, trying to make chaos happen. Got some heals for the laning phase. So I think both sides should be prioritizing Warlock. And then the other one, maybe some Dark Willow. Wouldn't be too mad at a Tusk either, actually, for OG, so that they have an easier way to close down the Terrorblade. Maybe not even Tusk. Clockwork, I think, would work fantastically. It's always been a classic combination in tandem with the Shadow Fiend as well. So for them, if they got like Clock Warlock for OG, and then for next level, if they can get Warlock now, and then maybe also get Dark Willow, I think could be decent for them in this game.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We're getting through a lot of reserve time here for the set of bans. The Sansa has already gone, like I said. Pugna, Dawnbreaker all being taken out here as well. Dazzle, as well as the taking out that Magnus here too. So really well played in terms of looking at the heroes that were a threat in the last game, it feels like, for OG. I mean, the Naga Siren was taken out by TNLA because they don't want that one to be the first pick. But, seeing the Magnus was a threat, even if he wasn't the killer, setting up with those RPs, just being the threat to set everybody else up, they do take him away. And the Bat Rider going to be the pick here for Team Next Level. So they dive in again. Shadow Fiend, before he gets that Hurricane Pike out, not the most mobile hero, so he is vulnerable to those jump in the lassos, the dragbacks, and we'll see just what impact that's going to have. The Bat Rider pick coming out here for TNL.
So Bat Rider is really good against Shadow Fiend in the laning phase. One of the better heroes. The few times that I've played SF carry, I've not really enjoyed playing into the Bat Rider. So if they can get another aggressive hero on that side of the map, you can either have kill threat on the SF or just make it very uncomfortable for him to farm in the lane. But overall, Bat Rider is just a really good hero. The worst case scenario for this Bat Rider, if the lane is going poorly, all right, brother, please just go stack for me so that my offlaner can catch up deeper into the game. So we could easily see them going back for the Magnus, for example. We could see a Beastmaster emerging from them. I think Beast seems very good. Having some BKB piercing disable, having a hero that can follow up with the Bat Rider, I would like that a lot. But I also like this a lot, having the Shadow Demon. So now they have instant disruption to make sure that the Bat Rider cannot find the lasso combo. You have a way to immediately just pop the ultimate with the Demonic Purge onto Terrorblade or another core hero. But crucially, you get some of these Terrorblade illusions as well. So the stronger he gets, the stronger your team gets at the same time.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, Shadow Demon. the way that he can stack the jungle, it is just ridiculous. With Shadow Poison as well as the right-click pulse, so going to be able to get massive stacks out for the Shadow Fiend, whether it's going to be mid or carry. Going to be able to accelerate that farm so fast here for whatever core gets that triangle farm out once the Shadow Demon's got a few stacks in there, like I say. So being able to pull this one off, the Shadow Demon, I'm surprised we don't see the hero a little bit more, because he really does look effective whenever he gets played. But again, more of a potential niche, I guess. Maybe teams not comfortable around him, and we see, we've been talking about him all day. Stormstormer needs to have the impact to get OG in a comfortable position where they can play from. And if you're wanting anything from Stormstormer, the Invoker is it. This is, like you said, he is the man now. This is his hero. So let's see what he's going to be able to do from this mid lane.
Oh man, poor Wingblade. Every time we cast OG, he's like, where's the Invoker? Where's the Invoker? But now it finally does emerge. Of course, we also already have the Shadow Demon being involved in the game, so we have some strike setups if need be. We have a hero like the Shadow Fiend, who, similar to in Game 2, where we saw how much benefit the Nature's Prophet got out of the Alacrity, Shadow Fiend can accrue a similar benefit as well. And also, you have to remember, he's going to be playing with the Exort build, I imagine. If he gets these Forge Spirits out, Forge Spirits plus the presence of the Dark Lord plus just Shadow Fiend being there, that's a lot of pushing potential all of a sudden out of nowhere. We can even add some illusions of the SF thanks to the Shadow Demon into the mix.
Yeah, and you throw that Shadow Fiend, because the Shadow Fiend you're building up into the right-click build with the Alacrity on top. It's an okay animation anyway. But you were talking about it, the Beastmaster does come through immediately with a Void Spirit now as well. So it's been a while since I've seen that matchup. I still think, Stormstormer, again, he knows the hero anyway. He knows the Void Spirit hero as well. Should be able to play this one really well. He's going to have the distance to play away from Void Spirit. Shouldn't really be affected too much about the damage coming through. Shouldn't be vulnerable to the remnants coming out from the Void Spirit. The tornadoes into the EMPs. It's a big ask for the Void Spirit, especially because he's not really a quick BKB builder, and the axe coming through, the Shadow Demon being here as well. This Void Spirit really needs to be on point with the positioning coming through from the Dissimulate as well as that Astral Step.
On the bright side, though, the lane should be very positive for this Void Spirit. There used to be a period of time where you just pick Void Spirit, specifically into Invoker. Like you said, the game gets complicated. You use the Dissimulate to dodge the EMP, but all of a sudden you get Tornado, your Resonant Pulse goes away with the Dispel. It can get iffy in the mid game, but I think the idea here is to try and set them up for earlier success, because they saw from Game 3 that the faster we are able to play, the more quickly we get out onto the map, the better our chances are going to be. And Void Spirit is one of those heroes that, just needs like an item or two to start just constantly roaming across the map. Unfortunately, they're now dealing with an Axe. Axe, very good against Terrorblade. Axe, very good against Void Spirit. And even the Beastmaster, if he decides to go into the Zoo build, all you're really doing is providing Axe additional targets for him to spin off of, which, as we've all seen, rapidly increases the damage output from this hero.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting because it feels like the Beastmaster, that Axe Scepter build is there. Maybe this is going to be the rare occasion where we do see it coming out for the Beastmaster, but it does feel like the Helm of the Dominator, like say that Zoo build coming out for the Beastmaster, is the more dominant build now. And it's going to be whether they feel like they need to adapt this one, or they think they can weather the storm with the Axe coming out. But like I say, that Axe, this is where the Shadow Demon is going to come in handy. You're going to have those stacks in the triangle. You're going to have the Axe being able to go in, farm those up, quick Blink Dagger, quick Blade Mail out now. And if you get on top of the Terrorblade, like you say, it really does put him under threat. So, and looking at the lineup here for Team Next Level, none of them incredibly tanky. The Beastmaster can get there, but none of them incredibly tanky. Terrorblade gets the armor, but not the health early on. So, once the damage starts to come out, that Cullen Blade, it could be super effective in these fights.
Of course, we still need to see our last support from Team Next Level, and for OG, we need another support as well. Probably looking at position 5 heroes on either lineup. Phoenix would have been pretty decent. Phoenix is gone. Disruptor is still in the pool. There's no Silencer. Oh, Ringmaster would have been sick. That would have been amazing. But I'm just thinking the thing that they really need for the most part on OG is lane stabilization. I still wouldn't mind that Warlock for them to go into the position 5. That way, they also still have, once, Bat Rider, Beastmaster, Void Spirit, they all jump in. We have that instant counter initiation, and we can set up for the Axe to jump in thereafter. So I think, for me, Warlock is the one that's at the top of my list. But I'm excited to see what OG is going to pull out of the hatch here.
Yeah, they do have this next pick, so we'll see what's going to be. The Ban out the Undying, like I say, the Ringmaster gone there as well. Disruptor is still there. They could go for something. I mean, the Warlock again with the Fatal Bonds with an axe there. If you can catch 2 or 3 heroes out with the call, you can make some big things happen. So maybe that's what they are going to lean towards. The Dark Willow is still about as well, though. If they want to try and, they can flex that one. It is between the 4 and the 5 sometimes, so there are some big supports left. Sounds have been banned out. The Tusk as well has been taken away here. The Dazzle, all been taken out here. Ringmaster as well as that Phoenix.
How about Ench? How did you feel about Ench coming into the situation?
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
The Terrorblade counter. The Terrorblade counter. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Terrorblade has some of the highest natural armor in the game, and of course, all the Titan's entire role is to take away your base armor. And Terrorblade, yes, he's going to be building Manta. Might build Butterfly later, so that's going to give him some agi. But he very rarely builds plus armor items. Beastmaster very, very rarely builds plus armor items either. Sometimes you might get away with the Crimson God or whatever. But this ET, this could work a lot. I like this quite a bit from OG.
Yeah, and the Warlock going to come out here for TNL, so they go back for something a little bit more comfortable. Again, can pump out that damage, some good control. If the axe jumps in, you can throw the Golem over the top of that one. We'll see how that's going to work. But yeah, looking at it, OG, they have come out, they pull a couple of things out from the pockets that they've been maybe saving for this. And I'm looking at this lineup, OG, if they can shake that last game off, I really do like their lineup a little bit more than TNL's. TNL, I think they're relying on Yawai to be that, that ultimate late game carry. But we've already seen OG. They like to start fast. They like to go fast. And it might just be a little bit too much for them here, TNL, to weather this storm.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons we're able to win in the previous game is because, Shad spent so much of his game just not being active, right? I think when we started to, outside of the first early gank at like, 9 minutes, we didn't see him really join a full-throated fight until like minute 23, 24. That's not going to really be the case with the Shadow Fiend. Yes, he does want to be able to just sit back and farm, but he should be able to be involved earlier in the game. And they have a lot of, in the previous game, it turned out that as the game stretched longer and longer, they lacked damage, right? It wasn't coming from Stormstormer, Shad wasn't doing anything, Mixer was doing it all. But in this game, Shadow Fiend definitely has high damage. The Invoker can provide some damage as well. And then if you are struggling, you've got this ET to try and just make the enemy team weaker so that you can amplify your damage output. I like this draft a lot more than the previous one because it feels like to me, it does more and it's not in this weird situation where if the first 10 minutes don't work out, Nature's Prophet goes out of hand, the game is just an auto loss. Even if the Terrorblade has a better early game than the Shadow Fiend, I don't think this game is an auto loss, given the supporting cost that they have around the SF.
Yeah, it does feel like everybody has their role here for OG. There's definite ways that they want to try and play around these fights once they start to get the spells up, once they start to get the items. On the other side, you've got some. That's the other thing as well. The Void Spirit comes out here. He's one of the best backline dive heroes. But what's the backline dive you're diving here? Because the Shadow Demon's going to have the disruption to keep his teammates alive. Elder Titan's going to be sat on the front lines. He doesn't even know what a backline is. Invoker's going to have the Tornado. You're going to have the Cold Snap coming out. You're going to have the Ice Wall coming through. Mixer's going to be diving in here as well. Shadow Fiend likes to be in and around the fights, getting the raises off, getting the Requiems, getting the right clicks. So, it is going to be interesting to see how Dual Race plays around this one because it was an early pick on the Void Spirit. How well it's actually going to pay off here for the side of TNL. And, if he's going to be able to get in, then maybe that quick Ag Scepter, you'll be able to get around the fights, get those silences up, you'll be able to have that impact. But Dual Race for me, it's all about him being able to shut down Stormstormer. And up against the Stormstormer Invoker, that is a big ask.
He was still able to recover quite well when he was playing Invoker for Dual Race in the previous matchup. So I cannot imagine, and this should be a favorable matchup overall, especially in the earlier portions of the laning phase. So I imagine that he's still feeling very confident. Like we were mentioning earlier, the game state is the problem, not necessarily the lane. So as long as he can do what he does, keep putting pressure out onto Stormstormer, he should be fine.
Yeah. Oh, Shad here could be in a little bit. I mean, Norma's going to try and go right up to him, but it looks like Shad actually wants to push in and get the farm off here onto the boars. You're getting that early. He's going to have the 1 point in the Necromastery there. You're going to have that 1 Necromastery charge and gets a little bit of gold from that there too. So going to be able to go back into lane, find some farm. And yeah, what does the Beastmaster... Yeah, you were talking about the Zoo build. Do you think you have to shift over to the axes? You're trying to get the damage out on Shad at a distance, try and farm out those the range creeps with the axes every time the axes are up?
Nah, I think you're actually fine going for the boar build here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the nature of how Lilis is going to be playing this lane is more as like a protector. But if you have the boar, And then you can, on the one side, be peppering Lelis with board damage or Shad with board damage. On the other side, Fernand's peppering them with Flame Break, Stippy, Napalm. I think that's more effective in the laning phase than just going for the raw axes. And you, ideally, if your right-clicking is good enough, then you can still find denies onto the Shadow Fiend, prevent him from stacking up those necro charges.
Okay, bottom lane, there is going to be the disruption coming through now. Trying to step up Flacco, the Blood Grenade comes out now as well. Mixer, the body blocks from Yawai, trying to keep Flacco alive. Flacco trying to run himself away from this one, but he does have that battle hunger on top of him now as well. Nice. And Mixer, not even, just over a minute into the game, already picks up the first blood. Daze gets low. Yawai, he did go for that reflection level 1, so he doesn't have the metamorphosis to get the range to get the damage out onto Daze, and won't be able to get the return kill. So really well played, OG. And again, I've said it all day long, you give Mixer and Daze an aggressive lane to set up from, they are going to make it work wonders for them.
This Axe, right now, not necessarily doing the best in that CS department, but the first blood will certainly help. Has some boots being ferried in off the courier right now. Honestly, as long as you have boots and you can play around the meta, this lane is perfectly fine. If you don't die during meta, you're okay.
Yeah, and if we look at the way that he's playing, like you say, he's a little bit off the farm. Oh, Stormstormer in the mid lane, going to be dragged back in. I genuinely thought he'd be able to, shift out away from those remnants now as well. So he's going to have to use a branch, have to use a tango there as well to get some health back. But now the cold snap onto Dulraze. Dulraze, level 3, but his spells are on cooldown. Doesn't have a point in dissimulate either. Takes a decent battering there from Stormstormer. So had to get himself over the other side of the river. Now that's just going to put, I think, a little bit of, I don't want to say the fear, but, both are going to be aware of what the other can do. So a little bit more respect in for those mid laners.
I would say that Stormstormer is still mechanically a better mid laner, but we are starting to see a little bit of the hero advantage showing itself in this mid lane matchup. On the other side, Lelis, his job is just to make sure that they don't feel comfortable running in onto Shad. Now that he has access to level 2, he will have the Spirits as well as Echo Stomp. So through this, it basically makes Shad immortal. There's no way you can kill him unless you kill Lelis first.
And yeah, we all know how hard it is to take down a 800 health, 8 armor hero here, Lelis, who just, if he doesn't want to be touched, he's got that Echo Stomp, he's going to be fine in the lane. He can throw out his Spirit there as well for the extra damage, the extra move speed to trade it right back on you. And yeah, looking at this one, apart from that death in the bottom lane here for the Warlock, which he could try and do again for OG, do you think that there is any lane pressure for kills here from either team? Is that just a case of, okay, they're going to just find the farm, you're going to pay respect to each other, or do you want to see a little bit of dive coming out from either team in one of these lanes?
I think the window is going to close very rapidly. Once Lelis has boots on the top side of the map, once down bottom, we have Flacco having some kind of movement speed as well. I think Flacco's the only one that I'm kind of worried about with his positioning. He can dive quite easily, but elsewhere on the map, it feels a lot more risky. Not even risky, but a lot less likely that anybody's going to get kills.
Okay. We are seeing the Bite Rider coming in, trying to get these stacks out now as well. Going to be helping up the Beastmaster again. Another thing we do see from the Beast around that. Okay, never mind. Cold Snap onto Dulraze in the mid lane because it looks like it's going to be a little bit of damage with the Forge Spirit. Dulraze does back himself away. But yeah, you can get those stacks out. The Beastmaster can move himself into the jungle. It's not all about the lane stage. If it is going bad, if you aren't picking up those last hits, you can move yourself away to the farm. So it is, if the Bite Rider is going to be able to set up the, or maybe even, you're just setting up for the Terrorblade, either or, one of the cores are going to benefit from that as long as it doesn't get scouted out.
Small tangent. I was just watching that mid lane for like the last minute or so. My God, Stormstormer is so good at this hero. He's been doing a really cool thing. Like, he's using the Forge Spirit for a dual purpose. Well, a triple purpose. Number 1 purpose, obviously, to help secure lost hits. Number 2 purpose, to help dodge the Aether Remnant. Whenever he sees Aether Remnant coming, he puts the Forge Spirit in front of it, so he doesn't even have to move out the way. And the Forge Spirit eats the drag back. And then even more importantly, he's been using the Force Spirit to just constantly deny water runes. There's a reason why Dulraze's bottle has just felt like it's empty the entire time. This one Force Spirit has been making so much magic happen for Stormstormer here. It's the only reason why this lane is even remotely even. Because if Dulraze was able to pick up those runes, would have been owning it. Now Dulraze barely escapes the second gang coming in from Daze.
And let's see how they try and spread this one around. You can see that, again, just the pressure being put on here. I mean, Stormstormer, like you say, he's just playing this hero. He's got the raindrops out now, so going to offer him some protection going into the hand of Midas. He's playing this one really well. Dulraze, just the difference in even not the last hits, the denies are coming out from both sides there as well, but how comfortable Dulraze feels, about going in for the last hits here. You can see it in the way that he's playing. In the top lane as well, Shad having a fantastic time. 35 last hits already, 8 denies. Gonna be able to try and contest out anytime Norma comes forward. And Norma, yeah, gotta be careful that he doesn't get caught out here. Lelis is looking to put the pressure on wherever he can, help set up for the damage from Shad. Like you say, just the ultimate enhanced hero here for Lelis. So we'll see how that's gonna have impact going into the mid game. In the bottom lane here, Terrorblade, I mean, Yawai, 36 last hits, 10 denies here for him. Like I say, Mixer, not really comfortable at finding the last hits. Finding the pressure out onto Yawai, though. Cole comes out. Yawai's going to try and pop that Metamorphosis. Can they get the kill onto Mixer? Mixer going a little bit too far with the Fatal Bonds there as well. Yawai and Flacco able to put the pressure, and that was just an easy kill. Didn't even, really need, because of the overdive there, Fanan to do too much in that lane.
Well, you are trying to set up to confuse the mid laner. They wanted the team to think that Durays, or that at least Daze was right behind the Axe, but unfortunately he was trying to gank middle, but Durays did not fall for it. Played in a very safe position, and the bluff was called. They dragged down the Batrider, they find the kill. And the critical part about that kill is that when it happened, the wave was pushing in towards the Beastmaster, so he was not going to experience any punishment for not having his Batrider around for a little bit of time.
Yeah. Durays, he is going to be underneath vision there, but there's not going to be anything to punish him out, Durays. So he's got his boots already going to go for those power treads out. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, once again, this time Sunstrike, he's going to be here. The call is going to be perfectly timed here. Blue Grenade comes in. Yawai can get himself away. There is going to be the Shadow Word to try and keep him alive a little bit longer, but Mixer does get the kill, and now for Flacco back, he's not got a lot of mana left. So back behind that tier 1 tower, just playing it safe. And it does feel like, again, when you can find those openings, that Sunstrike going to be incredibly deadly. And again, yeah, if anyone's going to find the time to get those right, it is going to be Stormstormer.
That was good stuff, and that's a preview of a combination we're going to be seeing quite a lot throughout this game. Disruption, Sunstrike, Call. The only thing that was missing at that point was you didn't see the Echo Stomp emerging from Lelis, but at some point it will.
Do you see Stormstormer going in for a quick Axe after this Hand of Midas to get the Cataclysm up to to kind of combo up with the Axe Call?
I think so. I think a good build for him would be if he goes Axe into Hex. I think would be the way to go here for Stormstormer.
Okay, well, we'll see what the build-up is going to be. Not too far away from that Hand of Midas now as well here, so having a really good time on Stormstormer net worth-wise. He's having an okay. He's going to be a little bit behind, but he's set up for the kills like this onto Norma. Norma was a little bit too quick on the wake-up here, but Mixer is here as well. Culling Blade comes out. Requiem being thrown out there as well for Shad, just for the firework effect, just to kind of celebrate that one, as Mixer does get the kill. So that is going to be starting to be Culling Blade stacks starting to get there as well.
Shad, the cheerleader, doing his thing there in that situation, should add a cosmetic where the Requiem is just pom-poms that he's just shaking in the air, some confetti flying around. Back to that point about the Invoker, I think one of the reasons why the Axe is going to be so good in this game is they have so many ways and so many tools to allow Stormstormer to predict exactly where the enemies are going to be. You've got the ET Sleep with his ultimate. You've got Disruption from the Shadow Demon. You've got the Axe Call. Of all these tools, you can guarantee that at least one hero will eat the full straight Cataclysm. Because again, looking at TNL, this time around, they do not have any salvation heroes. They have no way to drag you out of trouble. If you get caught, you're on your own. So if they can just facilitate that additional big burst of damage, would be quite nice. But also, there's another option that they could pursue. Instead of going for Aghanim Scepter, if they feel that they'd rather play a right-click game, he could go Witchblade and try angle for that Parasma build that we used to see on this X1 Invoker.
Yeah. I have seen, there is still the Orchid option there as well into the Bloodthorn as well, building up on that right click. So being able to get a Silence off could have a big impact on something like the Batrider or the Warlock when they try and get their spells off. Yeah, there are options here for Stormstorm. We'll see what it's going to be, because he has that Hand of Midas completed now. So we'll see what he wants to queue up here for the Invoker, which path he is going to take. Lelis making a move around into the mid lane, maybe just trying to, he's already going to be level 6 here on the Elder Titans. So just to help protect the runes. In fact, he's going to have an Invis rune. Might be able to set up for a point-blank stomp somewhere.
Oh, Mixer's farming the stacks. Oh, this is so satisfying. Can we look at Mixer the Axe? Oh, I'm so satisfied. I'm so happy.
Even getting a salve off there just for the extra heal, and that is going to be the blade mail complete. Yeah, that is going to be really nice here for Mixer, and then can start to work towards that blink dagger. The Terrorblade, he's dipping in and out of the lane, but they aren't putting him in too much pressure. He's got that Falcon's Blade, and it is about the time now, 10.5 minutes in, where you start to see him rotate into the jungle, into that little corridor of farm, to just stay out of the way of any rotating heroes on the enemy side.
There's the blade mail now for Mixer. Doesn't have a blink dagger just yet.
No, no.
But I could imagine them starting to getting active on the side of TNL because they just picked up this Urn of Shadows on dual ray. So he's not going to be going for the immediate Aghanim Scepter build that we sometimes see from these voice birds. He wants to make sure that they have that Spirit Vessel available as early as humanly possible.
Yeah, and okay, no rotation. The Bat Riders in the mid lane. There's going to be the disruption coming out here, out onto the Terror Blade. But Mixer, does he want to dive the tower for this one? In fact, the Battle Hunger will come through. So we'll see bottom lane if Yawai is going to live through this one. The TPs are going to start to come out as well. And Shad this time, well, there is going to be the Chaotic Offering being dropped here, but Yawai is going to go down. Shad picks up that kill this time here. Mixer, he's got that Blade Mail going. He's still going to be taking down. Flacco gets the credit for the kill. Requiem comes through now as well. Is there going to be more follow-up onto this one? Dual Race, he's already used pretty much all of his spells. And look at this one. Lelis with the right clicks down onto him. The Race is coming through now as well. Just needs one more. Anything Days gets the credit for the kill, takes down, and Finance is going to go up to Stormstormer too. Flacco, is he going to be able to get himself away from this one? I mean, the Spirit sees him, the Spirit chases him down, but it looks like the rest of OG, they just want to focus on this tier 1 tower, make life really uncomfortable for this Terrorblade.
OG have clearly learned from the previous game because instead of just showing up with their strongest heroes, they bring everybody. This is why they were losing the early game in the previous one. That they were just fighting with a numerical disadvantage at all times. And this time around, they forced a numerical disadvantage. Norma's busy pushing the top lane, and he succeeded in that endeavor. But he wasn't available for the fight. They end up losing 3. And yeah, sure, you end up losing Mixer, but who the hell cares? You got 2 cores out of it. He committed all of his spells. Got a Code of Blood charge out of it anyway. And most importantly, when Shad shows up, getting this, it's not just about the gold that he picked up, but it's the experience. Shadow Fiend is one of those carries that is extremely reliant on gaining levels. So involving him in early fights accelerates his timing more so than just farming the jungle would.
Yeah, and let's look at this, how they want to try and play this one out. They are making a move, to back up the Beastmaster here with that Helm of the Dominator to make a push towards the top part of the map. He is going to go for the Helm of the Overlord too. So they can put some pressure onto the tier 2. Shad, Lelis, both here. Batrider looking at the backlines now. So the Batrider has that Blink Dagger queued up. Lasso is available. Who are they going to try and find with this one? I think they might just see Lelis, but Lelis is going to be able to get that D-Ward off. So not going to be any quick picks here for the Batrider to get the Lasso back on. And it looks like, yeah, OG, I like this one. They did it in the first, did it in the second game. As soon as there was a threat of danger, they just immediately started to group up. They sent to start to rotate the supports. They sent to start to make sure that if something happens, they have somebody to re-engage or to counter-engage. And this is the OG, something they were missing, it felt like in the last game, that OG just felt like they were a step behind what TNL were trying to do.
Well, unfortunately, right now, TNL have that same problem because Yawai playing Terrorblade, not necessarily wanting to be involved at this stage of the game. Still wants to finish his Manta, +1 item after that. Then he can start getting involved as he gets towards his Skadi. But now, though, Blink Dagger is in tow for Mixer. I can't imagine they're going to want to stay static for too much longer. They want to try and leverage the strength of this hero, especially because they picked up a bots first on Stormstormer before he went for the Aghanim Scepter. And the idea here is that in the time period while he's getting the Ags, he's not going to be getting it from raw farming. Whenever there is a fight on any side of the map, he will be there. He will contribute an extra number, the additional spells. Just put pressure onto TNL no matter where they are on the map.
Yeah. And this is looking like it is going to be the Ags coming out for Stormstormer too. So, yeah, queuing up to really help throw the wombos out here. Finance, what's he trying to do? He's just trying to show in the lane for against Shad. Is this going to be the wraparound coming through for Noma to try and go for that raw out? Because at the minute, he's just trying to find the farm. And look at this one, the chase coming through. Again, this reply. Firefly comes out for Finance. He just has to try and book it away. And, is this going to be the smoke coming out here? But Finance, he was there just at the right time. So they're going to be able to get a kill out onto the Batrider. Wow. Even throwing the split earth out for that. The earth splits, excuse me. But it does keep Yawai alive. It stops that dive in from the Axe making a move out onto the Terrorblade. So you are spending your life, but you're buying that information to keep your carry alive.
My man Axe has a chipped vest blade mail with the Blink Dagger. If they had found Yawai first, he's absolutely dead. They might be able to kill off Flacco though as well.
Oh yeah, there is going to be the meteor being dropped now, and Stormstormer gets the credit for the kill. Even Dave's coming in, just throwing that purge out just to rub it in just a little bit.
Now we do need jewelry to start opening up the map. He's finished off his Spirit Vessel. I do not want to see him just sitting and farming for his Kaya Sanj or farming for his Aghanim Scepter. He needs to be killing heroes to try and attain that. And they do have some tools. They're very close to having their Helm of the Overlord. The recipe on it was destroyed by the team while they were attacking onto the courier. But they have Blink Dagger coming in very shortly for the Batrider. Not that far away from Manta for the Terrorblade. I definitely do not want to see them just sitting back and inviting this pressure, because if you're behind, Rob, 5K at 16 minutes, that's yes, you have a Midas, but that's a big problem for the enemy lineup, and they're the ones that need to do something about it. They just can't let you get away with this.
Yeah, they need to make something happen. It feels like they are looking for the next set of items on the side of TNL. Maybe that's going to be the timing, but you look at it, the Void Spirit, it's going to be the Ag Scepter, it's going to be a ways away. In fact, Dave's going to see Dual Rays here. Can he make something happen with this one? Dave's in the trees, just seeing Dual Rays walk away, and it looks like Stormstormer's not super close, but again, the Sunstrike coming out. Can they do something with this one? Dual Ray is going to show on the creep wave now as well. And he's already got that Shadow Demon behind him here. Yeah, there's going to be the Tornado coming through. Dual Rays can't dodge that one off. Stormstormer now as well. The poison starts to stack up with Dissimilate. He actually goes behind Stormstormer for the dive. The Sunstrike now. Is this disruption going to be close enough to get it? No.
What a player.
Daze just could not close that gap. And yeah, really well played defensively to know which way he had to go to keep himself alive.
Unfortunately, there is a horizon on when those risky plays will be available, because we are getting Blink Daggers for the Shadow Demon. Oh, mid lane here in the river. Your Y is in trouble. He's going to get jumped.
And they weren't expecting Daze. There's going to be the jump in there. There's going to be the call into the Sunstrike now as well. Even again, the Earth Splits are coming out. Mixer gets another kill on the board. And you look at the difference again. The network just slowly starting to fall out of the grasp of this Terrorblade. 2K behind Shad. And this is, again, a bit of a blip in that last game because he was put under so much pressure, but this time around, Shad, he's back on that PvE grind, and he is making it work for him, going towards that Lincoln Sphere next, after the Dragonlance, after the Manta style.
I mean, in the previous game, he was playing a shit hero, right? So now that he's actually allowed to play Dota, turns out he's pretty good.
And yeah, that Blink Dagger, though, the Batrider has the gold for the Blink Dagger. Oh, top lane now, Sunstrike comes through, Stormstormer again. Locking down Flacco and getting another kill on the board. Noma might even lose his Black Dragon here now as well. Daze actually jumps himself into the middle of this one. There is going to be the storm coming through, so Daze going to live through this one. Finance, can he get the kill? He does get the kill. Requiem comes out now as well. They just rip through these two heroes. And yeah, OG, 12 kills to 3. Once again, 8K net worth lead going their way. OG back in the driver's seat of the series.
That was absolute cinema. The Requiem into the Berserker's Call, so they're still feared, but they still take the full damage while attacking the Axe, and there's nothing they can do. Oh, man. Well. So, we were waiting for the Terrorblade to pick up Manta. They have literally the same items. They have Manta, Falcon Blade, Power Trades. It's just that the Terrorblade doesn't have a D-Lance to his name. But you just see the difference in impact. You can imagine a scenario where your Y shows up for that fight and still dies himself.
Yeah.
Right now, it's very hard to envision a scenario where Shad would die 100-0 under those conditions.
Look at this one. The ward will see the twin gate usage coming through from Mixer. So, they start to move themselves away from what could be a dangerous area. In fact, with the Batrider coming through here, they're going to see the Elder Titan too. Do they still want to make a move? Oh, no. Raw comes out onto Shadow Demon. Yeah, that might not be the shortcut that you wanted to take here, Daze. That's a little bit out of your way. Bottom lane, though, they're going to try and fight around this one. And look at this one. Axe Cataclysm comes through. He already got the call off. He is going to die here. Stormstormer takes down Finance. Stomp once again into the Meteor onto Dual Rays, and Dual Rays melts under the pressure.
Bro, this itemization that Stormstormer took going for the Boots of Travel. The thing is, he just finished the Aghanim Scepter not that long ago. I don't think they scouted it from the side of TNL, so they did not know that they had to deal and contend with that much damage. And Mixer is just like, dude, y'all had to commit Lasso. Y'all brought in an Astral Step, all of the Voice Spirit spells, and you both still died, giving the farm to Stormstormer. And I'm still both higher net worth than both of you. I don't care about all of this. Like, they are in such a good place right now. Stormstormer is not even deciding exactly what he wants to buy next. He has the latitude to see how the next couple of fights unfold. We're not that far away from having... You already have a full Solar Crest on Laylis. I was about to say not that far away. He just finished it. So that's additional armor to protect Shad, additional armor to protect the Invoker, and Shad going defensive immediately into the Lincoln Sphere. Not even regarding the BKB. He's like, look, they have Chaos Golem, they have Primal Roar, they have Lasso. BKB is not really going to make that much of a difference. I have Manta to get through the silence of the Void Spirit, and I'm going to get Lincolns, so I cannot get caught by those single target spells deeper into the game.
Yeah, just give them that early warning, and we'll, see how Shad wants to try and play around. Is it going to be once that Link Sphere up that they try and go for the full 5-man fight, try and take these objectives? Well, already starting on one objective here, going to go towards that Tormentor. He's got to be careful once again that he doesn't get too much damage, and he will try and get some of the heals there too. But Lilith going to be the one to pick up that shard, so it is going to be again the Echo Stomp. You have the lower cooldown on that now too. That's going to be a really nice pickup. And again, I don't think it would have been, if it had been on Days there too, either hero would have been okay. Flame Break comes out, the lasso, it stops the TP last second. Fananz at least will pick up Days.
Me personally, honestly, I would have actually been pissed that Layla's got it. I'd be like, really, dude, seriously? Like, the cooldown's cool, but when are you really going to be using the alt cost? But every single fight we'd be using Demonic Cleanse. I mean, enemy team has Batrider, they have a Warlock, they have Void Spirit, they have Beastmaster. All of them have spells that can be easily purged off by having the cleanse. That could have been very nice.
Yeah, I mean, he might get on the next one. He might just outright buy it, though, depending on how much gold he gets. But I see your point, but I do like the shot on the Elder Titan purely because you want that natural order. If you can get it off on the Terrorblade, you'll get right next to the Terrorblade, and just be it's an instant initiation, right? You get that stomp off. Oh, what's that? You've got the actual hero right next to you. It just makes it a little bit more awkward for the positioning on the side of TNL.
Agreed. But I also just don't think they care that much about Terrorblade anymore.
Yeah, that's fair.
The one thing actually is that the long-range Astral Spirit for the magic resist, when you have Shadow Fiend and you have an Invoker with you, it feels so good. And now one of them is also going to have an Aegis, taking the first Roshan of the game. No real contest emerging right now from Team Next Level. What can they even do? And they smoke immediately. Because honestly, they are so strong right now. I'd be looking to fight everywhere. In fact, they should find a fight and just continue pushing into the tier 2 tower. And guess what? They had Vision of your Y. They had the Observer Ward just expired a second ago, but they still know. Now they see it again. The ward is replanted and Daze gets him.
Blink in, Disruption comes out. Going to be the immediate call out for the Sunstrike. Daze gets the credit for the kill this time. And you can see, like, exactly how you said. You're going to have Lelis here that's going to be able to push down this creep wave. They can either go into the mid lane, you'll look for more fights, which they might just do. They're going to be looking for another kill. He was trying to drop the rock there. Chaotic offering, it was mid-cast. Daze, Disruption, going to be able to keep himself alive. Does he set up for another fight? The Invoker might be able to come back into this one. Nope, Daze, maybe a step too far here for the Shadow Demon. But he's still getting another 2 kills, including the Terrorblade. And now pressure on this tier 2 tower too. I'm hearing a roar, though. Okay, Stormstormer, no heroes to back him up. Will be taken down by Norma.
Yeah, Norma caught him out. He had the Ancient Prowler with him and the Boar Army, and they were able to connect on. Nobody was around. Everybody was still trying to chase after the Void Spirits and the Warlock on the Batrider, excuse me. So that's very, very nice. It's going to stall things out. And I do think Norma, with this Blink Dagger going into the BKB, they do need him to be having a good game so that he can be the one to just find this Invoker no matter what and just lock him down, prevent the additional spells from emerging from Stormstormer.
Yeah, and maybe that's what we said. Well, it's going to be the BKB. For the Invoker here, he's already got that Blink Dagger queued up. I mean, net worth-wise, having a fantastic time. Flacco, once again, trying to deny himself to the neutrals.
Lilis! What's your problem, bro?
He was just making sure it doesn't get secured by the neutrals on the other side of the camp.
You see, even Daze knows that he messed up. He's like, bro, what are you doing?
I think it was Shad got hit by the tendrils there that stopped him from being able to get that last right click off as Fananz. Stormstormer gets another kill on the board here. Dulrace, finding some farm in the mid. But again, these tier 2 towers are being pressured, and Shad, he is looking like a wrecking ball here. You're just going to be able to go for the right clicks, clean up these creep waves, and just keep this pressure on the tier 2 up for TNL to respond.
At the very least, they do now have this Aghanim Scepter on Dual Ray, so we have that AoE silence in tandem with the Spirit Vessel. This is kind of the requirement for Void Spirit, but usually this emerges at 18, 19 minutes, not 24. But that's where we are right now.
And yeah, he really had, I mean, even a 5, it's a full like late game item difference, like you say, between the 2 carries here. Yawai, he is going to go towards that Hurricane Pike, how useful it's going to be, how quickly he can get it up. It is still going to take a while after the after the Dragon Lance was completed, which is just opening up all of the space for OG.
And Shad has his Hurricane Pike. It's literally arriving as we speak. So he has the full Hurricane Pike, Lincoln Sphere, Falcon Blade, Manta, still has an Aegis for 2 minutes, and is now going to angle towards a Butterfly. And one of the problematic parts about Terrorblade matchups is you never, ever, ever want to be buying MKB on Terrorblade. So when your counterpart carry is happy to go into a butterfly, you start to feel terrible about the situation.
Yeah, and Shadow with the right-click build, you know, if the shoe was on the other foot, I feel like Shadow Fiend, he's all right buying that MKB. He's like,
Oh,
yeah,
happily.
okay, you know, I might have bought it further down the line anyway. Yeah, he's more than chuffed for that.
I mean, he has queued up the disperser right now, but that could easily turn into a MKB if needed. He doesn't really care. So he's chilling. Highest net worth hero in the game. The highest net worth hero for the side of TNL is Norma, who is about to finish in AC. And this is going to be useful given how much right-click damage is emerging from the enemy team. And of course, we discussed this in the draft that Lelis will just take away most of your normal armor if he's nearby you. And AC will help by giving you that plus armor. But when the enemy team is this far ahead, 11k, 26 minutes in, 10 kills above you, I don't know, man. They're smoked up right now, but I don't even think they're looking for a regular fight. They can just do this. And honestly, what can TNL do? You see Shad posted up in front of you with all of these items. You don't really have anybody who has the strength. Maybe you can kill him once, but killing him twice impossible.
Mix, it's going to be, well, both supports are going to go down as Stormer takes down Fernandes too. Really great dive for the Axe. And again, a coat of blood is just starting to stack up that armor for the Axe. You're level 2 onto that Cullen Blade now as well. The tier 2 tower goes down. Like you said, you've got this Aegis for what, another 30 seconds or so, Shad? You might just try and spend this one with 2 heroes dead. A big initiation hero like that Bat Rider there too that can look for the Blink Lasso in. You know, even if he buys back, it's going to take him like 3 or 4 seconds to get to that tier 3 tower to get the Blink, and Shad is just more than happy to put the pressure out. Fortification will be used, but that's most of the tier 3 tower. In fact, does he go back for this one? Does he want to try and finish it off? I think he might just do.
We spoke about this in the draft. At some point, you'll have Alacrity on SF with Forge Spirits hitting buildings.
Yeah.
And look how quickly this melts. This is like damage that you see at 40-something minutes, not at 27.
Dive comes in here, Shadow. There is going to be the Force Staff away with that Hurricane Pike to keep the Shadow Fiend from taking too much damage. Dual Ray's doing what he can to try and protect his base.
Beastmaster?
Oh, Beastmaster. Yeah, what are they going to be able to do here? Who's got the TP away? Okay. Days Mixer, they were looking for it, but he just immediately gets the TP out.
At least is able to connect the golem. So some plus 250 gold. And honestly, at this point, the degree of investment to get that is actually better than having to kill Beastmaster. So I'm sure he's pretty chilled. Mid lane though, Shad could be in danger. He doesn't have access to his Aegis anymore.
No, but there is a Lincoln Sphere here. The Lasso is going to still be on top of them. Did he get it off? There's going to be the Chaotic Offering coming through here. Is he going to die through this? No, look at the damage. He actually turned this one around. They take down the Warlock. He's going to stand his ground. The Roar comes out now onto the Shadow Fiend. The Shadow Fiend is going to be low. Backlands Yawai. He gets a lot of damage off. He's going to have to use that Sunder there, though. So it's going to be a trade. It's a carry for your support. And Flacco, do they want to carry on going at this one? Because Flacco did take down Shad. They have that Warlock going up who can hit onto that tier 2 tower. But the Metamorphosis is already about 2/3 of the way through. Do they want to carry on going? BKB out for Stormer now. Going to be out with that. Oh, the Tornado connects. There's going to be the dive in as well from the Axe. Can they get the kill? There was no Sunder. He'd already used it at the start of the other fight. And now the Disruption. They might be able to go for a little bit more here. Mix just backing himself away because he does have that Spirit Vessel on him. So he's going to be debuffed out now. Fernandes trying to run himself. The Shadow Poison, is it going to be enough? He is low, but not quite enough for the kill. Well, Stormer, he says, you know what, I'm going to go in for the right clicks now, and I think he's just enough. Yeah, the blink away for the Bat Rider there too. Just a little bit too short now. Elder Titan, got to be careful. Duray's looking for that kill again. Spirit Vessel doing a lot of work here up against the Elder Titan, and it's going to be the EMP coming through, trying to keep Lelis alive. Lelis backing himself away. He might just not going to be able to take him down. Lelis will live, and he's got those regen boots to get himself back to a decent amount of health as he backs himself away too.
You know, before the secondary fight broke out, when I just watched the Shadow Fiend dying first, I wanted to see something very controversial, that despite the SF dying, OG actually won that fight because it took 5 heroes. They were playing 5 versus 2. It was ET and Shadow Fiend, 5 of them to kill the Shadow Fiend, and he still didn't die by himself. They took somebody with him. And then now you're in this position where it's like, yeah, guys, do we even really need the SF? He can be dead, but team fights are not a problem for us anymore. And the moment he comes back, you still end up losing those engagements anyway.
Yeah, and there you go. It's going to be another kill here. Flacco going down. He'd already used the Chaotic Offering. He doesn't have that for another 50 seconds, so 25 seconds. Even after he spawns here, do they put pressure out? They might be able to get the catch out. Yeah, why? He's going to be underneath that vision now as well. Needs to get himself back towards the high ground. Chad, he was looking for his teammates to start the initiation, but Storm was spotted out on the other side by Yawai's illusions, so wasn't quite able to get the initiation off to start a kill, start something off onto Yawai. But again, Stormer, he has that alacrity up, going to be able to clean up the creep waves, putting a lot of pressure onto this bottom lane.
There are some decent items emerging. You know, your Y is going to be going for that big punch in the form of the Chrysalis. I personally think Scotty should come first. I don't think damage output is their problem. Survivability is the bigger issue. But I can also fully understand why he would go for this route. But for me, the really big item, I'm still waiting for this BKB from Norma. Like, they only have one BKB piercing disable on the side of OG at the moment in the form of this Axe Call. So if Norma actually has better movement, but oh no, look
The
middle.
Lotus! It keeps Fernand's locked down there. Really well played. Shad's going to be able to walk himself away. Chaotic cover him comes through here. It's a lot of damage out. They're going to be able to take down the Shadow Fiend once again. Daze trying to get himself away here. Shadow Demon with a self-disrupt. Can he keep himself? Nah, he's surrounded by way too much. So, okay. This Battle Rider twice in a row now, being able to break the Lincolns with the Force Staff and then immediately be able to get the lasso off, really making it work up against. And yeah, Shad been punished twice for that.
If OG is amongst one of the secret teams to replace Gaming at TI, the big issue they have to fix is how sloppy they become when they're winning. Like, this team plays, legitimately plays worse when they're ahead than when they're behind. What at least when the game is somewhat even. I mean, that far forward, there was nobody behind them. Invoker and Axe are all the way towards the north side, near the tier 2 tower, in fact. The only other person with the support in the ET that really couldn't bail them out of that kind of situation. I have no idea what they were thinking. They're like, you're pressuring the tier, you don't have Aegis, you don't have BKB, you're pressuring a tier 2 by yourselves. Like, the thing is, they seem so disciplined when the game is even, but the further and further ahead they get, the easier they make it for their opponents. And I mean, we saw this in the TI qualifiers between them and Nigma, where it was basically a contest of who could throw first.
Yeah.
And that's something that they definitely need to sort out going into the future with this lineup.
Yeah, like you say, some discipline. Maybe, you know, because the Shadow Fiend did live for a little bit longer, maybe instead of the Butterfly, a Satanic, would be the better option to get the lifesteal back, you know, once you are aggressive like this, because you are living through the lasso with the help of your team. You just need something to kind of boost yourself back up. So the Butterfly, again, maybe the Satanic instead of the Disperser here, something like that, but it feels like Shadow Fiend, Shad, he knows he's ahead, and he's just like, I'm picking the items that are going to keep me ahead. If we're the ones that get the engage, they're the items that are going to win me these fights, instead of if I get jumped on, picking the items that are going to keep him alive.
Another potential fight here in the exact same spot where our Shadow Fiend ended up dying.
Yeah.
Fernandes, it looks like they've been just using Fernandes as bait, dangling him forward. Doesn't seem like OG can resist. I don't know, maybe they've got some beef with him in the pubs and they're like, we've got to punish this guy.
Yeah. I mean, Fernandes, he's just doing his job. If he is, like I say, he's playing the bait like this one. As OG, they get themselves back into the Roche Pit. The electricity comes through here with the scan. So they know that they're trying to make a move on the side of TNL towards this Roche Pit. Yoi is going to show in the mid lane here to the 3rd Forge Spirits, actually. And the bottom lane is being pressured in now as well by the creeps. So is this where they're going to try and make a move on the side of OG? Go for that big wraparound. Try and out-smoke that smoke from the side of TNL. And you see that Yoi again sending one of the illusions inside the Roche Pit, trying to scout that one out, but OG, they've already moved themselves out of that.
They're coming through the backstab though. Look, now they found the positioning through the mid lane. It's not even in the river, and there's nobody to break the smoke. Yoi was running forward. They ping him. They saw him. They might try to jump onto this Terror Blade. If they kill him first, Rob, this fight is just over before it even begins.
Yeah, smoke comes out once again. They're going to be able to get themselves away and again into a safer position. Those remnants are down from the Void Spirit now as well. Stormer, Tornado, it actually splits the wickets between Flacco and Norma. It doesn't connect to anybody here, but you see that, again, they are on not a massive time at this top lane. It will push in, but they've got to be careful about how much time TNL are going to give to this one. Do they commit to the Roche Pit themselves? Do they want to try and take this objective? The Forge Spirit's moving in to scout this one out as well, and it looks like OG just happy to sit and just wait for TNL to make the first move here. They can come in with another smoke as well, and it is going to be the Roche Pit. Yaoi's going to be straight in there, but again, is this just a bait on as the Spirit walks in from the ET? Both teams, I really like this one. Both teams putting the respect out, taking the time.
Yoi. He might die. Yoi, get out.
Oh, he's going to be on the camp here. Stormstorm is invis, but he's going to be the dive in from Dual Race now as well. Requiem was being channeled by Shad. Doesn't complete now as well. The run, they're going to be able to get the last over onto Mixer. Mixer's going to be dragged back here into the waiting arms of Yaoi. Yaoi's going to be a lot of damage now. The call comes out, but the Manta Style was already there. The Meteor's going to be dropped now as well. Mixer is going to go down. Those Fatal Bonds are up, though. They get the kill out onto the Beastmaster in return. Requiem comes through. Can he take down Dual Race? Dual Race trying to keep himself alive onto this one, trying to get on top of the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend that will live. Spirit Urn on top. One more right click. Flacco might just go down. down. Can he get himself away? The raise, it will connect Shad. He gets himself the triple. Yawai is going to be disrupted now by Daze. Stormer with the TP in with those boots and Traveler Sunder comes out onto Daze. He didn't get that Lotus Orb out in time now. EMP comes out. Yawai, he's going to lose all the health he just got back. Will go down. The buyback comes through from the Warlock, but the Warlock going to be so careful that he doesn't die back here. They might just have to give this one up. Lela's going to walk himself forward. There's going to be the stomp out onto Flacco. Flacco, you have the right clicks now. That is going to be the dieback onto the Warlock. This is going to be a big opening from OG. What do they do with it?
Yo, Daze is actually a god at Dota. What's actually really funny is that there was a huge mistake from Stormer, right? He didn't want to commit out of the invis to be the first one to initiate on the Terrorblade. Didn't want to show himself first. But they actually had a golden opportunity to kill him there and there before he popped his meta. Then he gets off the meta. All of a sudden, it's less palatable to jump him. But Dave is like, what are you cowards doing, bro? He just presses Q on this guy, gets the illusions out, and ends up dishing out an absurd amount of damage with those illusions. And more importantly, creating space for Shad. As he disrupted all the heroes behind him, Shad goes forward, able to get off all of his spells, and there's nobody to counter him at the forefront of the fight. If Daze had died first, all of that is impossible. Shad will just not be able to have the presence in that situation. But shout out to Daze, making it happen for his squad. I mean, let's think about this. Mixer was one of the first people not to be involved in that fight, but they still had enough control to kill all of the cores effectively. And it's down to Daze on the Shadow Demon. Also, his Lotus Orb. So many times you could see that they wanted to press their spells, but they're like, man, we can't. We have to wait for the Lotus Orb to go down. And in that duration, Daze is not sitting idly by. He's using his spells against you, making it extremely difficult for you to pursue the fight. And in the end, they dominate, they win it all, and they should be able to walk away with the Aegis and the Roshan's banner.
Yeah, and there's only one lane of racks stand between TNL and full Megas there as well. The Forge Spirits were able to take down the melee racks in that top lane, while the full lane in the mid lane was being taken down by the rest of OG. This is looking so comfortable. 20k net worth lead here, 29 kills in 37 minutes up against the 12 kills on the side of TNL. You are praying, you are hoping that there is some miracle here for Yawai, you know, in terms of what he can pull off in this one. He's getting himself towards that Skadi. Still going to be about 1,600 gold away from that, though. And OG aren't going to wait. They have the Sages, like you say, they have that banner. He did go for the Satanic over the Disperser here on the Shadow Fiend. Butterfly is up. Lincoln Sphere, you know, he's got that full protection of Manta Star coming out. He's going to have the disruption from Daze, the Axe to jump into to guard him here as well. And OG, this is looking so close. They can taste that victory after a bit of a dodgy game 3. It's a full recovery from them. They didn't let it shake them. They didn't let it get to them mentally. They've just come back fully recovered, and yeah, showing why they fought through that lower bracket to get themselves into this grand finals.
20k lead right now. It is looking dicey. I think one of the problems that they've been experiencing for the last time. Oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, look at this one. Yeah, they're going to have the back lines. Did that roar come through? It didn't from the Beastmaster. Now the Beastmaster, well, they're going to be able to get the kill into dual race. Norman now, the Cataclysm comes out, the Coin Blade. They take down the Beastmaster, who immediately buys back. Backline, though, Yawai, the lasso comes through, but look at the right clicks coming through. Yawai is just being melted. The Sunder, but Chad, he has that Satanic. He's going to be able to get all of his health, or most of his health back. He just melts through the entire... weren't able to close it out here up against OG in weren't able to close it out here up against OG in this fourth game. But there's a reason why they are looking impressive. You know, they looked in. Absolutely impressive series. You know, they made that lower bracket run that not a lot of people thought they could make, and yeah, absolutely impressed here in this best of 5.
I think the thing that impresses me the most is that the people I expected to be impressed by aren't the people who like really stood out for me. We expected Stormer to have incredible performances, and especially here in Game 3 on his signature Invoker, 10, 1, and 15. Of course, he did his thing. I expected Shad, you know, to be the stable carry for the squad. I expected Mixer to bring that chaos. But bro, I came into this one expecting to gas up Lelis and Daze, but still had my expectations blown away. This was some clean support games. Even in the game that they lost, like the only weak, like, okay, the Daze, Morty's Kisses, Snapfire, okay, that didn't really work out for them. But on broadly speaking, how they played in this game, for example, Daze, how many times did we see him turn around unsalvageable fights just by his positioning, using the right spells, the Lotus Orb coming out at the right time? Lelis, a couple of times I was skeptical about what this ET was going to do. Hell, I was clowning the shot, right, that it went towards him, but it worked out. There was that one of the last fights. He immediately Echo Storms goods into the Terror Blade's face. TB is like, I have to Sunder right now. But if you Sunder right now, that means I have no defense for the rest of the fight. They demolish him. They walk forward. And something that you kept mentioning, this was yet again another draft win. And OG executed the draft properly, able to bring the numbers this time relative to what Team Next Level. Yes, your Y played well on his Terror Blade, but Terror Blade is not the hero that's going to show up at a 15-minute fight. Shadow Fiend is. And ultimately, I think that's what gave the victory towards the side of OG.
Yeah, and OG, they are going to be closing it out now. We'll see if they're going to be, we're going to be seeing them in a couple of weeks' time. We don't know what's happening with that. We have no inside information, but for now, it might be a little bit of a longer break here for CCT back on the other side of September after TI. But yeah, if this is how they're going to leave it before TI, OG, incredibly impressive. Really loved to see them today. Glad I got to be able to cast the grand finals, and glad I was able to step in and watch this one because, again, OG, it's always impressive when they play like this. It's always a great show to watch, and I've had a fantastic time here. But that is going to wrap it up for another CCT. We're going to go on a little bit of a longer break. We'll be back after TI to see who is going to be taking the 5th season of the second go around here for CCT. But for now, thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
To cut, I am sent. Speaking of, Yes, I.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Time is money. Double damage. Time to move.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Razor, maybe you for hot. I golden.
Prepare for battle.
Sliding. It's in the bag.
Slithering.
It's in the bag!
Organs, guide me. Crawling. Yes.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Right.
First blood's on the ground, and we're already looking for more.
Silent as a snake. Gaze upon Medusa's beauty and despair. Yes. Fight for honor. Right. Rush. Bring me mana. 17. For honor. Fight for honor. Mystic Snake.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Power is the only beauty. Rush. Slithering. Tremble. For honor. Silent as a snake. Quick as a snake. Right. Organs, guide me. Nice. Yes. My soul strengthens. Stay where you are. Yes. Fetch me some mana. Hiss. Right. Run, vermin. Mystic Snake! Attack! Sliding. Quick as a sprint. Cut you down, chaff. Blinking. I'm under attack. Lights round, please. Yes. Crawling. Kiss. Silent as a smoke. Sliding. Slithering.
His brain is so big.
Tremble. Rush. Where do you think you're going? Organs guide me. Run, vermin. Hiss. Die a rodent's death. Right. Right.
Is a great conductor.
For honor. Play, my pet. Fight for honor. Yes. Fight for honor. Mystic snake.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under
Organs
attack.
guide me. Run, vermin.
Walk missing.
Look me in the eye. Bring me mana. After them.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack.
I will not fail again. Fetch me some mana. Hiss. Slithering. Right. Yes. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Sends me home.
The Gorgon's gaze will petrify them all. Power, mystic snake. With power comes vengeance. 17. Right. 17. Right. Hiss. Fight for honor. Gorgons, guide me. Lock eyes with the Gorgon.
Killing spree. Trust me. Killing spree.
For honor. Gorgon's honor. Snake's kiss. Ah, the wind in my attack. None can resist. Slithering. Snake's kiss. Tremble.
Fresh meat.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Crawling.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Kiss, kiss. Gorgon's honor. Mystic snake.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Right. Bring me mana. Rush.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh man, what?
His brain is so big. His brain is so big.
Power. Mystic quick as a snake. Hiss. 17. Gorgons, guide me. Stronger with every skin I right. Fetch me some mana.
Boy, fresh meat.
For honor.
Killing spree.
Run, vermin.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Silent as a snake. Fetch me some mana. Stay where you are.
Pain, the ugly. Ugly, pain.
Tremble. Crawling.
Dominating.
It won't be long now, sisters.
Agony awaits.
Yes.
Mega kill.
For honor. Fight for honor. Bring me mana. Tremble.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right. Rush. Slay my pet. Run, vermin. Silent as a snake.
Your top tower is under attack.
Lock eyes.
Your top tower has fallen.
Sliding. Slithering. Mystic snake. Attack. An appetizer. Yes.
Killing spree.
Could be worse. Oh, wait, no, it couldn't.
Attack. Power is beauty. Cut you down. Come, my pets. Your feast awaits. Quick as a snake.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Crawling. For honor. Hiss.
Fresh mate.
17.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Sliding. Yes. Right. Let me some mana. Vermin. 17. Crawling. Silent as a snake. Snake's kiss. Power is the only beauty. Fight for honor. None can resist. Quick as a snake. Yes.
Mega kill!
For honor.
Dominating!
Feel my eyes upon you. Tremble. Play my pain.
Bullseye!
For honor. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Every coin helps.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Silent as a snake.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yes.
Ah.
Slithering.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fight for honor. Play my pet. Gorgons guide me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Right.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Right. Power comes vengeance. Run, vermin, rush. Crawling. Look me in the eye.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's courier has been killed.
Snake's kiss. Crawling. Tremble. Serpentine. For honor.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Rat. vermin. Fight for honor. Right. Rush. Fall before me. Yes. Dragons guide me. Sliding. There is a mono. Stronger with every skin I shed.
Unstoppable! Killing spree!
Slithering. Right. Cower. For honor. Come, my pets. Your feast on
Your middle tower is under attack.
Rush Rebel. Silent as a snake. Sliding. Crawling.
Right. Fresh meat! Killing spree! Killing spree is the real deal!
Such is
Monster kill! Double kill!
Mystic Snake. Vermin.
Don't buy spray.
My thanks. None can resist. 17. For honor.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
Tremble. Sliding. Die a ruthless death. Silent as a snake.
There you go.
Dire's turret has been killed.
I am the last thing you'll see. Yes, Gorgons, guide me.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant's turret has been killed.
Right. Cut you down like chaff. My gratitude is yours. Power is beauty. Yes. Fetch me some mana. Slithering. Run, vermin. Crawling.
Fresh mate!
Gorgons, guide me. As vermin. Silent as a snake. Tremble. Run, vermin. Quick as a snake. Yes. Right. I'm under attack. I need mana. Last longer. Right. Fall me. Ah, the wind in my serpents. For honor. Let my beauty still your breath. Serpentine. Sliding. Amazing for my pets. Lock eyes with a Gorgon. Hiss. Crawling. Tremble. Slithering. Right. Rush. Gorgons.
Unbelievable!
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Sliding. Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Immortality!
Savage!
Oh, wait, no, I couldn't.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Guide me.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Go back, go back.
Hiss. Rush. Nola.
Killing spree! Double kill! Extra kill! Triple kill! Wicked sick! Mega kill!
His brain is so big.
Death tax!
Slithering.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quick as a snake.
Maybe we go.
The time has come.
There's a go top. We go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Run, vermin. Tremble. For on come, my pets. Your feast awaits. Yes. Sliding. Cousin them. Serpentine. Slithering.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures. The enemy's top tower is falling. Your middle tower is under attack.
Gorgons, guide me. Crawling.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Eyes with eyes surprise.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's currents has been I just retrieved my earth.
Right.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Rush. Silent as a snake.
Your bottom tower is under attack. 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 The enemy's middle barracks is falling. Radiant structures are fortified.
Serpentine. Stay where you are. Chaff. as a snake. Run, vermin. Rush. Silent as a snake.
Double kill!
Easy breezy.
Voltron.
The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
A plaything for my pets. Rush.
What we're seeing!
Colder than mine. Slithering.
One can only marvel at the spectacle!
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Getting speed. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. You now have mega creeps. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory.
Victory warms the coldest.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Аккуратненько на него подбачивают. Ну,
Killing spree!
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
I'll take that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Killing spree dominated! Triple kill! The trees. Monster kill!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Generation.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
New life will make its home amongst your bones.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Feed the trees.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
Feed the trees.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Господи, допоможи.
Just what I've been waiting for. Killing spree! Holy shit!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
What a bounty! Double damage! I don't know what we're seeing!
Dire are scanning. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
А думал я, что Этора хочет ПК.
are scanning. Dire are scanning.
Invisibility. My edge dulls. Killing spree. Ownage. Bear witness. Unbelievable.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
The tree.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Ну ладно, никакой маринации нет, Амар прыгает. Ну, странно, что Спирит так прям пытаются. Так они просто не успеют, похоже, появиться. Глифа нет, Темплар Ассасин 15 секунд в таверне.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to ban. Falcons
Team
turn
Spirit's
to ban. Turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban. Team Spirits turn to pick. Falcons turn to pick.
Monkey King.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban.
Earth Shaker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to ban. Falcons turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to pick. Team Spirits turn to pick.
Tegna.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirits turn to pick.
Rubik.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to pick.
Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to team spirit.
Bristleback.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Falcons turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team spirits turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Team Spirit's turn to pick. Falcons' turn to pick.
Morphling.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Dragon Knight.
Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ну, наконец-то! Наконец-то нормальный драфт. Мы сидели с Максом уже сколько? 2 часа. Сидим, кряхтим, недовольные. Появляется базовый Primal Beast для коллапса. Появляется, естественно, легендарный абсолютно морфлинг для Итора. Все, мне уже этого хватает. Мне остальные герои, в принципе, и не
Ну
интересны.
смотри, если сейчас Спирит проигрывает, то на драфт спихнуть поражение уже не получится. И окажется, что по-настоящему Falcons оказываются достойными победы в нашем турнире. Слушай, необычно такое может случиться, что 3-0 Falcons вообще закрывают Спирит. Звучит как сказки, но вполне могут Falcons стемпануть. Все же я верю в Малрина на шейкере, очень классно его могут настакать. Главное, чтобы сейчас его стаки законтролили, центрики расставили, все забанили. Нельзя, чтобы у Малрина хорошо пошла игра. Если у Малрина игра пойдет, реально могут Falcons стемпануть и закончить эту карту быстро, минут за 30. У них все для этого есть. Если Спирит затерпит, естественно, шансы в лейте у них крутые. Морфлинги, Тора, все, что надо, есть.
Да, Морф — это вот тот самый редкий герой, который может 1 против 5 играть. Там просто так не могла делать. Вот бар какую-то ранее покупать, даже, наверное, в прошлой игре потенциально Морфу могло быть намного проще. По поводу того, что там кто-то тильтанул, я думаю, никакого тильта особо у Спирит нет. Были у меня мысли, что, может быть, сейчас Спирит таки решит, может быть, закончим уже, вот, сыграем как сыграем, и все, и пойдем уже готовиться к Интернешнл. Но, думаю, все равно очень важно для фанатов постараться, в конце концов.
Да, представь, какую историю Спирит нам подарят, если они сейчас камбэкнут финал со счета 0-2. Это тот самый камбэк. Если Спирит камбэкают постоянно в играх, а что, если Спирит решили теперь камбэкать в гранд-финалах?
Я вообще супер в эту историю верю, что камбэк абсолютно реален. Хотя, не спорю, у команды Falcons снова их базовый драфт. каждый герой, особенно этого турнира. Вот Пугна, Снэфайр, это база Falcons последних пару дней. Ну и, конечно, Драгонайт, Бристлбэк, Шейкер, вот это 3 клап.
Ну, здесь вообще мы ничего не видим на Морфа. То есть фри играли и Тор, ластпик от Скитера вообще никак этого Морфа не закрывает. Можно было подумать, что Морф тут вообще залетает на 24-й. Классно, у него будет линия фричная против Бристлбэка, стики заряжаются, ресурсы бесконечные. Сайленсов нет никаких, перекачку можно будет спокойно нажимать до момента того, как Скитер себе, скорее всего, купит Орчит. Смотрим. Коллапс один снизу.
Встреча на речке происходит уже.
The battle begins.
Давайте на речку посмотрим. Там, похоже, какой-то размен есть. Да. Есть размен. Хороший. Шейкер пробивает. Серьезно. Пол лица просто теряет. Шейкер, который не покупает себе, понятно, какой-то супер быстрый ботл. Сейчас немножко может затерпеть.
Да, тем более матчап не самый удачный. Для Шейкера Манки Кинг должен себя чувствовать комфортнее на этой линии. И посмотрим, что покажет нам Мирель на Манки Кинге. Слишком его мощно в аналитике рекламировали. Сколько раз уже говорили, что дайте Мирелю Манки Кинга. Похоже, что герой по сигнатурности на уровне Эмбер Спирита для этого игрока. Да, у Малрина тяжелый старт. Нет у него полных ресурсов, не может он где-то разменяться по ХП. Все размены для него сейчас будут в минус.
Ну, пока очень удачная серия для Малрина. Снова его герой, вот этот Шейкер, Сэн Кинг. Вот это его конкретно дабла. Также последних пару дней.
Да, не забываем, что у Малрина в запасе там еще очень много героев. Primal Beast точно такой же эффективный у него есть, тоже милишный крутой. Классный билд нам показывал Малрин через БКБ, плюс рефрешер быстрый.
Ну и вот видишь, все-таки здесь Рубик, например, снова. У него появляется пассивная способность Пугна, а не Фейтболт. Чтобы обсуждали это на первой карте.
Хотя рейнджа добивать нечем.
Наверное, можно на онслоу как-то влететь, но это такая себе история, да, не про рейнджа. Ну, хорошо фармит Скитер. Но тут, я скажу так, даже какие-то будут проблемы у Спирит возникать, всегда будет Еторо, который, скорее всего, будет огромный. То есть он по нетворсу должен быть там топ-1, топ-2 в этой игре.
Да, вообще не представляю, как Итора здесь какими-то ганками убивают. В какой комбинации героев на Морфа вообще нужно будет выйти, чтобы его убить, непонятно. Итора должен на 0 тут играть. Итора на Морфе уже на 0 играл. Там один раз он умер до руны, баунти, а потом бегал 6-1. 0 ассистов, все киллы забирал. В общем, это, наверное, самый сигнатурнейший герой Итора. И вот, кстати, килл. Может к нему сейчас подлететь. Волна должна быть у Итора, чтобы этот килл подсекьюрить, хотя крит разводит. Еще времени немного выигрывает, и килл достается мид-плошке. Хотя Итора уже замахивался.
Ну, пошло, потихонечку. Потихонечку пошло. Продолжает Мирель хорошо прессинговать Малрина. Но по поводу Миреля мне понравилась мысль в аналитике. Действительно, я думаю, этот игрок, несмотря на то, что он очень юн, опыта недостаточно, пока не выглядело, что он сильно проседал на линии. Авторитета нет. Кто бы там на миде не стоял. Ну, коллапс здесь. Есть шансы наконец-то засиять. На первой карте у него было все тяжело, там под конец камбэкал, но все равно была тяжелейшая карта. На второй там вообще надо забыть про это.
Ну, на линии снизу у коллапса я не вижу такого потенциала. Очень сложно будет растоптать Драгонайта, у него всегда будет стан в ответ. Может быть, как-то Пугну поймают Снейкинга, если он ошибется. Два стана перед смогут Снейкинга убить. Но Снейкингу для этого надо потерять позицию.
Все фрифармят, получается, кроме Шейкера. Амар будет огромный. Интересно, какой Амар билд в этот раз выберет. У него каждый раз эксперименты.
Чаще всего Лотус у него вижу первым предметом.
Лотус здесь, да, снова хорошо будет заходить.
Мне показалось ли я у него Battlefield увидел у Амара?
Не-не-не. А, да-да-да.
Оно есть. Оно есть. Ладно, Амар тут еще тролль.
Ну да, да. Ну, лишь рапира, помню, раньше была всегда.
Ладно, подожди, не-не-не. Battlefield собирается из пернокопии сейчас, не из персика.
Там eSpoiled, да, там вообще два меча.
Но Бродсворд это Блейдмейл. Все нормально.
Уволены, получается,
Да,
комментаторы.
не, очень быстро сориентировались.
Все, окей.
Так что
Хорош, Макс.
вернулись на должность.
Сочнейший курьер. Перчаткой, наверное, что важнее, рейндроп улетает Марфа. Я смотрю, что уже вышел Мипошка, поставил очень такой глубокий вард на двойку. Не думаю, что его кто-то будет искать. Все, лес, спирит также законтролили. Потенциальные стаки для шейкера. Для шейкера скорее, да. Они отменяются. Еторо прессингует Амара. Амар со спреем. Амар на развороте. Выстрел пошел. Еторо. Пару ударов по Амару в лицо. Тандерстрайк. И сейчас главное здесь Мипошки не отлететь, но отличная печенька. Есть Лотус. Амар выживает. Еторо. Стики есть.
Не помогают. Перекачанный полностью в красное Етора. Урон от стиков не пережил. Точнее, урон от колючек. Стики не помогли пережить.
А знаешь что? Опять мелочи. Рейндроп в курьере мертвый. И перчатка, кстати, тоже, которая, возможно, дала бы чуть больше скорости атаки, чтобы сделать лишний удар.
Ямар становится просто гигантом. На 1000 золота отгоняет Етора на линии.
Да, видеть Бристлбека нежелательно, но так получилось.
И ведь такая композиция пика еще классная под этого Бристлбека. Куча станов, будет под него контроль. ТФ сможет спокойно по драке бегать, он будет как раз байтить на себя много героев, все это будет сетапить. Эхо-слэм шейкеру. Что-то становится страшновато после этого старта.
Ну да, старт не очень хороший. Ладно, на других линиях от Спирит была какая-то прям конкретная доминация. На центре есть легкая доминация, но не мог сказать, что что-то прям страшное происходит. Плюс стаки все равно какие-то Falcons сделают, шейкер там своим эхослаймом вернется.
Ну смотри, большой кемп уже забанен, Мипошка поработал на двойке. Получается, большой кемп не постакает, и, наверное, инши будут. Так вот, с иншей достаточно, чтобы... Ладно, маловато еще, чтобы шейкер давал. Без маленького кемпа не получится здесь забирать их. Пытается найти несуществующую сумтрю.
Ну, молодцы Спирит. По макро чувствуется, в этой игре очень круто действуют. Все паттерны команды Falcon знают с этими героями.
Да, Мипошка, кстати, правильно делает, он просто стоп ушел. Оставляет фулл экспу Морфлингу, нет потенциала убийства этого Бристлбека, и нет вообще смысла на него нападать. Да, Морфлинг будет фрифармить, стоять против этих колючек, которые мастики заряжают по КД.
Да, молодец Мипошка.
И у Марфа еще фулл экспа будет.
Подходит Манки Кинг, но очень классно Falcons реактит на это. Ну и Мипошка на тэп-аут нажимать, а
не нажмет там.
Есть. Но Мирель все еще хочет. Так, а стоит ли Мирель вообще пытаться? Мирель на это все посмотрел и такой решил. Ну, тут Спирит явно не рассчитали ресурсы. Даже если бы, представим, тут не сместился Бристлбек, нажимал на телепорт. Непонятно, за счет чего драться, кроме арены Манки Кинга.
Ну, смотри, Пугна сделал ТП Снейкинг, прилетел на топ. Получается, снизу должно открыться какое-то окошко нападения на Скитера, Драгонайте. Смотря исчезла. Смотря 7,5 минут смотря поставила на топе, забанила 7 раз кемп. В команде Falcons. Где-то кем быть мог настакан.
И игра в нуле. Несмотря на, может показаться, такой очень грустный старт. Мид выигран. Коллапс фармит. И Мирель сейчас вот будет создавать
телепорт от шейкера. Собирается дефать своего тиммейта Малрин. Глимпс.
Отлично.
Окей, есть глимпс.
Но... ну, арену вообще тэп-аут можно нажимать. Уже маны не хватает.
Может, не надо бы тэп-аут нажимать. Просто Амар бежит в своем красном аспекте, наваливает огромное количество дэмэджа по дизраптору, и Мирель тут с ним Бристлбеком ничего сделать не сможет.
Коллапс пришел. Коллапс уже отдает ультимейт. Прыжок от ТМК. Топчи Снейкинга с Лотусом. И неужели сейчас еще Спирит тут нафидит? Много телепортов. Очень много телепортов. Рядом Рю. Телекинез. Отличный телекинез может оказаться просто по всей команде. И в итоге это супер плюс момент. После всех команды пролетает мид. Бристлбек только сейчас возвращается на линию. И никого не забирает здесь, не считая саппорта.
Но как минимум Falcons задефали свои стаки. То есть ничего с этими стаками не произошло. Никто там не может продолжать стакать. У него игра будет. У него экспа и золото будет просто из-за того, что шейкер эти стаки зафармит. Проблема у Рю. Есть по нему стан, но здесь Мирель, здесь коллапс. Мирель с ДД могут пробить спокойно здесь Скитера. Огромный урон по нему взлетает. Еще и Снейкинга может коллапс натоптать. И Малрин ничего не может с ним сделать. Просто приходится смотреть. Ну, надо идти на тройку, надо нажимать их слэп.
Ну, наконец-то коллапс в игре. Коллапс начинает просто ломать лица. Амар, Глимс и Амар под тавером, Тандерстрайк, летят орехи. Амар, печенька, орехи летят, орех летит, еще один. Этого не хватит, 70 хп остается. Амар.
Тем временем Малрин Хаслам прожал на аншах. По нетворсу вернулся. Ну, кстати, мало нетворса, все равно посмотри, насколько сильно был проигран мид. И, наверное, даже не в миде дело, а в том, что Малрин очень много времени потерял, бегая, защищая свои стаки, бегая, защищая свою пятерку. Даже вот за фармом такой большой стак, он все равно от Миреля по нетворсу отстает. Но уже, кстати, не сильно.
Подписывайтесь на телеграм-канал Фиссуры. Новости, анонсы, расписание. Все можете найти в наших социальных сетях. Кликайте на баннер по трансляции. 10-я минута. Регенерация для Миреля. Молодой игрок знал моменты. Сказал, почему Шейкера даже со стаками на Творс не вернулся. Но какой-то экстремально быстрый блинк покупает тебе Шейкер. То есть там, похоже, ботл.
Там вообще ничего нет. Там коричневый ботинок, ботл и блинк у Малрина. Но Хаслэба нет?
Нет. То есть толку от этой скорости пока не так и много. Хорош в этой игре Мипошка. Пытался создавать моменты для Итору. Но Итору предстоит классический фарм. Длительный фарм в лесу.
Тяжелая игра для Итора получается. Вроде бы против Бристлбека должна быть линия легкая. Закрывали этого Бристла, но ТФ вместе с Критом сделали.
Так, это ловушка. Ловушка. Тут приходит Бристлбэк сразу. Ультимейт какой-то от коллапса. В итоге он прерывается печенькой. Коллапс уходит по тавер. И будет он слоу. Должен коллапс отсюда просто улетать. Но команда Falcons почти в полном составе. Да, они здесь все просто давят коллапса. Коллапс об этом не знает. Летает Шейкер. Как раз тот самый блинк даже без Хаслэма. И коллапса съедают всем составом. И понимает Еторо и Мипошка, что пора отсюда уходить. Очень глубоко заходит.
Же мощнейший темп навязывают Falcons. Спирит вообще еще не готовы драться. Им нечем отвечать. Видимо, даже там, где коллапс, не получается подраться, не были готовы тот Спирит.
Ну, многовато прям ресов отдают. Не находишь, что Спирит в этот момент, да, теряет героя, но все качаются просто в этот момент.
Не то, что смотри, через парный портал уже может быть какой-то сетап.
Видит портал, отлично Рю выходит, Рю сразу спрячется, и остальные ребята должны нажимать телепорт и расходиться. А Рю дает инфу.
Тем самым, что сюда выходит Falcons, не вышку дают.
Ага, можно напасть вот так. Классно. Классно. Сыграть решили. Ставится арена. А фиксация какая-то. Есть телекинез. И заканчивается. Снейкинг. Хаслэм появился! Расстрел от Крита. Снейкинг выживает лайфдрейном. И команда Falcons и тут оказывается на шаг впереди.
И опять пятером они оказываются теперь уже на нижней линии. Просто команда 5 с 10 минуты от коллектива Falcons. И это дает свои плоды. Они повсюду гоняют Марфа, не дают ему какие-то вообще свободные зоны пофармить. Тора ушел вниз. Видимо, через парный портал теперь на топ нажал телепорт. Но фармить получается. Тора не умирает больше после лейнинга.
Сами моменты Спирит создают для противника. Раз за разом атакуют сами, получают сдачу. Неужели снова это повторится? Коллапс снова слово уходит. Врыв на стейкинг. Ребят, но мы это проходили. Вы не убиваете Пугну! Потому что разжимается декрип. Телекинез выкидывает. Мирель палку нажимает. Кровавая граната заметит спасти Манки Кинга. Манки Кинг не может прыгнуть. Рядом Мипошка. Почему нападают раз за разом на Пугну? Я просто не понимаю. Манки Кинг это делает. Получает сразу же на себя декрип Пугна. И атака прерывается.
Удивительно, что вообще происходит. Ломают Спирит у нас прям в прямом эфире. Отвечают там, не должны. И похоже, что придется камбэкать. Уже вот с такого старта
опять
придется камбэкать по классике.
Да, камбэк в серии, камбэк уже на карте. Остается все еще хороший нетворс у Марфа, но камбэкает в игру Шейкер. Все, что было в миде, уже не имеет значения. Не совсем тот герой у мидера команды Спирит, чтобы вот так вот ходить, саппортов убивать. Не получается это делать.
Да, Пугна просто в соло. Этого Манки Кинга из драки выключает. На себя декрип кидает Пугна на Манки Кинга. Как ты не крути, в любом случае контра есть. У коллапса хороший нетворс, появляется блин. Здесь у ТФа уже совсем скоро будет Лотус. Ультимейт коллапса будет не таким эффективным, нужно будет задумываться, прежде чем его нажимать. А если рядом Бристлбэк, а если у него Лотус на готове. На экспу заходит ТФ, вообще никто ему ничего сделать не может. Falcons готовы. Драться, если что. Играют два шрайна параллельно. И по XP вырываются вперед.
Блокует снова Спирит. Но Falcons готовы к этой атаке. Хотят Спирит найти какого-то одного загулявшего героя. Пусть это даже будет саппорт. 2 на Спирит, 1.78 на Falcons. Предлагает бутбум. Я честно удивлен.
Скитер может нафидить.
Скитер можно фидить.
Но он
или
очень плотный.
Очень плотный.
Представь, сколько по времени его нужно будет убивать.
Ну,
раскрывается на него арена.
Нормально, нормально. Я не вижу никакого реакта. Очень долго Falcons, они решили бежать и не нажимать телепорт. И Мипошка, надо нажимать Глимс. Мипошка не успевает нажать Глимс, но при этом все равно в худшем случае потеряет одного Мипошку. Мипошка отлетает. Уходят игроки Спирит прочь. Ну, вот это момент. Это момент. Ну, это ладно, я понимаю, почему такие коэффициенты. Все-таки фактор Етора на морфе, который здесь все еще может затащить. И прям катастрофы не случилось. Да, я понимаю, что игра идет прям очень тяжело у Спирит, почему-то она буксует. Но коллапса на Творс есть. Саппорт у Спирит хорошие. Етора затащит.
Ну, все получилось, наверное, так, потому что Falcons с командой 5 бегали, и у этого есть свои минусы, очевидно. Они не фармили. Они убивали героев Спирит, в то время как Морф качается. Морф там летает сверху вниз. И Дор не наказывают. Нетворс прибавляется. Ну и в лейте не стоит забывать, что Морф может в шейкера превратиться. Там уже совсем другие правила игры.
Ну и, наверное, бёрстить Морфа не должны вот с этим драфтом. Там вот ребята Свена предлагали. Свена могу представить, что он прыгает, убивает до перекачки. Драгонайт все же не верю, что он настолько заберстить может, даже с хэслаймами. И смотрим, что-то задумали. Соколы выходят, они на мид, но на пачке никого не встречают. Мирель, Diffusable Blade, 10 уровень. Лотус у Бристлбека снова быстрый. Снейкинг. Ага, увидели коллапс, коллапс улетает на Unslоу. Но Спирит, конечно, заставляют фанатов просто сидеть и дрожать.
Да не-не-не, уже никакой тряски нет. Судя по ситуации на карте у Спирит, все под контролем. Морфлин качается, и в лейте ему тут ничего не сделать. Пока что все нормально. Плюс еще фактор коллапс нужно учитывать. Он Бристлбеку ауру выключает. Точнее, не ауру, а пассивку. Спину с Аганимом. Если это Аганим, он вообще нафармит. Аганим есть в планах. Пока бы шарт Аганим. Траки за Рошана, коллапс опять прыгнет, а Игис украдет. В общем, сколько раз мы это уже видели?
Ну,
да его тут никак не убить.
Не те герои приходят. Ну вот если вот так сделать, то тогда, получается, вполне себе убивают Етору, а тут еще и головачи копают. Бабка расстрел пошел Етору на перекачке. Ага. Окей. И казалось,
обычно
что
в таких моментах Falcons проигрывали раннюю доминацию. Вот именно в этих спотах под Т2 вышкой Спирит реагирует. Но в этот раз полностью проигнорировали выход на Етора. Но Етора сам ошибся. Он телепорт мог не нажимать, мог еще подольше побегать, потом еще подумать, когда телепорт давить.
Ну да, он так пожадничал, наверное, сразу на ВКМ полететь, не терять ни секунды. И многовато смертей у Морфа. Все же вот не происходит, чтобы Морф прям отрывался уже. Он все еще второй, Бристлбек первый. Не отрывается Морф даже от Драгонайта там ощутимо. Или от своих собственных тиммейтов. Но тем интереснее, это будкарта. Снапфайр, блинкдаггер. Интересный выбор, такой быстрый блинк.
Ордерин Шардом, очень сильный тимфайт сейчас у Falcons. Огромное количество станов. А потом шейкера. Коллапса видно. А что, если его здесь наказать? Блинкаут нажимает, на Фиссура будет. Даст ли рандомную Фиссуру? Нет, не стал Малрин.
Тяжело тогда, да, давайте рандомную Фиссуру. Хватит на это ресы. Видит Тамара. А Амар так-то один здесь. Жирный фраг очень.
Под Глимпс. Можно попробовать под арену Манки Кинга.
Ну,
очень плотно. Очень плотно. Ты вообще урона не получает.
Да. Фул арена. Лап срывается. Но хотя бы Снейкинг зацепится на команду рядом. Залетает печенька. Мирель, прыжок в спину. В итоге можно убивать всех. Да, так и есть. -2 делает команда Спирит. Даже лучше получилось.
А если еще Глимпс 2 секунды? У Мипошка Аркан Руна. Как же еще шарлика не хватает просто, чтобы Андерстрайк на землю нажать, но коллапс помогает, дает вижен.
Ну, наконец.
Это третий килл подряд.
Наконец-то Спирит получает подарок от противника. Хотя, казалось, с таким Бристлбеком все. Тут уже вообще ничего не сделаешь. Сами Falcons продолжили эту атаку. Коллапс на месте. Манта готова. О, Еторо.
Манта готова, а Орчида у Скитера все еще нет. Тора на шаг впереди. Ладно, 20-я минута подходит. Важный будет момент в Торментаре. Мипошка, ты смотри, напугал просто всю команду Falcons. Заставили телепорты сделать.
Мипошка прячется. И сейчас Скитера должен успевать глимсануть и уходить Мипошка. Мипошка не видел Скитера на горе. Мипошка все еще глимс нажимает, но Скитеру уже на этот глимс все равно. Если каким-то образом будет четвертая карта, представим, не хочу червить, то, может быть, вообще пугну стоит забанить. Я так смотрю, Снейки на этом герое раз за разом раздает. Снова нападение на Амара. Но рядом коллапс. Мирель, Бладмейл чуть не убивает сам себя, поворачивается лицом, сбивает этого Амара. Вся команда. Амар был близок, чтобы сделать даблкилл. Но по итогу почти 1000 золота зарабатывает команда Spirit.
Что-то вообще непонятно. Только что вся команда Falcons показывается на топе на убийстве Мипошки. Все прекрасно Spirit понимают, и Амар, похоже, немного переоценивает свои возможности, что он может пережить выход на себя без глимпса. То есть Мипошка был в таверне, подумал он, наверное, окей, меня не глимпсанут, не убьют. Но он сильно недооценивает коллапса. Коллапса в стане держит. Лицом разворачивает ДПСером.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
И 21-я минута. Но если все вместе выйдут, я уверен, команда Spirit нет шансов. Ахаслам на перекачку успевает. И Тору отличная реакция. У него Аганим Шард. Все, извините, Аганим Шард есть. Никакой реакции. Все, нажалась четко. Ставится арена в пустоту. Рубик уходит под Т2. Уже давит ребята. Пытается Мерлиф Солос. Есть шейкер. Расстрел от бабки пошел. Серьезнейший расстрел. Маларин по-прежнему жив. Нажимает Фиссуру. И Тору рядом. Шейкер уходит по Фиссуре. Нажимает блинкаут. И не смогли никого здесь зацепить Spirit. Но, с другой стороны, хотя бы не отдали своих кор-героев.
Подожди, еще ничего не закончилось. Видят Миреля на варде и продолжает атаку. Похоже, что Манка Кинга здесь тоже убьют.
Ну окей, да, это хуже. Это чуть похуже.
И в любом случае, даже если Falcons начинают на морфлинга, который выживает, перекачивается, и Тор оказывается в ситуации, когда он перекачан в красный, он не дамажит.
Ну да, это уже плохой файт, если так начинается, что морф не
хорошо,
может
конечно, хорошо, конечно, что и Тора выжил.
6-2-5. У Снейкинга нам показывают на этом фугне. Столько много выиграл времени, столько много неудачных гангов.
А Снейкинг, знаешь, все время какую-то сигнатурку себе находит и просто разносит на ней карты. То это была Энчантерс, которую ему отдавали каждую игру, и никто не понимал, чего мы проигрываем против них. Теперь это пугно. Такая, возможно, незаметная роль 5-я позиция, но я думаю, что на лейнинге это всегда чувствуется. По игре, когда ты пятерку убить не можешь, это огромные проблемы. Сколько времени этот пугно выигрывает.
Нитора первый. Нитора в этой игре с неважным кидом. Первый по экономике. Должно это было случиться чуть пораньше. И в этой игре вот на прошлой карте не было ощущения камбэка. Здесь как бы и камбэкать особо и нечего пока. Очень плотные игроки команды Falcons. Пугна, несколько эссенс-рингов, Бристолбэк. Но мы видели, да, что в пятером даже этого Бристолбэка пинает под арену. Урона все равно не хватает. Коллапс на ганге, Малрин. Это, наверное, лучшая цель. Но не находит Spirit никого.
Ну, может быть, еще попробуют выйти на Малрина, но нет. Направление смока вообще не то.
На Итора готовится Эхослэм. Итора успел нажать вейформ совершенно случайно, забирает пачку крипов, но больше вейформа нет. Скитер вылетает, коллапс по Т2, очень опасная точка для тимфайта. Иторо, как-то нужно просто бежать, Эхослэм, съедают Итора, Мипошка, статик шторм, но...
И коллапс без БКБ, может быть, его тоже догонят? Нет, получается уйти у тройки Spirit, но будут наказывать Мипошку в этом моменте.
Но много очень брака от Spirit на этой карте, очень много брака.
Ты, похоже, не заметил, да, что Primal Beast каждый раз, когда ультует, это в лотусе залетает. Я не знаю, каким образом, настолько по-мастерски кидает ТТФ постоянно эти лотусы, но у коллапса вообще нет игры. Именно из-за этого. У Шейкера, конечно, игра пошла. Из того, что у него было на линии, насколько хорошо у него стало все сейчас, у него Яшакай, у него Шард. Он просто король тимфайтов.
Вопрос, нет, это понятно все. Вопрос вот, что Ятора ведь эти моменты сам создает, что он как-то вот не чувствует момент, где противник, что на него могут напасть с эхослэмом. Либо думают, что все получится пережить. Коллапс хорошо заходит. Стан от скитера останавливает коллапса. Коллапсу очень больно. Коллапсу нереально больно. Драться в Бристлбека будет просто невозможно. Коллапс пытается уйти. Он без блокинг-бара. Расстрел открыт. Еще один удар будет по коллапсу. Коллапс живет бесконечно, но это не может продолжаться. Не готовы сейчас Спирит прям драться. У них в кулдауне половина кнопок. Нападение на Яторо. Яторо больно. Пошел расстрел. Скитер стрелять. Нет, не хватит. Не убивает никого. Маларин все еще может ворваться второй волной, видит Рю. Амар давит дальше. Рю под замедлением. Рю работает Гу. Выкидывает Бристлбека. Будет ли прыгать Шейкер? Вообще опасно.
Да можно просто Фиссуру, да? Прям продлить.
Окей, ничего опасного. Яторо просто фоткает. И как все за 5 минут изменилось.
Да, вроде бы мы сидим с тобой и говорим, что Ятора фармит, Спирит камбэкают. В начале карты было такое настроение, что Спирит хотели бы вроде камбэкнуть эту серию с счетом 3-2. Это уже next level их тренировки. Но очень-очень тяжело эта карта идет, и, возможно, Falcons ее уже не отпустят. Ну а вам же, дорогие зрители, я хочу рассказать про Bad Bomb Pass. Это ваш боевой пропуск метки без спорта. Выполняйте задания, там разные игровые есть задания. В соцсетях тоже есть какие-то задания, по-моему, тоже. Участвуйте в фэнтези-лиге, получайте токены. И токены по своему усмотрению тратите на скины для дотки, для КС, на киберспортивный мерч, на фрибеты. Все это в баннере от трансляции.
БКБ у Драгонайта. Сейчас наступает этап игры, где у команды Спирит просто нет урона, чтобы перебивать Бристлбека и Драгонайта. Не говоря про то, что там Пугна в спине стоит, Снэпфайр там закидывает печеньки, Солар-кресты. И сейчас может произойти ситуация, что просто до там 40 минуты команду Спирит закроют. Просто закончат Falcons, они не будут игру тянуть.
Так им смысла тянуть вообще никого нет. У них на позиции керри Бристлбек и ДК. Это герои темпа, это герои, которые хотят драться прямо здесь и сейчас. И тем самым, что они на базу заходят, они форсят соперников подраться. Скитер, кстати, все еще есть 30 секунд. Возможно, что Спирит ждут этот тайминг.
Да, это сейчас важный момент. Если Falcons здесь остаются без Аегиса, они теоретически могут остаться и без Аегиса. Мипошка будут пытаться ловить.
Под конец Аегиса. И страшно стало.
Ну, тут некого глимсовать. Да, зачем Falcons? Они, конечно, закончат, хотят закончить игру быстро, но не прямо сейчас. Это может быть 5-7 минут. Яторо. Сайленс. Манта в КД 2 секунды, но не убивает быстро Морфа. Как-то вот не выходит. Успевает все же среагировать. Кэрри команда Спирит. Как-то мы говорили полтурнира мастера камбэков. Но вот неужели мана на гранд-финал закончилась на камбэке?
Так рано. Рано, чтобы мана заканчивалась. Впереди турнир очень важный. Может быть, просто в режиме сбережения энергии сейчас находится Спирит. Надеюсь, что энергия не кончилась полностью. Потому что до этого их ход по нашему турниру казался вообще безупречным. Какой там стрик был? 20 карт подряд без поражений.
Ну, такое будет просто для коллектива серьезный удар. 3-0.
И шикарный буст для команды Falcons.
Стоит
это тоже учитывать.
Уверенность точно придаст. Может быть, Falcons зайдут в эту там, тройку даже фаворитов. Вместе со Spirit. Но вот по Revision тоже непонятно, является ли фаворитом уже там в тройке.
В топ-4, по идее, если еще мы Liquid считаем.
Ну, просто еще Тундра еще есть, не забываем. Коллапс. Выпал из игры снова здесь, но Коллапс все, что мог, в этой игре делал. Неужели вот этот расфит Бристлбека повлиял на игру? Настолько стал большой Амар.
Да, и тем самым, что Амар большой, он Коллапс игру ломает. Так, знаешь, мало еще купить нетворс. Вот большинство игроков купят этот лотус и не нажмут его в правильную цель перед кастом ультимейта Primal Beast. Это требует огромнейшего микроскилла, мощнейшего. Ты обычно там на себя хочешь лотус скинуть, там какие-то дебафы скинуть. Но как же мастерский Коллапс этим предметом Ой, Коллапс. АТФ этим предметом управляет.
Бладторн уже у Драгонайта. Сумасшедший урон. Идеальный билд скитера. Тут вообще к нему не придраться. А у Морфаза супер защитный билд. Пока 0 урона. То есть это еще минут 5-6 игры. Дабы хоть какой-то урон готов был наносить Етору. Слушай, карту Falcons набирают огромное преимущество. Сейчас еще и Торментера заберу. Там уже будет под 17-18 тысяч золота.
Falcons в этом плане молодцы. Они всегда очень классно сушат соперников на базе.
Надо жать тэп-аут. Пока не знает об этом Мирель, выпрыгивает, жмет тэп-аут.
Ой-ой-ой, как же это было близко к тому, чтобы уронить Миреля с этого дерева. Один пиксель вправо. Не хватило криту.
Попытка неплохая. Ну, слушай, прямо сейчас можно зайти. Хотя Рошан уже, Рошан таймится. Таймит Рошана. Falcons и Рошан появляется мгновенно. Просто Габен готов отдавать победу команде Falcons. Рубик в центре качается. Могут на
Никто будет качаться, тут должны его найти. Кстати, боятся прыгать Falcons. Не, прыгает скейтер. Есть Бладторном соло, этого Рубика может убить. Кричащий килл. Есть байбек, говорю. Если Спирит захотят подраться. Может быть, сейчас без формы Драгонайта, может быть, они прокликали скитера?
Малрин выходит, но у него есть Айндиск. Айндиск сработает точно. Статик Шторм. Айндиск срабатывает. Етора превращается в Шейкера. Тотем, Фиссура. Где урон?
Деклип спасает. Морфинг не перекачивается, он в форме Шейкера.
Перекачка пошла, но драка уже, похоже, проваливается. Залетает палка, выкупает Рубик, ставится арена. Снейкинг пытается выйти из-под этой арены. Етора хороший урон убивает Пугну. Пугну с байбеком. Может быть, даже вернется Снейкинг. Это стоит сделать по-хорошему. Сейчас Спирит сами выходит. Пипошка застревает в Фиссуре с той стороны. Рю после байбека. Амар там давит просто по казам. И давит этого Рубика после байбека. Выкупает и Дизраптор. Съедает Рю после байбека. Нападает Мирель. Етору без ресурсов. Эхослэм. Етору убивают. Пульверайз. Коллапс заходит. Хоть кого-то пытается убить. Убивают саппортов. Но за это получит Falcons просто все здесь.
Ну и Пашка байбекнулся, просто постоял около димфайта, понял, что все. Уже он ничего тут не исправит. Как бы ему еще получилось тут убежать. Его могут заметить. ТФ просто бежит, его вообще не остановить. Глимс пошел. Кстати, возможно, он байтил специально на Глимс, чтобы Дизраптор со себя глимсанул. Не успел на Лотус.
Поймали Мипошку.
Похоже, все.
Да,
судя вот по этим файтам, вообще не получается ничего команде Falcons противопоставить. Даже с учетом того, что эта игра может зайти в лейт. Окей, затянется там до 40 до 50. С тем преимуществом, которые Falcons набирают каждую минуту, лейт не самый радужный будет для команды Spirit. С отставанием в 30 тысяч, 40 тысяч. Судя по тому, как идет игра, им нужен файт камбэка. Но мы видели вообще, на какого тоненького Spirit сейчас подрались. Файт мог закончиться в самом начале, когда Морфа застанили, пока он был в форме Шейкер без перекачки.
А Егис готов. Ну да, Етору уже... Ну, Етору неудачно эта карта сыграла. Это тоже был другой, наверное, одна из самых неудачных карт за последних пару лет. Я бы сказал, который видим от Еторы на этом Морфе. На его, наверное, главным героем профессиональной сцены Dota 2.
Да нет, там же бывают успеют периоды, когда они там топ-8 турнира занимают, там 12 вылетают. Там не в форме. Ну, бывает, я думаю, нам просто не удается последить. Внимание не обращаем. Но сейчас, когда Spirit в прайме, это, конечно, удивительно, что такой перформанс не выдают. Ну и Falcons в очередной раз хочу отметить, что огромнейшие молодцы. Манка Кинга неужели в соло? КБ нажимается, уходит на шарде Манки Кинг, а если будет Фиссура, 4 секунды.
Телепорт. Доходит Малрин. Манки Кинг с байбеком. Они бэкдор просто стоят. Смотри, нормально? Дорожника напали. В этот момент просто
в топе вообще.
Но он пытается бабочку купить. Все. Ну там до бабочки. Бабочки еще надо покачаться. Ну просто крипов нет, окей.
Крипы есть.
Сейчас крипы полетит в уш.
Тора пытается сплитпушить, может быть, какие-то ТП попробует сбить Спирит, если вообще телепорты будут. Какой смысл телепортироваться сейчас команде Falcons, если не могут забрать?
Ну смотри,
стороны.
Аганим управил без тапа, это такой важный слот.
И Тора не может забрать больше, чем одну сторону сейчас. Там страйк на 2 душки.
Сейчас трон полетят.
Нет, даже в трон нет смысла идти, нужно идти и делать мега-крипов. Менять на одну сторону.
Я про Итору. Что Итору делать? Он должен заставить нажать телепорты, но Етору все равно не хватает урона. У него бабочка в курьере, Клеймор умирает. Етору бьет Т4. Кстати, делает это очень быстро. Сейчас может какие-то телепорты сбивать. Так. Телепорты надо очень внимательно. Шейкер на месте. Окей, все. Хотя Шейкер 1 на 1. Там есть один диск. Шейкер точно не умрет. Но телепорт сейчас будут пытаться ребята ловить. Т4 первый падает. Еторо ломает второй Т4, телепорты будут дропаться 100%, но нет, все, улетает Еторо, знает, что Шейкер нет, Шейкер отдал все свои кнопки, и тем самым мега-крипов пока нет, а пространство для трона появляется,
Камбэк,
конечно.
может быть, сейчас Шейкер в файт, если придет.
Убивает Мака Кинга. У него нет бабочки, Клеймор в курьере.
Ну ладно, похоже, зря хайплю.
Не, ну это было явно прикольно. В такой игре, где кажется, что все, надежды уже нет, находит хоть что-то. Ютором. Но последние казармы падают. И, скорее всего, больше такой возможности подойти уже не будет. Съедают Ютору, просто эхослэм, взрывают его, никакая перекачка. Пошли массовые байбеки. Остаются у команды Falcons все еще Аегис. Пытается коллапсить хотя бы Крита. Крит выживает. Летает Манки Кинг, ставится арена, где Ютору избивает Шейкера. Фиссура, тотем, удар. Шейкера убили. Коллапс без байбека остается уже. Кинга убивают после байбека. Один здесь. Мирель. И
байбекается Малрин. Байбекается, собирается карту. Он эту заканчивает прямо сейчас. Бристолбэк танкует спиной, но у Виктора просто нет ресурсов пробить этого монстра на Бристолбэке. В очередной раз залетает Виктора Бладторн, и это ГГ.
Ну вот и все. Falcons становятся чемпионами Fissure Universe эпизод 6. Сенсационная победа со счетом 3-0. И Спирит отправляются на будущее за интернет.
Где эмоции Крита?
После Куси.
Смотри на Крита. Очередной день в доте, обыденный. Выиграл турнир, гранд-финал против Спирит. Окей, волосы поправил. Гигачат просто. Ладно, у Малрина есть эмоции.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Warlord, my steel shall drink.
Prepare for battle.
No agony enough. The head in the bag. They'll rue the day. To the massacre. Yes.
"30 seconds to battle.
Aghast.
Thank you, you precious weak thing.
Who said I joined to the master's thirst?
The battle begins.
Trolling for victims. The bell tolls for the Lord of Frost. Yes!
This is the very definition of first blood.
Don't cross my path. Faster! Faster! There are no innocents. These blades are too dry. Not for the likes of you. These blades are too dry. You've been true. Die faster. Faster! Faster! Don't worry. Get off your ass and help me! Trolling for victims.
going for.
Yes. I'm under attack. To the massacre. Yes. Denied. My axe I hear sniveling. To the massacre. Faster! Faster! Yes. Attack! Yes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
These blades are innocence. No agony enough. They'll rue the day. I hear sniveling. Trolling victims. Let's kill these foes before we start in on each other. Don't cross my path! I'm under attack! My steel. My axe is first. Denied. Aghast. Yes! They'll rue the day. Every edge up. These blades are too dry.
Your top tower is under attack.
I suffer you, special sniper. Yes. Steel. To the massacre. Goodbye. Don't cross my path. Blood spurts. There are no innocents. Trolling.
Your top tower is under attack.
Repent. My steel. Lightning. Faster! Faster! Yes! These blades are too dry. I hear sniveling. They'll rue the day. kill. There are no innocents.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Murderous. Don't cross my path. Trolling for victims.
Your top tower is under attack.
My axe's thirst. To the massacre.
Bottom is missing.
My steel shall not. I'm open. Yes.
Double damage.
I suffer you, special sniper. I hear sniveling. Don't cross my path. Yes. To the massacre.
The enemy's top tower has been denied.
I'll be here when you get back.
What is...
Aghast.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There are no innocents. Attack! Faster!
Fall at my feet, peasant.
My axe is thirst.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I hear sniveling.
Help!
These blades fly!
Your middle tower is under attack.
My steel gorgons!
The enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Yes! Go for my armor! Killing spree! Yes! New
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
They'll rue the day. My steel shall Yes! I hear spirit. Ready. You
Let's see you for.
There are no innocents. Yes! Aghast. These blades don't cross I'm under attack! Wicked sinner! It was everyone else's fault. No more Mr. Nice Guy. And believe that's I peel back your uglies. Yes. To the massacre. Mind of their addiction. Faster! Faster! My axe is first. Monster kill! Godlike! Double kill! Trolling for victims. Blades fly! My steel they'll rue the day.
That's proper. It's for you.
Aghast. My axe is thirst.
An article of faith.
Yes. To the massacre. I peel back your uglies. Faster! Didn't see ya. There are no innocents. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Control. My steel shall break.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What was that again? cross my path. Innocence. Hold me, more father. Killing spree. They'll rue the
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
yes. Holy shit, cargo! To the max. This is not battle, it is slaughter! Yes! Don't cross my path.
Take it, TV.
Faster!
Trust me, I know.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
I'm not ready.
Your top tower is under attack.
Here's axe in your eye.
Bottom left. We have help.
I'm not ready. They'll rue the day. These blades are too dry. Go for my arm. There are no
Your top tower is under attack.
To the massacre. That's it. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, good.
Innocence. Murderous. These blades are too dry. Yes! My actions first. I'm not ready. No agony enough. To the massacre. Trolling for victims.
Draw. Draw is better.
Faster! Faster! Don't cross my path.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Get used to me.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
My axe is first. Don't cross my path. Trolling for victim. I steel shall drink. To the massacre. Faster! Faster! Yes! Drink. To the massacre.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes! Yes!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Faster!
What the fuck?
Trolling for victims.
Bro, what the hell?
I'm not ready. Don't cross my... Regret it. They'll rue the... Attack!
Stick together.
My steel shall drink. The sword? Ready. No agony Just you one. My axe is thirst.
I know that. Kill him, Michael.
To the massacre. It's not
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
I'm not ready. I hear sniveling. I'm not ready.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Yes. I'm under attack. Victims. It's not time. These blades are too dry. I'm not ready. Faster! Faster! Yes! I'm not ready. Ah, no innocence.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
My axe is thirst.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed.
I will see your insides. To the massacre. These blades are too dry.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
My steel shall. No agony enough. Blades are too dry.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.